Malam Bang, ninggalin jejak. Thank you Mochiwan. Udah mulai ya, tapi ini nggak ada suara casternya, nggak seru sih. Aku lagi mintain yang ada suara casternya ya. Oh, ada kardinal arkologi. Oh, bukan deng. Si Tex Summer. Kayaknya aku di mana ya? Aku taruh mana ya? Aku kecilin gini enggak? Si Tex Summer ini dari Latam dia, pakai multicaster, Bilgewater sama Juggernaut ya. Soalnya sekarang yang lagi bagus kayaknya hampir sama semua sih. Masih 8 orang ya di sini ya. Masih ada Toronto Tokyo, ada Beta, ada Piva, ada Taxamer, Wet Jungler, Kas ada Liquid, Kurumux sama Bobai. Aku nggak tahu siapa semuanya ini. Yang dari NA mana nih yang dari NA? Oke, buku satunya ini. Oh, ini Bobai dari Korea. Dia mau main apa? Fun Quizzer ya? Mau main Fun Quizzer ini kayaknya. Ionia ke Fun Quizzer. Suara in-game-nya kecil gak sih? Kalian kekecilan gak suara in-game-nya? Oh, di aku doang ternyata. Di kalian kayaknya suaranya gede sih. Kalau aku emang aku kecilin sih. Si Bobai menang ya lawan Beta. Beta dari Cina. Kayaknya kalau Cina tuh di dalam satu ruangan sih. Info Indo apa global? Mas ini global. Rai, kalau championship gini udah global sih. Jadi biasanya tuh dari per region dulu ya, Asia, North America, Eropa gitu-gitu. Terus biasanya di akhir season, jadi kan itu ada yang digabungnya championship ini. Nah ini yang gabungan semua ya dari semua region. Dan kemungkinan besok pas mau keluar itu di tanggal 22 November itu udah ganti set ya, set 10 TFT. Ini jadi kayak penutupan gitu. Kan pertanda penutupan mau kelar set biasanya tuh ada turnamen yang championship gini sih. Ntar aku mau nge-share dulu. Di-share guys videonya ke grup-grup TFT maybe. Cara download gamenya gimana bang? Ivory ada nggak bang? Belum ada Lutfi. Download gamenya masih belum ada. Menunggu 22 November kalau yang server Indonya. Server SEA lah. Biasanya pakai yang bahasa kalian suka yang kayak gini, yang dari sananya gak ada apa namanya nggak ada casternya atau yang ada casternya. Tapi kayak kalau yang ada casternya, kalau nggak salah yang Vietnam kayak dulu itu sih. Ini game apa? Ini game TFT, David Gota. Kurumux, wah, nah ini dari NA ya, Liquid. Ini si Toronto Tokyo dari NA juga. Make combo Targon strategis ya. Targon strategis. Toronto Tokyo padahal pemain Dota ya guys ya. Dipakai namanya ya. Apakah terinspirasi sama Dokter Tirta ya? Toronto Tokyo tuh mukanya kayak Dokter Tirta ya. Apalagi pas zaman-zaman Covid itu ya, pas menang rambutnya disemir putih ya. Augment selection. Oh, prismatic augmentnya di sini. Pada cepet semua anjir milihnya. Oh, ada yang buat Jewel Lotus. Diambil gak? Oh, diambil Jewel Lotusnya. Main Noxus ya? Main apa itu di bawah itu, yang di bawah yang si Piva tuh. Kalau nggak salah si Piva tuh dari Sea, ya dari Sea kayaknya. Ini kembangan dari Dota kah? Enggak, ini bukan dari Dota, ini dari League of Legends. Perkembangannya. Ada jungler main Demasi ya, ngambil spatula 2 ya. Ini ngambil item si Tech Summer, si Piva, Piva juara 2. Multicaster ya, ternyata Tech Summer mainnya. Main multicaster guys. Udah bintang 3 si Velkosnya. Wah anjir sakit banget Velkosnya. Velkosnya sakit banget ya. Ini juga pakai sinergi dan combo juga. Benar juga banget kamu David Kota. Pakai sinergi dan combo tentunya. Ada si Kurumux. Dia main masih gabungan ya, masih Surima Buildwater. Menurutku dia nyari Buildwater sih. Ya tuh, nilahnya ya. Udah dibikinin item tapi sayangnya nilahnya masih bintang 1. Si Kurumux sama Beta. Si Beta dari China ya. Si Kurumux dari NA. Ini masih game pertama ya. Masih 0 PTS semua. Poinnya masih 0 semua. Atau kita coba ganti ya. Coba kalian suka yang gini, nggak ada casternya aku doang. Atau yang ada caster tapi orang Vietnam guys. Biar nggak sepi nggak sih? Walaupun kita tidak tahu bahasanya. Soalnya kalau di Vietnam tuh yang nonton banyak ya, lihat nih. Yang nonton berapa? 6.000 guys. Kayak Casras kah? Ya, kayak Casras. Kan gini enak. Jadi gak cuma kedengaran suara battle-nya doang. Walaupun kita nggak ngerti, kalau nggak ada background suaranya lah. Kalau di luar Indonesia nggak tahu kenapa game Riot itu tidak laku anjir. Aneh ya, paling cuma Valorant doang ya. Cuman ini di Vietnam, di Thailand, itu laku keras. Yang nonton banyak. Oke sih ini Toronto Tokyo ya, main strategis. Oh, si Nekonya dikasih strategis, menarik banget. Ada dikasih item apa itu, lupa aku. Buat apa namanya? Ngasih penurunan shred itu ya, shred armor ya, ditaruh di depan ya. Lawannya adalah si Piva dari Sea, bener kan? Dari Sea ya. Aku lihat dari kemarin-kemarin pas lihat leaderboard itu juga ada si nama Piva sih. Di sini kita lihat siapa yang bakal menang. Oh, si Piva ya. Si siapa tuh namanya? Tuh lupa aku itu namanya. Itu yang ada di Arken ya. Di mobile adakah? Ada David Kota. Tapi yang server SEA-nya belum ada. Yang server Indo, Singapura gitu-gitu belum ada. Masih apa? Tanggal 22 November. Kemungkinan besar pas season baru. Oke, lawan Wed Jungler ini. Wed Jungler lawan si Tech Summer. Tech Summer yang tadi main multicaster ya. Lawan 7 Demasi ya. Jadi Demasi itu dapetin item ya untuk nambahin slot. Pay to win? Enggak, pay to win Muhammad Afif. Ini enggak ada pay to winnya sama sekali. Kebanyakan gamenya Riot no pay to win sih menurutku ya. Membutuhkan skill aja. Apalagi TFT ini sih. Jadi kosmetik nggak berpengaruh. Dan dari yang jalan-jalan ini kan namanya kalau di TFT itu tactician. Itu nggak ada skill-skillnya gitu kan. Beda banget kayak di ML. Dan season pass apa kalau di ML tuh beli apa Starlight atau apa tuh? Itu bisa ngelihat itu kan pool hero-nya tinggal berapa kan. Di sini nggak ada kayak gitu ya. Jadi season pass cuma beli kosmetikan aja. Oke, di sini duitnya yang paling banyak adalah si Boba ya, 42 ya. Tapi nyawanya dia tinggal 27. Ya dulu gitu, sekarang udah semua bisa lihat. Oh, sekarang udah semua bisa lihat. Bagus lah kalau kayak gitu. Soalnya kalau hal kayak gitu, hitungannya sampai itu mungkin sih jatuhnya. Mungkin dikritik ya. Si Boba lawan Cash. Udah ada yang mau kalah? Si Wed Jungler nyawanya tinggal 16. Si Wed Jungler nyawanya tinggal 16 ya. Si Toronto Tokyo lagi di nomor 2 ya. Toronto Tokyo nomor 2, Texamer nomor 1, Piva 27 ya. Kita jago saya ya. Si Piva nih nyawanya tinggal 27 guys. Ini elemen-elemennya ada berapa banyak? Ada 20-an. Ada banyak sih, lebih dari 10 Bang Man. 20-an. 20-an kayaknya. Soalnya ada yang cuma satu doang gitu. Kayak si Empress itu cuma satu, yang punya cuma satu champion doang. Terus River King itu yang punya cuma satu doang, satu champion doang di cost 5 biasanya. Yang punya trade yang satu doang ya, dia doang gitu. Teknologis, teknogenius juga. Oke, si Toronto Tokyo masih lancar ya. Apa kalah tadi? Masih lancar kayaknya tadi ya. Ya udah punya Ahri bintang 2 ya. Dikasih item yang buat mana. Kasih blue buff ya. Itu yang kanan bagian full apa bangke, bukan karakter. Yang kanan, sebelah kanan itu nyawa-nyawanya. Oke, Wejangler. Wejangler. Oh, masih menang berarti ya, belum keluar dia. Masih menang ya, nyawanya kurang tinggal 8 dia. Waduh, si Piva mau kalah, guys. Yang mewakili saya. Si Piva mau kalah, nyawanya langsung 35 loh. Tadi kita omongin nyawanya tinggal 27 ya, hampir sama Bobae. Sekarang tiba-tiba 35 nyawanya. Dia bakal ngambil apa ini? Ngambil strategis. Ngambil si Heimernya juga, lumayan. Heimer 5 kos ya. Waduh, apakah yang dari saya kalah duluan ini? Masa keluar duluan, guys? Nih, kita liatin si Piva ya. Dia main sorcerer ya. Dia main sorcerer. Jadi sorcerer tuh kayak magic-magicnya. Depannya tarik seorang tuh. Itemnya udah lumayan sih. Anjir, bukan lore. Asik. Iya, bukan lore tapi. Kamu kira lore. Gara-gara Runeterra tulisannya. Si kasihan tertipu ya. Silkonya nih harus ngedamage gede banget harusnya silkonya. Kalau nggak bisa kalah sih si Piva nih. Bisa keluar duluan. Kita lihat guys, kita lihat. Kita lihat. Aduh, nggak bisa ini. Bisakah? 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 Anjir, nggak bisa ya. Pivanya keluar duluan ya. Ternyata, tapi dia urutannya urutan 7 untungnya, bukan urutan 8 ya. Urutan 7 ternyata. Minus 5 ya. Ternyata di bawahnya dia ada yang cash tuh, minus 7 ya. Sekarang kita ngeliatin wet jungler nih, yang paling bawah lagi nih. Nyawanya tinggal 8. Dia make komposisi Demacia Slayer nih. Demacia Slayer, tapi belum ada yang bintang 3 ya berarti. Oh, ternyata Demacia Slayer-nya nggak dibintangin 3 si Kale-nya ya. Dia ngandelin Fiora sekarang ya. Fioranya dikasih emblem Slayer. Harusnya sih mantap sih, kita lihat ya. Fioranya gebuk-gebuk ke belakang. Anjir, Fioranya sakit banget. Dia bisa mulangin si Bobae malah. Yang dari Korea dipulangin ya si Bobae-nya ya. Jungler naik ke 4 besar langsung. Oh, belum ternyata 5 besar ya. Masih ada si Beta ternyata. Dengan tersisa nyawanya 5. Masih tersisa nyawa 5 ya. Masih tersisa nyawa 5. Ini kita lawan itu monster dulu ya. Untuk dapetin item sama duit. Lah, belum ada ternyata. Jungler lawan Beta. Ini yang sama-sama bawah ya. Siapa yang keluar? Oh, yang pulang si Beta. Si Jungler pulang juga. Oh, si Jungler juga pulang ternyata. Tapi Junglernya bisa juara 4 ya. Si Betanya masih lanjut ternyata. Sekarang Toronto Tokyo lawan Beta ini udah 3 besar ya. Pertarungan 3 besar. Si Toronto Tokyo sih kuat banget sih ini. Udah Belvet bintang 2, Ari bintang 2, Sionnya bintang 2, Kisantenya bintang 2, Atroxnya bintang 2. Anjir. Harusnya sih menang si Toronto Tokyo ya. Kalau si Beta main Vanquisher di sini, 6 Vanquisher ya bisa sama 6 Ionia. Kita lihat guys. Apakah bintang 5 ke bintang 5 champion-champion legendary bisa menang? Oh, udah menang ternyata. Si Toronto Tokyo ya udah menang ya. Untuk game pertama di lobby 4 ya. Bang, kalau nonton turnamen gini dapat Infinite Border enggak? Enggak dong Aditya. Pokemon Master Indonesia ya. Kirain bang. Enak dong kalau dapet. Enak banget. Ini Dau Turong Chanli, Runeterra Tai Hop, Runeterra Tai Hop, Gaya Fodich. Siapa yang bisa mengartikan ya? Tai Hop, Gaya Fodich, Dau Turong Chanli, Runeterra Tai Hop. Kalau di iPhone tuh bisa langsung translate gak sih? Kalau diginiin tuh. Oh, nggak bisa ternyata. Bisa nggak lu masuk situ, Bang? Oh, beneran ini Velo. Langsung gasen. Langsung digaskan nih. 22 November. Lu main gak besok kalau udah keluar 22 November langsung? Kalau main ayo party lah. Akhirnya bisa berparty dengan Velo ya. Kita rundung si Velo di ranked. Kita akan jadikan tumbal ya. Langsung GM kalau gue beneran ya. Beneran nih. Pakai Google Translate, Bang. Coba ya, bentar. Emang bisa gue Google, maksudnya yang pakai kamera gitu? Tapi masih lama ya, sebulan lagi ya. Google Translate now, Translator, Snap and Translate. Oh, kamera translator. Pakai install. Kalau nggak salah tuh ada satu hari itu 4 game ya. 4 game apa 6 ya? Mungkin kita sampai jam 12-an ini. Zuz. Kalau bentar aku mau ngecek kalau misal kita pas gini yang live ini apa ya, ngomongin apa ya? Oh, iklan ternyata. Lagi iklan ya. Lagi iklan Secret Lab. Kalau kan soalnya ini kan dari Vietnam ya. Aku dikontaknya sama orang Vietnam. Kayak di sana nggak ada sponsornya ya. Kayaknya kalau di yang NA-nya kayaknya ada sponsornya deh. Oke, ada waiting ya 6 menit. Price poolnya 4.000 tuh, plus 1 slot untuk World. Partisipan. Vietnam itu ada, anjir, ada 4 sendiri Vietnam, guys. SG ada 1. Oh, ini yang saya regional cup, ding. Ini yang saya regional cup ya. Kok cap anjir. Kemarin aku juga ditawarin buat streaming ini tapi pas aku lagi pergi sih. Jadi tidak bisa ya. Yang atas tuh ditranslate arena kebenaran. Oh, kalau ditranslate arena kebenaran. Saya belum ada. Kemarin sih aku lihat Bang Dudut sama Bang Fabian gak sampai challenger. Tidak tahu kenapa. Malah start. Ini berbayar anjir. Cok. Malah berbayar ya guys ya. CN ya, Hong Lian kayaknya yang menang ya. Streamer influencer Hang Dau Tai Trung Kwok Tung Choi. Choi tua. Itu gimana bacanya anjir, ada O tapi tuh di atasnya ada anak panah ke atas terus ada gininya anjir. Itu bacanya gimana dah? Sulit banget kayaknya ya. Terus ada D yang ada stripnya gini. What the hell? Coba aku dau. Minyak masa? Enggak lah, enggak, artinya enggak minyak lah. Dau tai. Oh, dau ini ding ada ternyata. Kepala, hah? Dau itu kepala. Kayak bahasa Swedia, Bang. Iya. Pakainya pakai kebanyakan tuh pakai T ya. Tuh Piva tuh yang juara 1 ya, makanya Piva. Oh, ini standingnya. Voluman DDD, Piva sama siapa tuh Nen tadi? Teamfight Tactics share bros. Follow the bros. Ini ya si Voluman Didi. Mukanya nyebelin anjir. Vietnam, Thailand ya. Banyakan dua orang Vietnam anjir. Kapan orang Indonesia, guys? Apakah aku nanti bisa di tengah menggantikan Voluman? Ada Tristan, NG Nathan, Can with you, without you. Kayak Demasia tuh kayaknya. Ini ya, dikasih tahu komposisinya ya. Demasia ada Atrox, Galio, Fiora, Jarvan. Harusnya yang bakal jadi itunya si Fiora ya. Kalau yang di Inggris, yang di lebih bagus ya. Aku tanya apakah boleh menggunakan yang bahasa Inggris? Nanya aja. Dia tanya dulu ya. Streamer influencer yang mengalami kekalahan beruntun. Yang tadi itu. Atau yang mana, Radit? Udah mau mulai ya. Mau mulai round yang kedua. Gian DTCL sama Manhan. Kayaknya aku bakal bikin Instagram lagi deh. Instagram kemarin kayaknya nggak bisa balik sih. Jadi harusnya bikin lagi aja deh. Iya. Menurut kalian enaknya namanya siapa? Simpanse atau pakai Gamit lagi ya? Simpanse aja lah ya. Atau enggak bikin dua sih, Simpanse sama satunya yang pribadi. Dautrong Chanli, Tai Hop. Yang Inggris juga belum mulai sih. Masih ngobrol-ngobrol, ada si Mordok ya. Oh, ini nih ada, kalau di sini udah ada Honglian. Si Honglian dari Cina menduduki nomor 1. 17 ding. Oh, standingnya ini ternyata. Si saya, wah, si saya mesti terpuruk ya. Ada ya, si saya urutannya 27 sama 28. Ada suaranya nggak tuh? Malam adik kita, selamat datang. Lagi live stream TFT. Turnamen Championship official co-stream ya. Sim tai bang, jangan gitu dong. Lagi bikin lobby kayaknya. Ada suaranya. You can watch via Twitch. Oh, kita bisa guys. Oke, kita nonton yang via Twitch aja ya. Berarti jangan yang Vietnam. Aku tanya boleh ya udah. Thank you. Nah, kita nonton yang via Twitch. Nah, kan kalau gini kan kita ngerti ya. Ini bisa buat party bang. Bisa David Kota. 8 orang. Party bisa 8 orang ya. 8 orang. Terus di sini lebih bagus lagi. Ada 2 apa grup gitu loh. 2 lawan 2 gitu ya. Ada ya. Teammate gitu lah. Sama teman kalian. Ini turner Runeterra aja. Apa tuh tulisannya? Nggak kelihatan aku. Aku pakai HP juga deh. Ketutupan soalnya. Oke, kita masuk ke game number 2. Ini turner Runeterra apa taktik, Bang? Yang taktik. Zirek. Aku mau main ajarin bang, ini game termasuk kategori strategi. Bener David Kota. Aku suka game yang strategi ya, menggunakan otak ya. Hanya game kartu, game begini aku suka. Nah kalau gini kan kita enak ya, bisa sambil belajar ya. Oke, lobbynya udah kedengeran tuh suaranya. Kita di sini ngelihat lobby 1, di sini ada lobby 1 ya. Anjir kenceng banget suara gamenya. Bedanya taktik sama turne apa? Hah? Yang Runeterra, maksudnya kalau yang game apa? Yang Runeterra tuh game kartunya Legend of Runeterra. Ntar kayaknya aku kecilin dikit yang aku. Ini yang katanya plagiat Magic Chess bukan bang? Ya, kebalik David Zirek, tapi ya udahlah, biarin aja lah ya orang-orang. Title dari mana sih? Dari Jepang. Wow. Ini dapat oh anjir, bintang 2 si itu ya. Si itu aja. Ini modelan Magic Chess kah, Bang? Iya, Aditya, bener banget. Modelan Magic Chess. Di sini jadi biasa ya, ronde 3 awal itu adalah ronde kayak lawan NPC gitu untuk dapetin duit sama dapetin champion ya. Kalau di sini bilangnya champion ya, bukan hero ya. Kalau di gamenya League of Legends. Bang, set selanjutnya kira-kira bulan apa? Pas rilis. Pas rilis yang mobile harusnya November 22 itu. Harusnya habis ini 1 bulan itu udah kelar ya. Soalnya ini turnamen gedenya gitu untuk season ini. Season yang ke-9. Masih nunggu rilisnya di mobile, Bang. Iya, Zirek masih ini bulan depan udah keluar kan tanggal 22. Suara gamenya terlalu gede sih. Bentar, aku apakah masih ngeplay? Oh, aku masih ngeplay yang ini ternyata. Nah, makanya kok suaranya nyampur. Loh! Kok jadi 160p anjir kualitinya, Cok? Yang bener aja. Nah, kan gini enak. Enak, Bang, gede. Apanya yang gede? Ini ada nem ya. Ya, ini dari saya nih. Dari yang nem ya. Yang juara berapa? 3 tadi kayaknya. Bukan juara 1 kan? Atau yang juara 1? Ini dari saya ya, dari Vietnam. Baca komentarku di atas. Di HP ada kan? Ada. Tadi aku udah tanya yang bedanya kan. Aku dulu main main Chessera sudah sampai ranking tapi malah tutup gamenya. Iya, berarti ini game ini cocok buat kamu, David Kota. Kalau dari list, kita main party ya. Kita atur dengan Marvel Snap lah, bisa lah. Oke, ini kelihatan augmentnya semua ya. Ada yang makainya pakai begituan semua ya. Jadi yang di sebelah kiri itu guys, yang warna kuning itu namanya augment ya. Jadi nanti setiap game kalian bisa memilih 3 augment. Nah, augment ini bisa kayak memperkuat komposisi kalian atau ngebuff atau dapat emblem. Emblem itu kayak penambahan trait gitu ya atau elemen lah. Katanya ada di HP kok nunggu rilis. Kamu bisa main duluan, tapi itu yang server NA di North America. Kalau mau bisa main bareng sama aku sih masih nunggu November 22. Emang nanti mobile sama PC satu server? Satu server sih, Rek. Satu server. Bisa main bareng. Augmentnya itu kayak itemnya beda. Item itu yang warna biru itu yang lagi diambil. Tapi kalau item ini langsung, kalau bentukannya kayak gini, itu bisa milih nantinya 3 apa? Kalian bisa ngeliat kursorku nggak sih? Ntar kursorku aku keluarin ya. Biar sambil jelasin dikit-dikit bisa nggak sih? Ya, kursornya nggak kelihatan ya. Gini aja. Oh, salah. Apa nggak bisa? Ya, nggak bisa ini ya ternyata. Nggak bisa ternyata pakai display capture. Kocak banget. Ini bukan game pay to win kan? Bukan. Ini skill base. Skill base David Kota. Yang penting kamu ngikutin meta. Kalau pengen menang ya. Walaupun bisa yang off meta bisa tapi agak sulit. Wah, spatnya nggak diambil. Oke, diambil sama si... Telat ya. Kalau yang cupu gimana bang? Kayak kamu Velo. Sadar diri Velo. Nyawanya 100 bang setiap player. Iya David Kota. Bener. 100 nyawanya ya. Mulai dari 100. Seperti biasa. Kalau gini kan main awal-awal antara main win streak atau loss streak ya. Suara lu kecilan nggak? Atau udah pas? Di sini si Terlate main Noxus ya di kiri tuh. Kalian bisa lihat Noxusnya udah 4, kayaknya bakal dilanjut ke 5 ya. Soalnya bisa aktifin ya. Soalnya Noxus itu aktif skillnya kalau punya 3 pair sama 5 pair langsung ya. Jadi makanya ganjil ya. 3, 5, 7, 9 gitu. Harusnya si Terlate nyari Noxus satu lagi buat ngidupin ya. Soalnya di sini dia punya emblemnya itu. Dimasukin ke siapa sih bocah itu? Kalau suara gamenya patah-patah bang. Masa suaranya patah-patah gamenya? Beli championnya juga pakai koin waktu per turn. Bukan waktu per turn sih. Jadi ada dari interest, ada dari win streak, sama ada dari setiap turn. Aku udah pernah bikin sih David Gota kalau mau lihat tutorialnya. Ada kok. Tutorial basic banget bisa buat semua season sih. Apa gara-gara aku nggak pakai headset ya, jadi masuk ke mic. Coba pakai headset. Coba, gimana suaranya? Lebih bagus nggak? Kita mau ngasih lihat si Telait mulu ya. Nggak dipindah-pindah ya. Oh, ada Noxus tuh. Udah Noxus 5 ya. Dapat Darius langsung ya. Miss Fortune nggak diambil. Hah, malah hilang. Masa suaranya hilang? Hah, masa suaranya hilang? Kita mau ngasih lihat si Telait. Oh iya, suaranya kok hilang ya? Kocak banget. Bentar-bentar. Output audio. Oh. Kalau gini guys. Suara gamenya hilang. Suratnya masih ada. Oh, suaraku masih ada. Wait. Oh, ini salah ternyata. Nah, udah. Ternyata aku iniin. Aku mute buat kalian, makanya nggak ada suaranya.
Yeah, it looks like mostly just using that misconnections for econ. I mean, it is just a lot of
Nah, udah keluar harusnya.
and so really solid positioning for that.
Dilihatin semuanya ya.
Wait, I think T-Light actually has a Fiora with a Noxus Bat.
Thank you Zirek
that's
sama
5
Raditya.
Noxus with a Fiora and a Noxus Bat. That's amazing.
Si Michael dari Latam, urutan berapa dia? Oh, urutan 7 ya, lawan si Teleit. Si Teleit itu 3 ya, pakai Noxus ya. Tapi harusnya menang Teleit sih. Udah Noxus 5 kuat banget ya. Lihat tuh. Nggak kuat ya. Udah strong banget sih menurutku di awal.
Yeah, I want to call out quickly. Nem actually picked branching out, so looking for the high roll with the early ancient archives, trying to find something good to go alongside it, and actually finds Slayer, which is pair perfectly with that Demacia.
Dan dia dapat Slayer ya, dan cocok banget buat Demacia. Bagusnya kayaknya bakal dibikin Fiora kayak tadi sih. Fioranya dikasih Slayer gak sih? Kayak yang tadi di round pertama kita lihat. Keluarin uang di game ini cuma buat Cosmic kan? Ya, cuma buat Cosmic. Jadi nggak usah beli season pass-nya.
You mentioned, Cass, that the quality and the usability of the support item could vary immensely from board to board.
Ini dari saya, perwakilan saya, kan ada 3. Salah satunya Nem, tadi kita nonton Piva ya. Yang round pertamanya. Sekarang lawan Ace.
I also like the flexible build-up from them using the Aphelios. That's actually very like using your own shop to minimize damage intake type of like decision making. So I do want to compliment him on that.
Well, going further to the item quality parts, you see the Black Cleaver over there for Ace. Ideally, I suppose, when we're building our board so much around the Morkaiser later on, you'd love to be able to put in as many items in here as possible.
Oke, harusnya sih. Oh, tapi belum kuat sih Nem. Belum kuat ya. Dikit lagi, tapi kalah sih Nemnya tetap. Bang, caranya dapat roll sepuh di Discord gimana, Bang? Ya, udah telat sepuh. Udah telat sih kalau yang untuk sementara ya. Nanti mungkin bakal aku buka lagi. Yang terutama itu yang dulu yang masih daftar membership yang 19.000 tuh. Itu dapat 10. Terus donatur. Kayak si Bang Warlord terusnya dapat. Terus jangan gegabah udah aku kasih.
Michael down there towards the bottom on a big old lost streak.
So Michael right now wants a Sejuani and an Azir. He's going to use
si Michael main bruiser ini.
He does want to find a bruiser. Sejuani found.
Dapat Sejuani, bener ya main bruiser ya.
Yeah, picking that up. I mean it's big for Michael to try and turn this.
Bruiser 5, tinggal 1 lagi bisa aktifin bruiser 6 nih. Si Michaelnya ya.
Throughout stage 3 generally do quite well.
Dan carry-nya masih si Kasopi ya di kanan gitu. Lawannya Demacia ya, lawan si Kang Sunjong. Kalah kah? Kalah anjir. Kalah ya. Tidak kuat melawan Demacia ya guys ya.
Kang Sunjong, of course, our winner from the first version of this lobby, is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he was lost streaking quite a
bit. Saya yang baru dapat border. Kenapa Ivory? Kamu kayaknya kok gak seneng gitu. Activate Bertir.
Okay, so now the question is Michael
baru sampai
to get a bit more strong and find at least an Azir 1 star, or does he want to chill? I guess he wants.
Siapa besok yang itu ikut apa? Eventnya Bang Windah, guys. Motion Ime guys, Desember kan, awal Desember. Gue belum dapat sama sekali, masa Euphoria belum dapat. Reviewnya bagus gak kayak game sebelah ke aku? Ya kalau ya beda sih, beda ya. Masih dibahas we coy, astaga, belum pulang. Michael menang ya di sini ya.
really
ngelawan
strong
apa itu, Bilgewater maybe. Status Fate
do I
ya.
all in at 7 just to save as much placements, or do I want to greed econ so I can get a first place board? This is the time for to make decisions.
Anaknya datang
Players need to be
ke
very
eventnya Bang
decisive.
Winda nggak ya? Yang
And of
motion
course,
ime guys.
after this lobby is done, we will be having
Desember.
our first pre-seeded competition. We are in snake seeding, which means if you are up the top of the
Ada
table,
apa, Bang?
you'll be playing against players considerably lower than you. On
Ada
the
Medusa
standings
ya
for the
itu?
most part.
Enggak
So
Medusa sih,
getting a
namanya
strong start to the tournament is
Cassiopeia.
very important.
You know, I actually want to talk about something real quick that we kind of missed at the start of the game with Mike.
Itu yang kan ngadain festival itu kan,
Is a lot
di
of his
Desember.
practice was actually on Ornn and playing tempo, and he did swap to Earth.
Harganya murah.
If the fact that he was prepping so much on Ornn has put him in a less comfortable position when with the swap pretty late in the game towards Earth.
Okay, we're now looking at Thoma's board. He actually did find a considerable amount
Aku mah
of
tanya
upgrades,
temanku
but
ah.
no single synergy
Temanku
direction, just a
bakal
bunch
datang
of
nggak ya?
random value units. So maybe build.
Oh, Bilgewater, udah punya Miss Fortune bintang 2 ya. Wah, ini bagus banget sih, permulaan yang sangat bagus. Nilahnya juga udah bintang 2. Dapat Miss Fortune bintang, bukan bintang 2 ya, 2 biji ya, pair ya. Bisa bintang 3 ini jangan-jangan. Oh, dapat Nasus bintang 2 juga. Ini dia ngerol ya sampai goldnya tinggal 1. Dan ternyata worth it. Ya, worth it buat boardnya. Jadi boardnya harusnya ini strong banget. Dia pengen main strategis Miss Fortune ya. Sakit banget tuh Miss Fortune-nya guys. Ini adalah cewek yang aku pakai buat notif Saweria ya. Lah nama championship kayak Chessers juga bang. Mungkin diambil gara-gara Chessers sudah tutup ya. Jadi ya diambil aja. Kayak ini pemilihan Augment, nah kayak gini David Gota, pemilihan Augment ya. Nanti karena dikasih 3 pilihan, setiap pilihan itu nanti bisa direset kalau misal jelek gitu. Setiap game ada 3 pemilihan Augment. Jadi Augment itu ada rarity-nya, ada rarity silver, gold, sama prismatic. Jadi prismatic tuh yang paling bagusnya. Gold tuh sedengan, silver tuh yang silver atau iron ya? Ada 4 berarti. Ada iron, silver, gold, sama prismatic. Nah, yang warna putih gini iron berarti. Iron ya? Ya, silver ya, silver, gold, prismatic. Apa ada iron, lupa aku. Sekarang kita ngeliat ke 6 ya, udah dapat 5 Demacia, 1 Empress, udah dapat si Belvetnya. Itemnya dipindahin ke Belvet semua tuh, lihat tuh. Belvetnya megang 2 emblem ya. Lihat apakah menang si Belvetnya, kayaknya nggak kuat sih tetap. Si Nem duitnya tinggal 21.
Yeah, there you go. Just hit. On level 7.
Masih belum kuat sih, harus 7 Demacia sih. Harus 7 Demacia, 6 Slayer ya, kayak yang di lobby pertama tadi. Round yang pertama. Nah, ada yang main kayak gitu juga kan. 7 Demacia, 6 Slayer, walaupun nggak menang sih. Miss Fortune undead kah role-nya enggak? Tadi Miss Fortune tuh role-nya adalah Bilgewater dengan si strategis. Jadi bruisernya ya si Michael, kita lihat apakah kuat. Jadi bruiser itu adalah kayak trait atau elemen untuk nambah health berdasarkan health-nya. Tapi Fioranya sakit banget, tapi kuat dikalahkan ya.
ending out the round with barely any damage.
Velvetnya nggak mati-mati ya, dikasih emblem bruiser anjir.
But just above him on the table, Kang Sung-jung is doing just the same thing.
Yep, win streaking all the way through. We saw him at 43 HP early. We pointed it out.
Si Michael win streak sama si Kang Sung-jung masih win streak ya.
Initial lobby of this group. It's an incredible play so far from Kang Sung-jung, and very excited to see him.
Now this carousel is really important because if there was a velvet
Nih karosel. Jadi kalau kalian karosel gini itu bisa milih champion atau itemnya, tergantung kebutuhan kalian. Dan ngebukanya itu dari paling bawah ya. Kalau kalian paling bawah atau nyawanya paling dikit itu bakal dibukain duluan ya. Jadi kalian bisa milih duluan gitu yang kalah. Oke, ada Jarvan. Kayaknya Jarvannya mau diganti sih buat ngambil.
Right, the reason
Oh,
why is
diambil
because he just wants to rush 9 and get 5 cost 8 SAP. So that 12 gold investment on the Jarvan might not be as important because right now he's not really going to get much kills anyways.
Si Telet, oh di 2 dia.
That's gonna be the big question, right? Because he's carrying Emilio still.
Dan dia bakal harus ke 9 sini ya. Levelnya udah 8. Harus nabung untuk naik ke level 9 ya.
Let's see this fight against Kang Sung-jung because this is one of the stronger players in the lobby. He's been streaking for quite some time.
Oh, lamanya Kang Sung-jung ya yang win streak ya. Kita lihat Kang Sung-jung guys. Main Demacia ya. Kayaknya menang Kang Sung-jung sih ini. Oh, enggak ternyata. Oh, nggak bisa lawan backline-nya ya. Sakit banget backline-nya si Queen. Ini stack apa namanya? Ada orang muter-muter. Oh, itu karosel namanya, David Gota. Stack karosel. Untuk dapetin item sama champion.
T-Lights of course is going to be looking for that level 9, that 9 Noxus he's trying to cap
Oh,
out.
si Telet udah dapet si Gangplank juga tuh di board, di bench ya. Di benchnya udah ada legendary-nya satu. Si Nem kita lihat butuh satu lagi buat bikin Velvet bintang 2. Dia masih level 7 sayangnya ya. Dan dia bakal nyimpen dulu ya, karena buat interest ya 5 lumayan. Dan dia harus menang sih ini. Soalnya awalnya dia tinggal 20. Kalau nggak menang bisa aja di stack kelima sih kalah. Tapi ini nggak kuat sih, kalah sih. Nggak mati itunya anjir. Mordekaisernya dikasih bruiser emblem.
Yeah, Zyko hits Nem very hard there. Nem down to single digit 8
Apa? Efeknya apa? Bentar aku
gonna be able to find this level up to 8.
Okay, this is actually up for debate. So right now, Nem does have a Demasha spat, and he could have given that to Mordic too until he found Velvet to save HP. So I do wonder.
Noxus ya. Noxus kalau 9 itu 750 health, 75 ability power, sama 75% attack damage. Makanya sakit banget ya Demacia ya. Apalagi kalau bisa 9 dan itemnya cocok buat si carry-nya ya.
Actually, the scary thing is that he also needs Kiana for 6 layers. He doesn't have Kiana, so the 6 layers will be delayed. So he also wants
Oke, si Nem nyawanya tinggal 7. Dia naik ke 8 dan dia nggak dapet Kiana. Nggak dapet Kiana.
Oh boy.
Oh no, kalah sih.
May not find anything. Gonna have to sell off because them has no more room to maneuver.
Udah gak ada duit juga.
Kiana, so fast. Nice.
Oh, dapat Kiana akhirnya 6 Slayer.
Massive for now. These items. Gotta get something down, right? You've got a lot of items on the bench. Going up against Ace, who is also
tapi langsung lawan Ace ya. Ace di atasnya dia. Tapi Six Slayer damage-nya juga sakit ya. Kita lihat guys. Aduh, belum bisa melawan Nila. Masih menang Nilahnya ya.
In the last seconds, but he still can't hold on against Ace and goes out in 8th place in this game.
Ya,
disappointing. You can see the player just above Nem on 25 HP and
Paraseanya itu ya kalah semua di awal. Gimana ini guys?
It's going to be a big uphill battle for Nem now because that was a 7th in game 1 and now
Sekarang
in game 2.
ada
Really
Kang
rough start to the tournament for Nem, but
Unjong
we'll see
ya
if they
dari
can
Korea.
claw their way back in the next few series.
It's not the position he wants to be in, as we said.
Ada IC Toma apa BR itu mana BR?
Pretty much, but IC Toma. We noted before the strategist ball coming together. We've currently got
Lawan Zico ini ya.
We're looking for 9.
3 strategis ya, yang apa Miss Fortune ya. Miss Fortune kurang 3 lagi tuh, bisa bintang 3. Anjir sakit banget anjir Miss Fortune-nya. Sakit banget.
Yeah, it's actually making this Nila just an absolute giga chat in the front line. It's just
sakit banget Miss Fortune-nya, ada 2 ya. Soalnya itu area skillnya ya. Ngujanin peluru gitu.
It's working out a lot better than I would expect this comp if you just look at it head on.
I mean, we've got a lot of high-quality units here. Even if IC Tomo doesn't have a lot of gold to play with.
Ini si Michael yang main number wizard.
Michael as well. We have the chance for the 2-star Sejuani coming in, but we would have to.
Sejuaninya bisa bintang 2. Tapi harus ngejual salah satu sih. Tapi nggak dijual deh. Dia ngelok ya di situ ya. Kalau kalian lihat.
Corner is actually a Freljord Rise, which does an insane amount of damage in CC, so you never want to replace that. I think this board from Michael is top tier at the moment. It's probably the best you can
Kita lihat Bruiser lawan Slayer ya lagi ya.
He's facing Title, who has this like corner
lawan
position
Title.
you would expect from Demacia, and this gets hit very hard by the Freljord Rise as we see it hitting all the important carries. The question is,
tapi lihat itu Belvetnya masih sehat-sehat saja guys, ngebukin dari belakang, mau mati. Oh masih kuat ya, masih kuat Belvetnya, tapi Azirnya masih hidup ya. Gak snap bang, malah ini nggak snap dulu Ivory. 3 hari paling malamnya nggak snap ya gue. Bakal live stream ini. Paling kalau besok Marva snapnya sore, aku pindah sore sih. Ada di gamenya ada bahasa Indonya nggak bakal itu nggak tahu siapa. Tidak bisa mengkonfirmasi kalau itu. Semoga aja ada sih, tapi ya. Kalau Wild Rift tuh ada bahasa Indonesia nya nggak Velo? Velo masih nonton nggak? Kalau misal Wild Rift ada bahasa Indonesia nya kemungkinan bisa jadi bisa ada sih.
Back to titles board, he does have 6 Slayers as we saw earlier, but his Mordecai is 1-star board.
Kayak gitu tuh tergantung peminatnya guys. Kalau misal kayak Vietnam gitu kan banyak tuh, malah ada servernya sendiri gitu untuk TFT. Itu dibikinin server sendiri dan ada bahasanya gitu. Kalau semisal di Indonesia peminatnya banyak, kemungkinan besar juga bisa aja dibikinin server sendiri untuk Indonesia dan ada bahasa Indonesia. Sekarang Titel lawan IC Toma ya. IC Tomanya nggak kuat ya. Oh, kok nggak kuat ya? Murder Kaisernya anjir, ngenahan ya. Si IC Toma kalah ya. Title masih bertahan di urutan ke-6. Main Slayer ya ternyata. Main Slayer, Demacia Bruiser. Jadi Indo orangnya nggak mau main game mikir bang. Nah, tapi banyak yang main Magic Chess menurutku. Oke, sekarang kita lihat title ya. Tuh, Murder Kaisernya. Murder Kaisernya, oh udah mati.
there's one more cast from the Kaisa. Is it enough? The
Fioranya?
trying to push through.
Fioranya?
One more cast, and it's not enough. But T-Lights lives. He hangs on.
Wait, why is T-Lights level 8?
He couldn't get there. He had to roll down so much.
Fioranya bisa menghabisi ya. Kalau kita lihat Michael yang berwizard, masih menang ya si Michaelnya. MC nggak sekomplek ini, iya sih. Kalau komplek sih komplekan ini. Tapi malah bikin seru. Menurutku ya daripada MC yang malah jadi monoton jadinya. Cuma gitu-gitu doang. Saya kalau pas ranked kalian tuh nggak ikut meta tuh bisa menang ya. Kalian ikut meta itu bisa aja kalah. Jadi chance untuk menang tuh setiap game beda-beda. Kalian bisa nge-push satu komposisi itu bisa. Tapi kadang itu maksudnya kemungkinan besar tuh nggak bakal menang juara satu terus gitu. Mungkin 2 kali bisa lah, 3 kali kayaknya agak sulit. Ntar biasanya ketiga antara bapuk atau enggak ke kontes. Kita lawan lihat Michael ya, si Bruiser, si Terlight ini nama 7 Noxus ya, nggak bisa 9 Noxus. Udah ada yang level 9, si Kang Sunjong, udah level 9 dia. Kita lihat si Terlight nyawanya dia tuh udah tinggal 5 doang, menggunakan 7 Noxus melawan si Michael ya yang pakai Bruiser ya. Kayaknya nggak kuat. Kuat atau enggak? Kuat guys lawan si Terlight. Lawan si Michael. Apakah comeback? Apakah si Terlihat bakal comeback? T-Light bakal comeback.
I mean, he's got the belt potential too still.
Bacanya pasti Terlight.
Use those guys' items theoretically.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Si Light masih 5 ya bertahan ya. Sekarang dia naik ya. Tadi dia paling bawah, sekarang dia ngebikin si Michael paling bawah ya. Dia di sini bakal lawan si Zico yang urutan 2 ya, kan ada silangnya tuh. Nah itu kemungkinan besar bakal yang bertemu ya. Nah bener kan lawan Zico. Zico menggunakan apa nih? Gabungan ya. Bruiser lagi ya. Zaiko bakal bisa menang. Kalau bisa menang sih GG sih lawan Zaiko-nya ini. Tapi gameplaynya mantep banget anjir. Ngehil lagi ya. Kaisanya masih hidup. Kalau Kaisanya masih hidup sih masih menang sih. Si T-Light-nya masih lanjut.
Managed to somehow get into the top 4.
So since Michael's and Velvet are more open, they actually might be uncontested.
Soalnya Kaisanya yang jadi powerhouse-nya belum mati sih.
Noxus spat for the Aatrox spot.
Third Noxus spat.
Why not? Why not?
Sure, why not?
Let's go.
Nah, apalagi kalau abis ini dapat Noxus, wah. Belum Noxus. Sekarang Zaiko lawan antara Kang Sungjong atau enggak Ace One ya. Kita lihat si Zico sama si Tyler. Si T-Light tinggal nyawanya yang tinggal dikit-dikit ini. Siapa yang akan lihat? T-Light kayaknya mati sih. T-Light mati guys. Zico juga mati. T-Light pulang ya. Oke, T-Light sama Zico pulang guys. Tinggal 2 teratas. Waduh, kurang 1. Si T-Light-nya jadi urutan 4 ya. Akhirnya TFT lagi. Iya, Padra Dev.
Looking at Ace, what he's got. I mean, he's playing around Neela, but he's playing Neela and Azir. He's playing more around the strategist.
Alright.
Oh boy. Alright, we got 2 remaining. Kang Sunjong.
Oke, udah perebutan juara 2 ya, 2 dan 1. Ada E sama Kang Sunjong. Poinnya Kang Sunjong 8. Kayaknya dia habis menang deh di lobby pertama, di round pertama.
So it's level 9 versus level 8. So Kang Sunjong does have the
si S win streak 11 BTW ya. Si S. Kita lihat. Si Kang Sunjong main The Mask Demacia ya, Demacia Slayer. Ini turnamen tertinggi TFT. Ya, ini turnamen tertingginya TFT. First jump, nge-stun yang belakang. Kita lihat, kayaknya Kang Sunjong deh. Kang Sunjong. Oh, masih hidup. Nilahnya cuma mati ya. Oke.
So both comps are really strong, but it is Kang Sunjong that has
Pada
that level
pakai
of
itu ya,
damage to
Demacia
5
Slayer ya.
and that is just enough HP for him to push over the lead. Is there any way possible?
Kalau si S main apa
It would
deh?
have to be the 3 stars, but he's not quite getting there. He doesn't quite have enough gold. He's
Strategis ya?
Nautilus!
Nautilus bintang 3, gengs. Tapi kayaknya nggak ngebikin big difference sih, tapi kita lihat ya. Apakah bintang 3 Nautilus memberikan impact yang sangat besar buat Ace atau tidak ya? Kita lihat aja di sini. Oh, Kang Sunjong ternyata ada 2 first place ya. Into kita lihat. Kuat. Wah, lumayan lah. Nautilusnya. Kang Sunjongnya tinggal nyawa 1. Nyawanya tinggal 1, anjir. Si Kang Sunjong. Ternyata memberikan impact ya. Bintang 3-nya Nautilus paling nggak bisa menahan damage ya. Ini si S padahal masih level 8 ya. Si Kang Sunjong udah level 9 guys.
Whereas Kang Sunjong probably wants to make a super play with that Mordekaiser and Queen so he can snipe Nyla faster.
Oh, gameplaynya nggak diambil.
So I think Kang Sunjong moving the Mordekaiser to left
Dia pengen
side,
nyari
to left side to dodge the AoE damage is probably the best way to approach it.
Well, I will eat my words. Kang Sunjong has got something new to bring to the fight. We've got the Heimerdinger being brought in with the regen turret, so there will be an extra layer of distraction. But you're right, it's all about the Mordekaiser.
Sunjong needs to dodge the Misfortune. The Misfortune has a Black Cleaver. That's a lot of resistance removers. But if he does stay still, he is going to take all that. He's going to go for a fair fight. Let's see if it's good enough.
Yeah, we'll see if he can avoid
kita lihat guys.
MF might be able to get past the multiple frontliners, but again,
bakal lompat si Jarvannya. Oh, kena si Miss Fortune ya. Miss Fortune-nya ke stun bentar. Wow, sakit banget Jarvannya si Ace. Oh, nggak bisa. Nggak bisa. Ace yang menang nih. Kang Sunjong anjir. Tiba-tiba mati anjir. Dia second in apa ya? Bolak-balik juara 1 ya. Di round pertama sih, round kedua juara 1 guys. Gila banget.
That was absolutely glorious.
Nilainya langsung hilang anjir.
Career coming into one. Kang Sunjong though, you know, to play against the same players in 2 lobbies to get first places both times, that speaks of some great.
Ya, first place buat 2 kali ya.
I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy at all.
We get a little dance from Bay. You know, Bobe didn't make you dance, but King Sunjong, he's got your back.
Oh boy. So, as it did come down to the end, I think for T-Lights in that lobby, of course, I still want to respect just how far he fought tooth and nail to get into the top 4 at all, even if the ultimate result wasn't maybe what.
Itu background di belakangnya ada Surima, ada Targon. Ada apa lagi tuh?
He felt too pressured, had to roll at level 8, try and put something together, because we saw he was carrying that Melio all the way into stage 4, and that feels pretty rough for trying to push this level.
And it's probably definitely the world pressure going on. Players want to get a safe placement because they know that
kameranya dari bawah ya.
Getting the top 8. So I think that does affect the decision making very much these players.
All right, gentle friends, that will bring us to the end of our first 2 games of play, which means we will have our reseed for the lobbies going forward, and the results of these first 2 rounds will determine where our players will be seeded. Of course, we've got Analyst Desk coming up in just a few moments' time, breaking down Game 2, and looking forward to the rest of the tournament. So stay tuned, we'll be back in a few moments' time.
Oke, itu ya, waiting lagi ya.
nice that Thoma's like Israel strat to keep all those items on the inventory for
That's the secret. Don't give away your strategy. As long familiar with him from the Dragonlance
Tata lawan
Championship,
Zico.
take his second place against a hugely dominant board. That title might be about to
Oh,
lose
he finally lost the
streak.
streak.
So close.
That's okay.
It
3-1.
was disappointing.
Oh, Kiana, so fast, so fast. Nice.
Dapat Kiana ya, tapi tetap nggak menang.
Six Slayer in. First
Yang
place
si
in
Nem
a
tadi.
row, and he starts the day going 1-1 for Korea.
What?
Join the final. Widih, turnamen apa itu lagi? Iya, Azril Akbar. Kamu main TFT nggak sih? Ya, si Kan Sung Jong tuh udah itu ya, poinnya 16. Si Tamura juga menang 2 kali ternyata dari poin standingnya ya, overall standing. Bener kan kita ada 6 round ya. Ini jam 9. Setengah 10 tuh 2 round. 1 jam setengah. Jam 12-an lah. Kelar. Tamura juga menang 2 kali. Si Beta menang sekali sama menang juara 2 ya. Si Zico kayaknya tadi Zico juara 2 ya. Sama paling juara 3 pas 1 gitu. Nunggu di mobile bang, malas download di PC. Ya, berarti November 22 ya. Main bareng kita ya kapan-kapan ya. Lobby berdelapan ya. Pas launchingnya ya. Turnamen gini formatnya gimana? Ada web yang bisa dicek nggak? Nggak tahu aku, Fadra. Biasanya bisa sih. Coba di Liquidpedia. Biasanya ada. Formatnya itu poin sih. Jadi ntar 3 hari. Biasanya tuh dari 32 orang. 1 hari ntar nyari 16 orang. Terus hari yang kedua buat nyari 8 orang terbesar. Terus hari terakhir itu pertandingan yang buat 8 orang itu. Nanti kamu bully-bully aku, kamu kan sepuh bang. Enggak, aku nggak sepuh. Aku aja jarang main sekarang dah. Soalnya kan ntar set 10 tuh udah beda lagi setnya. Setiap season tuh mesti beda ya. Apa namanya? Trait atau elemennya beda. Ada itu ya, ada kursiku ya. Mungkin Secret Lab bisa mengirimkan lagi ya. Aku butuh yang baru. Iya, di Playstore masih register tanggal 22 David Kota bulan depan. Bulan depan, bulan ini kan ini udah November ya. Berarti 19 hari lagi. Oh, si Panda Impetus Panda guys. Impetus Panda ya dulunya dari analisisnya Legend of Runeterra sekarang ke Teamfight taktik ya. Kayaknya dia langganannya buat Riot deh.
Hardest legends to play because of the ceiling of what you could do in terms of flexible play. But I
Aku
think
lupa ini siapa namanya, ini content creator juga
we
kalau nggak
haven't
salah.
actually seen a lot of Bilgewater as a primary strategy lane for a lot of players. They feel like
Anjir, rambutnya tuh gimana anjir, ada putih-putihnya gitu.
So what Moore has been saying for a few patches now, Bilgewater is something you can play for a top 4 strategy, which we saw not 1 but 2 players go for.
Impetus Panda ya, temennya Megamog gue. Kalau kalian tahu. Apakah ada yang tahu? Kalau pemain Runeterra mesti tahu sih. Aku dari tahunya si Impetus Panda tuh darinya game Gwen ya, yang The Witcher itu. Sama Megamog gue juga dulunya main itu juga.
I think the lobby we were all expecting to see, right? It's a gold augment start. There's 5 Earth players.
Dia kayaknya emang
Everyone's got that tome looking for that +1.
caster
And in that meta,
atau
like,
analitik,
Noxus is kind of on the lower end. A lot of
analisisnya
people have been
game-game
leaning more
strategi.
towards the Demacia, the Shurima, not the Noxus.
Oh,
But to
gue
get
udah
that
lama gak
Noxus
ngonten ya
start
bang.
and then
Iya,
you can
Azir
snowball
Labar.
it,
Dia
that's
main
when it's
TFT
at its
kebanyakan.
strongest,
Kalau
that's when it
mau
can do
ngecek
well.
di
And then the fact
Twitternya
that you got the
kebanyakan dia
satchel
main
off the
TFT.
carousel, that was also really big.
Baby kind of mentioned it a bit.
Padahal ceweknya
The
mantap
play
ya.
there was to try to go to 9, but it seems like the mid game just didn't quite
Padahal
work out.
pacarnya
So
mau
at least
gue
it was a
mantap
top
ya guys ya.
4, which is pretty good. But again, if you can hit that 9 knocks, it can cap out really well. But it is one of the less popular lines.
I do want to say that I think it was a
Repot
really
kalau
good
ada
top 4
ikan nyangkut di
because
rambutnya.
That lobby,
Iya,
everybody
bener
wanted
banget,
Mordekaiser.
Radit.
Even the Bruiser player was winning
Yeah.
Mordekaiser too. So how can you get to 9 when you can't play around your primary?
Kok sus
core
bang?
class to anchor
Dikit,
teammates?
gak
You saw him
apa-apa
losing
lah.
a lot of HP because he was playing around
Mau ngecek
Kaisa
ya.
2 and then Fiora. Thankfully, he hit a Gangplank 2 set, though that is the lucky thing. Ultimately, he didn't get what he was aiming for, and I think that's what good TFT is. It's about what happens when the optimal scenarios doesn't come your way. If you can put together more runs like that, that's what's going to earn that
Nah,
final
dia
lobby.
terakhir
Not just about
ngebikin
spiking the
tweet
9,
itu
the
tanggal
Mafia, the
12
9
anjir.
all the time. It's about
Kok udah
what
nggak pernah
happens when you don't hit.
keluar lagi, jangan-jangan
As
hilang
you
guys
mentioned
dia
with the
guys.
bruiser line we saw, I think it's one of the most staple
Mungkin
options
lagi biasanya kayak gini tuh mental health gitu loh.
Damage and front line we saw it from Zyko, we saw it from
Oh,
Michael.
bisa jadi
Michael was, I
putus
think, the
anjir.
low roll bruiser player in this lobby. He still had Cassio as an item carrier at the start of stage 4. Finally hit a Zir and very little gold, but in the end finished fifth.
Iya, kok nggak ada
Martyr,
sama
though,
yang
both for Ace and for Zyko, so
ceweknya.
huge in the late game. You mentioned the Mordekaiser 2 for Zyko out of nowhere, all of stage 4. Found the early Heimerdinger as well and had a third place finish I think was pretty good compared to that first and second from Ace and Kansunjong.
Yeah, also the support items came into play there with the bruiser line, the Virtue giving a ton of extra health
Oh, ini
regen for those
ceweknya.
bruisers as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of healing, which really kind of elevated that comp there.
We generally had a lot of healing all throughout the game. I think with Earth being like the main line that players go for, it
Apakah
makes
jangan-jangan
sense that we
live
don't
Marvel
see
Snap
a
kapan
whole
lagi, Bang?
lot of,
Besok
like,
berlian
hero or
Aditya,
directional
sore ya.
augments and much rather general
Bakal aku pindahin ke
buffing
sore ya
offense coming
untuk
through,
live
and of course,
Marvel Snap-nya
Kansunjong
untuk
able to take
hari
this lobby home.
His items
Sabtu
are
dan
really good.
Minggu.
Basically perfect across the board. The one
Sementara
and
untuk
one in
weekend
particular
ini.
is adaptive helm on
Soalnya kalau
target.
malam
A lot
buat
of
ini ya,
people are still not
buat
paying attention to this
live
very
stream
small
TFT,
but
soalnya aku
actionable
dapat
change
akses
where the more
host
units are targeting, you get extra
host stream sih.
mana. Kind of like Stoneplay Gargoyle. So this item allows
Oh,
target
ini
to have
si
multiple
Sermi.
times with that Radiant Warmogs. Has
Polo,
a really
ah.
good amount of synergy with Protector's Vow as well. So you get the initial cast and you get the follow-up cast, leading to high impact Jarvan abilities.
And we're going to take a look at our stats after game number 2. Unfortunately, Ego with 2 8th places there at the start. That was a player that a lot of hope from Brazil was relying on, but not all is hope just yet. There's so many more games you could always claw back from this, but...
Ya, tapi dia tumben loh nggak
I'm not
gitu.
saying that's my dark
Sama
horse,
si
but I'm saying
Mogwai
that's my
biasanya.
dark horse.
Not just
Kayaknya putus mau gue guys.
early. Look at Huey
Yeah.
also in 6. Could we see 2 OC players
Terus terkena
come out the
mental
gate
ya.
hot and cement themselves in the final lobby? That would
Bang,
be
kalau Carousel mending
Also
ngambil
Connor,
item
a player
atau
from NA that
unit?
a lot of, viewers were
Kalau
saying, oh, he's gonna be
sama
strong as some
Buto.
of the big names from NA. Right here we're seeing
Hmm.
Dark Horse.
My dark
Yeah.
horse.
Dog always knows the right answers and pretty much every
Kalau pas di bagian akhir ya, menurutku lebih ke kalau misal
You know,
championnya champion yang gede ya,
They're in the back
jacket that he never wears.
dan championnya misal kalau bisa jadi bintang 2 dia bisa ngebikin power, mending champion.
Oh, I
with you?
Yeah, absolutely. I
Karena
bring the
kalian
dashboard
bisa
with me.
menyelamatkan nyawa kalian kan.
Alright, we're gonna go to a quick break before we head
Finalnya
on over
berapa
to
days,
game
Bang?
number 3, but
Hari Minggu
hopefully
berarti.
We'll keep
Tanggal
you
5.
off of those buttons. We'll see you on the other side.
Iklan ya. New drop. Kayaknya ada dropnya deh kalau kalian mau nonton, tapi pakai Prime kayaknya. Nah ini bisa dong lagi dikirimin lagi. Oh bukan dikirimin sih, aku beli sih ini. Tapi yang kedua boleh dikirim dong Secret Lab. Ini standar ya. Standar turnamen gaming kursinya tuh harus Secret Lab ya. Jadi kalau tatonya nggak banyak kayak gitu cakep banget dah. Iya. Nah, aku pengen yang seri terbaru ini sih, bisa di bantalnya magnetik. Terus yang belakangnya enak. Yang Evo 2022. Mau dong Secret Lab. Sumpah enak banget Radit ya. Aku tidak menyesal membeli dengan harga berapa dulu? 7 juta kayaknya. Terus kalau misal beli, kalian belinya yang Titan aja sih. Tapi Titan lebih enak gara-gara gede sih. Jadi kalian bisa kakinya di atas dua-duanya ya. Kalau beli yang biasa nggak bisa. Lebih lebar Titan. Minta sama abang jangan gegabah apa? Jangan. Tidak baik. Boleh dong satu. Untuk official chair partner. Dia mesti bakal jadi chair partner gak sih? Kayak di TI gitu kan, jadi official chair partner League of Legends, Valorant. Kalian tahu nggak ternyata Secret Lab tuh dari Singapura loh. Belum nggak salah. Base-nya di Singapura. Sini bang, nobar The Marvel. Kapan? Azril Akbar. Kapan sih keluarnya dia? Ayo, yang di Jakarta sama nobar. Tapi biar diri-diri ya. In Marvel we no longer trust. S Tosun match 1 ya? Iya, S Tosun anime S. Dapat rating berapa sih The Marvel? Ratingnya udah keluar belum sih? Gantian ya Impetus Panda sekarang. Suaranya khas banget ntar kalau dia ngomong.
Very, very excited. It's been so crazy until now. The parity in HP totals between every lobby we've seen, it's been from 8th to 2nd place.
Suaranya tuh enak banget gitu denger.
So much on the line for all these players. We're 2 games in, so much still to play for, but some players need to already start mounting a comeback.
And so many Earth players as well. And we've seen a lot of.
That's not going to change.
I know we've seen a lot of gambling over
Titan
there.
sama lebih nyaman mana bang? Titan sama Secret Lab. Apa? Bentar nggak kebaca kalau dari situ.
Different lines here. Maybe the Sun, the Earth player will find something like Sun, maybe like.
Titan itu sama-sama Secret Lab. Maksudnya Secret Lab tuh ada Secret Lab yang biasa, yang kecil buat orang-orang kecil, sama ada yang Secret Lab yang buat orang besar tuh namanya Titan. Nah, aku makanya yang Titan ini. Bagus sih casternya, karena berdiri terus. Iya. Soalnya biar lebih aktif sih menurutku anime. Kalau duduk kan itu ya.
Well, Lee Sin is something we won't be seeing here in this lobby. I think Tech Summers will be in this Game 3 lobby on main broadcast. He's a player you're talking about lines that have not been explored. He's really trying to diverge from the typical 4 costs and instead trying to work into those 3 costs. We saw multicasters online in Game 1. We've seen MF having a lot of protagonism with players like Isotoma, with players like Ace in that last game as well.
We'll probably want to see something similar like
Titan
that.
Gak pernah dengar bang.
Really that many people contesting.
Di AOT Titan kan.
The poor players also in our lobby. He needs to bounce back after two games that went not so well.
Not so well.
Yeah, I'm actually so surprised.
Iya, anjir tatonya banyak banget ya. Sejulur dua tangan. Tato semua anjir. Jadi dia gak usah pakai baju udah. Yang bagian sininya ya maksudnya ya. Jadi kayak udah kayak lengan panjang gitu kan. Oh, Titan benda apa emang? Oke, kita bakal lihat ke lobby ketiga ya. Ada SEA-nya nggak? Nggak ada SEA-nya ya sekarang. Ada Hong Lian,
anything outside of his own game.
Ada Hansing. Anjir, Cinanya ada 3 sendiri loh. Cinanya ada 3 sendiri ya. Dimasukin sini semua ya. Yang disuruh diadu orang Cinanya ya.
Also find someone from OC who actually bounced back after
ada si Hui.
Ended up winning on game 2. I'm also noticing
si Beta ya paling banyak ya poinnya ya. Terus
Not only
Hui.
that, but we have 3 people, well actually 4, who have been playing not Earth Legend. So bringing it back to that, Huey has been caught running the Ornn. Hong Lian has been on Twisted Fate. Tex Summers on
Oceania ya.
and Kess on
Tapi
the
bukan
board. Do
saya
they
ya.
stick with it, or is 2 games of performance enough to say, okay, game change?
They heard about us complaining about Earth, and now they said, yeah, let's try and pretend there's actually half Earth, half not Earth in this tournament. But also a very interesting lobby because 5 of these players have been to
Yang Cina itu ya, niat ya. Kalian sadar nggak? Pakai jaket putih semua. Kayaknya foto di studio deh, yang Cina. Soalnya kalau yang Cina itu mainnya barengan ya. Bentar kalian lihat di kameranya. Nah, kita masuk ke game yang ketiga, dan kita bakal lihat lobby ketiga ya di hari yang pertama.
You can tell that this isn't an Earth-centric lobby because you only have
Turnamen luar enak ya, kalau mau foto profil pakai masker sama wajah gimana nggak dipermasalahin. Ya. Apalagi yang Jepang lo pakai masker anjir. Kayaknya takut itu deh. Takut di doxing maybe, atau enggak takut diketahui emaknya atau bapaknya, bukannya belajar malah main TFT ya. Makanya ditutupin pakai masker ya. Katanya Legend mau dihapus, Bang. Ini Tactician. Oh, Legend yang itu yang milih-milih itu ya. Bisa jadi, kan itu biasanya TFT biasanya testing sih kayak gitu. Biasanya ya. Mungkin nanti bakal diganti sama yang lain, misal kalau dihapus. Jadi setiap season tuh mesti berbeda sistemnya. Sistem yang bagus bakal dipakai terus, sistem yang kayaknya kurang bagus bakal diganti. Kayak Augment ini kan dari season berapa itu? Terus di-keep terus kan. Wih, ada Bang Forsaken. Halo Bang Forsaken. Gimana kabarnya? Gimana kemarin? Runeterranya ikut turnamen? Ya nggak Bang Forsaken? Ada game kartu baru Bang, apa Akbar? Gue yang casting bagian asli Bang. Oh, di Twitch ya? Nah ini nih. Mantap sih. Jadi udah jadi casternya sekarang ya Bang Forsaken ya. Ngeri guys, jadi casternya dari Runeterra ya. Official ya. Ya gue disuruh sama Riotnya. Mantap Bang. Keren. Oh, Warcraft Rumble, bukannya itu kayak Clash of Royale ya? Aku nyoba sih, baru bentar doang tapi di awal belum mainin. Oke, kita balik ke game ya. Di sini masih game A. Oh, udah masuk ke stake 21 ya. Ada Tex Summer. Kebanyakan pada ngambil book ya. Ngambil yang milih emblem ya. Ada 3 orang di sini. Ini TFT masih babak awal atau udah masuk final nih? Masih awal Bang Forsaken, masih day 1. Untuk championship-nya. Paling finalnya nanti di hari Minggu sih. Lawan Hui ya. Si Hui ini pakai kamera HP. Kayaknya pakai kamera HP aja. Kenapa potret? Dia potret sendiri ya kameranya ya.
Snowball this lead and get that gold every single round in stage 2, ideally going for the 5 win streak.
Dia pakai potret sendiri ya, bukan landscape ya. Kalau si Tex Summer nih Argentina Pride ya.
Yeah, and now we just need to see. He started winning.
Dia maybe main Bruiser sih. Oh, avoid Bruiser dulu ya.
maybe the players will start actually trying to
Si
play a little more aggro. We've seen in the past
Saya
how
Void
everyone was
3 lumayan ya dapetin
2 or
yang
3 players started to
ininya
push levels quite
anakan
early.
itu.
We're gonna also be seeing what emblems
Lumayan ya
they
buat
picked out. Beta,
nambah-nambah
Alternahwe
damage
on
sama
the
tankinya.
Demacia, and the known challenger spat coming
Kayak
through
aku
from
dulu pas
Nanjing,
turnamen
but
ML.
we will be
Wih,
seeing
mantep.
that board
Turnamen
as we are here
di
on
mana?
the other
Azil
side.
Akbar.
For him has a BT, has that challenger emblem, and is moving through boards thus far with 100 HP, but so are other people.
And Tex could be leaning maybe into some kind of Nico
Lawan
line
Hansing ya.
maybe even Void reroll.
Oh,
Hanshing
menang
maybe
Hansing
going
ternyata.
to Challenger, Aatrox much later into the game. Challenger has been kind of deleted from the meta for a few patches.
Yep, Challenger kayaknya udah jarang terlihat juga ya di metanya seperti kata si Impetus Panda. Oh, dapat Milo. Apakah diambil Milonya? Enggak ternyata ya.
And we really challengers are one of those comps that really are great for this specific
Kita lihat
format.
Hong
They actually just want to
Lian,
go
nyawanya udah 88.
say top 2, top 3, maybe actually hanging out and steamrolling it over the
Tapi dia kalah mainin Lost Streak.
amazing
Tuh,
start.
kalau
And a
di
few starters
Jepang kayak
gonna
gitu
be
ya,
great
di
for
Jepang.
Hong
Di
Lian.
Cina tuh main
He
bareng
doesn't
tuh.
have the challenge pad,
Lihat
but
tuh.
still in a
Oh,
few
kalian nggak
to-
bisa lihat kameranya ya. Ini nih.
Doesn't have a
Kameranya di
challenge
Jepang
strat,
tuh
that's
pada
another
main
player,
bareng tuh.
But he also has the
Aku pindah sini
Twisted
aja kali ya.
Fate. Him and Ace both. Those were the two players coming into this World Championship from China that we were looking for. That we were saying
Tuh,
those
lagi
are the
di satu
players
tempat.
that are heavy hitters. And
Dan
both of them going for
di
the
belakangnya backgroundnya ada warnanya ya. Apa bukan ada layarnya ya? Maybe di sana disiarin lagi ya. Di Cina beda-beda lagi ya
Game 1, I
bentukannya.
heard, I've seen rumors across social media. He hit 9 Demacia and was able to win that game 1, get those 8 points. He's on Demacia emblem once again. We'll see how the
ke
stage
karosel yang pertama ya. Tuh lihat guys kan, dilihatin semua tuh. Yang Cina di satu tempat kan.
There's a saying that we have in Latam, which is Alternahwe
Jaketnya
played it
sama,
really well. Whenever he high rolls, he
kursinya
says,
juga
"I put myself in a
hampir
position to
sama.
high
Ya
roll."
sama
So,
kursinya.
yeah. Of course, just hit. We have that too.
very humble.
Cina kayaknya
Just
tempat
gotta play the game
kemarin
right
sih
and
mereka
challenge
iya.
or summon your wins.
Nico on the carousel. Could have gone to Tex if he is trying to play that line. It is instead Weijin picking up the Nico and the Cloak in this case. Stage 2 always going to be so relevant for some of those 3-cost units, but maybe also for those components to try and finish off these items, especially if you're trying to win streak the rest of this stage.
I do
And
like
here's Kess.
Si
like
Cass ya,
that
si
Weijin
Cass.
was
Nomor 1 si
hyped
Cass
out
ternyata.
still in the
Dia main
Nico.
Challenger
He
Noxus,
knew what he was
Juggernaut
about.
gabungan ya.
I like what Kess is really doing. He's on a good
Satu
win
tim
streak.
kayaknya.
Enggak,
kayaknya itu dipinjemin deh.
The Samira,
Masih dia.
and look at the bench. 2 Nikos already. He
Menurutku
also
ya,
had
itu dipinjemin.
those in that position. Bastion is also an overlooked comp to look out, but it can be a good front line for a bit.
I love watching Escort Quest in Stage 2, the Get Down Mr. President comp, trying to do anything you can.
Lawan
Jin
Tex
bullets,
Summer.
you have to get in front of them, take the hit on your front line ideally, and you get the 3 gold every time you do win, so it is really a comp that even the stats are inflated because very good players do not pick this augment unless you already have a very strong start with lots of upgrades, and that's maybe the case here for Cass.
Dan si Cass mainnya
But it is looking like it might
Duh,
get
nggak kuat
close
nih, Kak.
here. The Oriana has been buffed a couple patches ago. She does do significant
tuh
damage.
anjir dikit lagi padahal ya.
She's coming! Oh no!
We couldn't save the president, not this time.
The automatons are not quite there yet. We have to get to the next level of dummy, the robotic AI
Dikit
dummy
lagi
that can
padahal
actually
ya.
fend off for themselves.
And he made the pivot. As soon as we pivoted out of him, he actually...
Si Hong Lian ini
took
main
out
apa
the
nih?
count, he ended up
Pergabungan
playing
lagi ya,
the
Noxus
Nico,
Challenger ya.
the-
Noxus Challenger
William.
Juggernaut.
And I
What
see
Hong Lian's
Hong
playing here.
Lian.
Juggernautnya
I see the
dari
Pandora side. I see
si
that
Nautilus
the
sama
RFC
Darius
and the
ya.
Giant Slayer already slammed. I mean, this is sad.
Detective
Challengernya
Fight had
tuh
please help our viewers out
dari
who might not have played the last few minutes
siapa
in
itu?
TFT.
Yang
This is one of
champion
the
baru,
comps that you
yang kayak
have seen
anjing.
a lot in the past, which is
Sama
basically you grab
Samira ya.
Nyla or Neil Life.
Aku bukan miso ya guys ya.
Anila
No
with
worries.
a lot of
Kayak
pros.
serigala sih ya.
One,
Serigala
maybe
sih.
2 rapid fire cannons, 1 Giant Slayer, and as a Joanie you just top things up, and you have a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that is basically the alternative to the all-hated multicasters that people were running with the Twisted Fate back then, the Neela, the Bruisers. Now, Bilgewater has gotten a little bit
Kalah
better,
sih
so that makes
harusnya Hong
Neela
Lian.
even stronger and is definitely a good choice to run if you are in that Twisted Fate line. Granted, nobody else is going for it.
Oh, enggak ternyata. Menang
Dummy
ternyata.
again. It was so close. Two fights in a row,
Dummy
so
lagi.
unfortunate for Cass. Very strange stage 2, not a single player able to get that 5 win streak going into Krugs.
I do want to point out the first loot of First Sanctum. A small duplicator. There's a couple players that are actually rerolling for 2-star, 3-star, two colors and 3.
Just say text. It's okay.
Maybe text as well. I'm not biased at all. No.
But Kess, unfortunately, that's 6 gold loss among those last 2 fights. That of course snowballs with the.
Tapi si Kess masih di atas sih, tapi sayangnya kayaknya win streak-nya hilang ya. Sekarang mah jadi itu lost streak tuh.
Impact most of his stage 3 and how much he can snowball his lead.
Some nice 3 costs coming through here for Altanahwe. Is on that Demacia line, gets a Sona airdrop. It's definitely something you are going to be happy about as Krugs are finished. Thankfully, no one is weak enough to lose to them. I'm happy we're not in that kind of patch.
I mean, at some point, maybe later down the line.
Maybe later down the line.
2 things. First, how Altanahwe, he's actually only 80 HP with this board, with a very strong board, early game. Cassiopeia with a lot of really good item, trying to just preserve the HP, and also Beta. Beta is the only player who actually 5-streak, even either win streak or lose streak. And I do want to see how he actually recovers from that.
He is going to be on the Ionia emblem. He's also one of the Ancient Archives players from stage 2. So
dapat Ionia emblem. Mungkin bakal ngejar 6 Ionia sih. Sama Slayer bisa jadi ya. Bukan dengan Demacia Slayer ya, tapi Ionia Slayer ya.
Of the correct emblems here, he can become a win-streaking player in stage 4.
And that's always so interesting to me on like how
si Beta paling bawah nih 54 nih. Jangan-jangan dia comeback memainkan lost streak comeback ya. Tomnya masih belum dipakai ya. Tom of Trade-nya tuh di bench masih ada.
Rounds and rounds later and it's not what you wanted.
Gonna have 8 options or 8 traits tailored rather, but we're gonna get silver augment for this.
Oke, silver augment ya. Ya, berarti ada iron, silver, gold ya.
I'm still trying to
Kalau
find
satu
out.
ada yang warna agak bukan kuning sih, agak emas-emasan dikit.
Nila, how you branching out? So he's gonna keep the emblem on his bench, probably just ramping it up. He's trying to reforge it as much as possible until they find either Freljord or Bilgewater.
He found a Bruiser emblem. He popped it instantly, and that's so good with the Nila. Honglian just
Honglian yang dapat Bruiser ya.
And one key thing to know with emblems and TF is that craftable emblems only reroll into other craftable emblems and uncraftable into other uncraftable emblems. So there is much more control than you think. It's not that wide fan of options that you might be expecting from Pandora's items.
And as Make said, it's a very good starting point.
Honglian lawan Hang Sing sama-sama dari Cina di sini. Hang Sing juga dapat challenger emblem.
Like Pana was saying, he knows exactly what's in the pool. He will have to wait for maybe a longer time than necessary now. But with that Pandora's, you have that option. You can do it. You know you got an emblem that is going to reforge into uncraftables. It's going to be a good and easy time. I do think though we need to check in with Weijin because stationary
nyebelin banget tuh jalannya si
there, but I do want to know what's going on. 96 HP and a win streak is always something we need to check. And looking at the board, ooh, I miss ZZ Rot so much, you guys. It was one of my favorites.
Well, you have both ZZ Rot and a dummy, the perfect combination. Not so much for Kessens to those earlier rounds, but here adding some extra front line, it does do something actually in terms of
si Nafiri namanya ya.
3 items stacked on her already.
I mean, this
yang serigala itu.
They're actually
many friends.
Yeah, a couple really tanky friends.
Sekarang yang nomor 1 adalah si dia.
As we were saying at the start of the show, Miss Fortune is a
Rosiani Verson
underrated for a long time, but now
dari NA.
She's starting to pop up more.
Itu avatarnya digerak-gerakin nggak ada ngaruhnya kan? Nggak ada ngaruhnya sama sekali.
Yeah, in a way.
Take credit.
Azriel.
Yeah, she's
Dan nggak ada skill ceiling-nya juga.
Due to the Bilgewater, she has this kind of wide area damage that often allows you to get that backline access as well. So
main Bilgewater maybe dia
when
nanti.
Bilgewater was a thing, Sumi. I loved playing MF, and I'm so happy she's back.
Akhirnya si Hui dia kayaknya di zoomin deh. Tadi kayaknya nggak sedekat ini ya.
Last fight doesn't lose even more HP now. He has 2 Ionia emblems off of that.
Nggak ada efeknya sama sekali. Jadi kosmetik ini nggak ada efeknya sama sekali.
Has to find that Zaya especially, and has to try and stabilize. He's at 40 HP already.
I mean, at least he hit Yeah, at least he's gonna have 6 Ionia for a long time. At least he's very stable. We need to see the roll down in the part of beta. And Tex, what do you have to say about Tex?
He's on void reroll. I think these are one
Si
of the
beta
options
bisa
he
6
has.
Ionia nih. Dia udah dapat 2 emblem Ionia tuh. Iya nggak sih? Ya, Nox ke Darius sama Ace. Tuh, si beta dikasih tahu ya. Nah, bener kan 6 Ionia? Nggak bang, maksudku kayak ini pas ambil item kudu cepet-cepetan kah? Dibukanya dari bawah. Dibukanya dari yang kalah. Dibukanya 2-2 nanti 2 awal yang berarti urutan 8 sama 7 dulu ngambil. Terus nanti 6-5 ngambil. Terus 4-3 baru 2-1.
But it's a little bit of the low rolls. I think he just hit the hash too.
Jadi kalau pengen menang karosel ya mainnya low streak gitu. Jadi kayak low streak tuh kayak ada hadiahnya tuh, bisa buka karosel lebih cepat. Kita lihat 6 Ionia apakah bisa melawan Cash. Tapi kayaknya belum cukup. Masih bisa ternyata, masih kuat ternyata ya, kuat banget anjir malah. Karmanya sakit ya.
Can really carry you through these fights in stage 3, but once everyone else says, hey, it's time for me to roll down, it's time for me to spike my board, I do not think this Ashe will be able to fight.
Is what then gonna happen? Hopping over though to Tex, we were talking about him and the potential void reroll does have 4 voids on board, and if
ada main sorcerer si Tex Summer ternyata dapat swing-nya harusnya dinaikin tuh.
There does have that statics and that Rabadon, which I assume is going to go towards a Kaisa later.
Yeah, most likely. I think this is a comp that he's
masih bingung dia mau diambil enggak. Oh kan udah diambil ternyata. Paling ngejual yang ngejual si Neko ya. Biar interestnya balik lagi ke 3 ya, balik ke 3-1.
Oh, I was more of a Heraldine.
Interest hitungannya 10% dari gold kita ya.
It depends on the side of the ocean because on our side
10%.
But the one thing I will say
10%-nya 5 tuh berarti berapa? 50. Iya benar 10%-nya.
Actually was doing quite well. Ended up top 2 in top 3 in a lot of the lobbies. Wasn't really enough to win, but when you just
tapi tetap kalah ya. Ternyata masih kalah.
To try and continue again finding that 6-point spike, which really needs, but Weijin continues to streak. Red buff is an augment you will be seeing picked very often throughout the entire tournament. Gives you so much combat strength for a silver augment.
And Hong Lian is going to join him.
Hong Lian dijual.
As we enter the wolves, and you can see the gold of our players.
Oh ya, siap main build water strategis ya. Main apa tuh namanya Miss Fortune strategis ini harus.
Ace.
Model Kaisernya dikasih rapid fire cannon tuh. RFC ya. Jadi RFC tuh itemnya ngebikin yang nambah jarak attack-nya ya. Jadi kan si Model Kaiser itu tadi melee ya, jadinya dia jadi rank ya.
It does feel like it is this is not the variation you usually look when you're seeing double RFC, but now we're seeing the roll-down of Alta. Now he also has a Slayer spat on top of the Massive spat.
Oke, si Alta Nahu main Demacia Slayer lagi nih. Ada yang main Demacia Slayer ya, tapi dia udah Demacia 7. Dan dia udah ngerol sampai golnya sampai 7 tuh.
Jarvan now being itemized their last second is only a J41, but is maybe enough to do some damage to that backline there, knock him down, hit him, and it will hit the Misfortune, it will hit the Kaisa, if only for a brief second.
Fioranya belum kuat ya.
With the way that Weijin has put together this board, there is not much you can do to take it down right now. The Misfortune 2 was hit right before.
Tapi masih menang ya.
Wonder
Kaisernya masih kuat, kagak mati-mati. Wonder Kaisernya.
Maybe considering trying to hold out on slamming this item, trying to greed for the QSS on the Mordekaiser instead. He's currently 8th place in the HP standings. He felt the pressure from the rest of the lobby, slams the Hodge on the Quinn. Gonna have the Radiant DB on the Quinn, I assume, for the rest of these fights.
Oke, augment yang ketiga, gold augment ya.
Our players, you can see some of them insta picking their legend choices. Of course, something like a final grab bag is always nice to have, but some of them taking a little bit longer. Notably, Tex Summer. Of course doesn't want the
Tex Summer emang lama sih milih augmentnya di sini. Dia udah ngereset semua ya, dapatnya mana burn, give from the fallen sama infusion.
picks
Ambil
the
apa itu?
comp, and he ended up getting a Targon
Nggak terlalu
So
kelihatan
this
di
is
sini.
something you don't see as much usually.
Si Honglian ngambil Demacia lagi ya.
Very chaseable trade, but
Berarti banyak yang main Demacia nih.
Nikon, Soraka, back in the day used to do a lot of
Si
damage.
Beta udah dapat Ionia Vanquisher nih.
Beta is still on 5 ashes. He's sitting at 10 gold. He's level 7. I think he's pivoted off the idea of only trying to focus on the ash and the set, trying to push for some board strength now by going 7, and then trying to roll on 7 to hit everything else because he's so far behind already. But I don't think it's going to go well. He's streaking for now, but until when will this streak last?
Si Beta masih win streak ya.
Coming through with 3 items on a Kaisa and a
sakit
Nasus
banget.
which is a massive tanky unit. It is holding down the fort for just a little while. Is not going to be enough. Beta able
selamat ya
to
si
build
Beta.
out the win streak now on fire. On the back of that,
Ya win streak
maybe
5 ya,
has a
build up
chance
win
to
streaknya
grow
mulai.
this board, to find that Zaya, to go more into the Ionia even.
But there's some hope for Beta, as we saw in the first loot.
Berarti nyari Ahri ya paling ya.
If Beta, there's a Saya pair, if he can actually
ada Saya
do stabilize for a long time, maybe even find the Saya,
ada
a couple of lashes, he'll have the duplicator and the guarantee for a free star.
Kehansing main challenger.
As his last option, healing orb for Huey, a very good combat element that might help him stay relatively healthy in this stage 4. Mana burn for Tech Summers, though. We're seeing the return of ZZ-Ra, we're seeing the return of Shroud as well. So this game is kind of the highlight for all of the support items that, of course, all our Rat viewers know and love.
I personally do. I don't know why you're looking at me like that, but I'll take it. I'll herald it. Kesh on the other side with the Bastions.
With the Bastion.
Soraka nearly together. Does have 6
Menang kah Hansing? Kayaknya menang sih. Dia udah dapat itu pula Atrok pula ya.
Be strong, and you can see why she falters, and Kesh does with her.
Si Kesh turun juga.
Doing quite well. The challenger play already has an Aatrox with a challenger spat, as you were saying, Panda.
Di karosel ada kos 5 ya. Nya 2. Oh, nggak diambil. Si Beta ngambil itu ya, saya ya, biar saya yang bintang 2 ya. Dan dia butuh saya 1 kalau nggak salah. Sionnya nggak diambil, Hammernya nggak diambil sih.
And finding him so early is going to be so relevant for a player
diambil
that
sama
was relatively low in HP, now will hopefully crawl back up in the standings and try and find himself in the middle of the pack as we go into stage 5.
Speaking of players that need to claw back, I'm a little bit worried for Altanahwe. I'll be honest with you guys, with how many players are going into that Slayer line, into that Mordekaiser line, something we were talking
Slayer
about
banyak banget anjir.
I feel like Altanahwe is currently holding hands with all these guys, and it's a little bit like that Spider-Man meme where they're just all pointing at each other, and I think Altanahwe might fall here if he's not able to find that Mordekaiser too.
I was looking at the bench.
Harus dapat Mordekaiser 2 si Altanahwe. Soalnya pada main Slayer semua. Ya kalau ke kontes tuh kayak gini ya.
And that's not enough.
This is a sign of a player that knows to play to his outs, knows to play into what he's hitting with the game.
Kalau Altanahwe lawan Honglian tuh, Honglian punya Mordekaiser ya, dikasih RPC 2 sama Guinsoo ya. Attack speednya jadi kencang banget.
He has the duplicator as well, which is the key thing here. He needs to lean into something that he can duplicate, and that will be the Quinn for this fight.
Oh, tapi menang si Altanahwe
close to winning, but this Mordekaiser doing so much on the opposite side, just barely. Mordekaiser stays alive. The God of Death does God of Death things.
The J4 for Altanahwe in this fight is literally the MVP. The amount of cataclysms he got out, the units he found was perfect. So good. If Altanahwe can continue this, it's going to be really good. But speaking of things that are good, we kind of have to mention the things that are bad. There's an Ash coming through. Ash by now.
Karma bintang 3.
We don't really have Karma items.
Tapi itemnya nggak ada ya.
Oh, yes. Items have arrived.
But you're not doing Last Whisper Karma, at least.
No.
Are you sure? Didn't you want to cook Pie Hat?
That's a little too much even for me. But maybe now with a different carry, now that Ashi, he has
kita lihat ya apakah berhasil dipindah ya itemnya ya ke saya ya.
What do you think, Max?
We're going to see. First of all, that J4 misses both of the AD carries in that backline, which is good news. Feathers fly into the enemy backline. Altanahwe taking another hit. Beta able to hang on.
Altanahwe ternyata tinggal 19 nyawanya. Udah di bawahnya Beta ternyata dia.
Kesh 30. They're looking down there and they're trying to kick them off the platform.
At the top end, Weijin has lost some of his
Nyawanya
momentum.
nyawanya 319, beta 23, tapi dari goldnya juga sama-sama tinggal dikit ya, 9 sama 6. Semuanya masih pada level 7 ya, kebanyakan 7 sih, yang masih level 8 tuh yang udah level 8 tuh ada si Wasiani Versen, Rusian Sing, ya baru 2 orang doang ya. Dan nyawanya masih lumayan, dan goldnya juga masih gede, banyak.
Because he is contesting with Hong Lian, both of them are on that strategist line. So who's going to come out
dapat
on
Gangplank.
top? Are you going to be able to make it? Find
Dapat Azir.
Maybe is this where we could get them all together? Altenawe upgrades all across the board. That was a Zona, that was the Mordekaiser.
Zonanya bintang 3 ya.
Needs to sell off some units. Will do exactly that. Finds it,
Gimana
and that is what we were talking about. That could be the saving grace for Altenawe.
Masih ada item sih dia. Masih ada 3 item ya yang belum dipasang. Oke, lawan Altenawe. Apakah bisa? Latam versus NA.
Dritway does come in, and that's one massive boat, but the Cataclysm does as well.
Mordekaisernya udah bintang 2, udah sakit banget ya.
Is making his way through that backline, serving bonks and smashing left and right, taking down Weijin even further, and that could be the savior for
Kes menang.
Worried about Beta.
Well, just to feel Altenawe side
Beta kalah ya. 3-15 namanya. Neko bintang 3.
Free for Kes. We were worried about him.
Wow.
I think the lobby has to be worried about him now.
And 30 HP, still have a lot to work with as many lives now, even in stage 5.
Neko bintang 3, guys.
On his last life, he faces that Exodia player, and suddenly you lose, you're out, you're very disappointed. In this case, Kes needs a big comeback. He's on 3 points.
Tarik bintang 3 juga.
Will this be enough for the Japanese player to try and crawl his way back up to the middle of the pack at the end of this day one?
Ini tinggal si siapa ini namanya? Yang warna ungu ini. Dari Targon, guys.
Does go up against Weijin, and Weijin we were talking about.
Bintang juga 3, bentar lagi bintang 3 ya.
To stop the bleeding, the GP2 potential is there, but it hasn't come together yet. You can also see the Nautilus copies in the back.
Kita lihat Kes apakah bisa menang dengan bintang 3-nya.
Well, but thus far the Nautilus 2 is tanking so much.
Nekonya nge-tankingin banget, damage-nya kurang sih.
The backline is alive.
Backline-nya tetap masih hidup, masalahnya si Wasiani Versennya.
Not gonna be working out for Kes.
I do like the
ternyata belum cukup ya.
Shallow Isles rise, so the Nautilus ended up being very tanky, very annoying. Nautilus free for Weijin Iverson, so very stable. And whenever he dies, the Rise will resurrect him, so he's gonna come back and just continue being annoying.
And we see the battle of the game plans, where players are playing very high tempo, like Weijin, like Tex, are healthy, but now maybe starting to either lose fights or barely winning out these fights. On the flip side, players are playing for reroll strategies. They've hit, and now they are the monsters in these lobbies. Beta should be one of them, but he low-rolled the Ashes. He has a pivot into a kind of a tempo game plan with Zaya and Karma instead. She only has 1 item.
Let's see
Soraka namanya. Kita lihat Beta, guys. Beta nyawanya tinggal 3 nih. Apakah kuat? Ionnya Vanquisher kayaknya nggak kuat ya. Itu Nautilusnya bintang 3, nggak kuat ditembus anjir. Udah keluar duluan ya si Beta ya. Si Kes kita lihat tinggal Nekonya.
That's so disheartening.
That's an
okay.
Hampir lagi, hampir aja.
If I'm still alive, don't call the fight, makes.
In fairness, he got resurrected out of there. I didn't know he was going to be in there.
That was closer than I expected.
You never expect the Aatrox Inquisition makes. It's always a surprising one. Believe me, I'll know.
Oke, aku sini mau lihat si Kes ngambil apa. Kes masih bingung nih dia mau ngambil apa.
This is close to hidden, but I was just got the short end of the straw. So there's no, I mean, it happens sometimes. But now, since the entire lobby is so strong, everyone just hit, and I really don't know. One fight, one small positioning mistake could be enough to actually go 7 from this lobby.
One thing we saw in that last fight with Weijin as well, the synergy between the Rai Shadows with
Ini
Martyrs
si
especially
Texhammer
is
ya.
gonna be so effective for all these fights on stage 5.
Rek'Sai bintang 3.
3 items on Rek'Sai, 2 Rek'Sais in the shop.
Do you buy it?
The gold does come in, some sells, some tactical sales come through. Vel'Koz now going to be sitting at 2-star. You're probably going to abandon the idea of this Vel'Koz.
Oh, Vel'Koznya dikit lagi.
5 copies right now. Maybe
Tactical.
level 8 is a little bit fake in this current position.
I'm pretty sure that he had more than
Hui
5. He had 2 Vel'Koz
main
too,
dari
so...
Kinchamanger ya masih ya.
Had to sell.
Lawan
Anyhow,
Texhammer
we're
guys.
going to be seeing the board on the other side. He does have them in
On the
there.
board,
He
all
sold another unit. I'm happy to report that my eyes are not deceiving me. And he is going to be able to make that Vel'Koz. He sold
Rek'Sai-nya nggak kuat,
very
jir.
fast switcheroo.
Is the Rek'Sai enough? The Rek'Sai is
Rek'Sai-nya tidak enough ya, tidak cukup ya. Damage-nya Kaisa masih sakit banget.
Despite the debate both on myself and maybe some players in the lobby as well, Tex takes a hit.
Cash dikit lagi mau mati, nyawanya tinggal 2.
But survives this last fight, and Cass, despite hitting Taric and Nico 3,
Dia dapat Nico 3 sama Tarik 3 tapi belum bisa menang ya.
And maybe few low rolls he'll fight Hong Lian, but this is going to be probably the most important match, the most important fight that we're going to have to see, because that determines whether you go 5th or
Si
you go
Cash
7th.
bakal lawan Hong Lian antara Texhammer kalau enggak si Hui. Hui. Kalau lawan yang paling atas si Hong Lian, wah bakal beneran ya. Bakal lawan Hong Lian beneran ya. Apakah bisa selamat si Cash? Kayaknya dia tuh kurang damage deh menurutku deh si Cash deh, komposisinya.
Sky Strike is going to go into the backline, but not cause much damage. We're on a target
Gak bisa
board
ya
after
tuh kan,
all.
damage-nya kurang
But check out the damage of that Mordekaiser. Gonna take down Cass.
Digunting.
Tex also fallen though, so both of these players will be going out here in 7th and 6th.
Now is still alive.
Oh, si Texhammer juga keluar ternyata.
I'm so sad.
For now, at least.
Si Altena Hui malah masih selamat ya. Altena Hui.
But he was contested on so many of these units. We mentioned Hong Lian being a player that hit those upgrades very early, made it so much harder, but now when it hit the Mordekaiser 2 even, he lost so much HP in the process, and now is sitting on a singular life with some very strong players left alive.
I do like to just result. I don't know if that's the correct word, but just talk about the Sona as the way that, as you said in the past, he was contesting, he was holding hands. He may have never hit the Mordekaiser.
Oh,
he has a
he's
duplicator.
back.
Queen. He has placed.
Queen-nya kurang satu lagi anjir.
Altanawe is back.
Altanawe.
That's all I'm saying. And a freestar Queen, a freestar Sona,
Queen,
both of them fully
bintang 3.
itemized. More than 2. He has to top things off. I mean, this board is really strong.
This board is really strong, but the only thing that makes me flinch is that J41. If you're looking at it, he's
Jarvannya tapi masih bintang 1 ternyata. Jarvannya masih bintang 1 BTW guys. Kita lihat Altena Hui lawan si Hui.
The guy that you wish you were, the Mordekaiser on the other side.
Lawan Mordekaiser ya, Mordekaisernya yang FRC.
Can somehow lock him down.
Menang Altena
Hui. On the Azir on the left-hand side, the Quinn trying to do as much as possible to save Altena Hui, and it is going to be possible. Huey on the left side also holding on, knocking out Hansing.
Oh, Hansing yang keluar ya. Ternyata si Hui ngeluarin Hansing ya.
Rain coming in as if they were 1v1ing. In the end, Huey able to survive that fight, able to make it into this top 4, which is his game plan.
Anjir Shadow-nya?
He wants to play fast, high-tempo boards in stages 2, 3, and 4, preserve a lot of HP, and just crawl, sneak his way into that top 4 just barely to get those points online for day 1.
Halo guys. Siapa aja yang masih nonton nih? 10 orang nih. Udah top 4 ya.
Maybe 2 players trying to die right now. Altanawe against Weijin.
And Weijin did hit Gangplank 2 in a few rounds ago.
Si Altanawe. Kita lihat. Dia masih kuat sih. Tapi sakit banget tuh. Waduh, nggak bisa guys. Sakit banget gangplaynya. Gangplaynya sangat menakutkan bersama dengan Miss Fortune ya. Si Altenawe keluar di urutan 4 ya. Hong Lian sekarang lawan si Hui dan si Wasiani Virsen
He
ya.
was trying to ramp up, but also Wei was at the peak of the power.
Si Wasiani
Also,
Virsen
Hong Lian lost
with
against
streak
Hui,
ya
so
bersamaan
a guy
dengan
who
si
made
Hui.
the strategy is Mordekaiser, something
Si
that we may not
Mordekaiser
really
FRC-nya
surprised
deh.
about. He may not go second, he may go third at this point.
Hong Lian and Hui on their last life.
Si Hui-nya
China, NA, and OCE
lawan
fighting for their tournament
Wasiani
lives
Virsen.
in this game 3, trying to rack up these points. Weijin hands on his head once again, hoping the GP will do enough.
Kita lihat
Kaisa starts off
GP-nya
strongly,
Wasiani
only on the
Virsen
front line for
menakutkan
now.
sih.
The front line is
Damage-nya
very
anjir.
quickly melting. It's happened in every fight we spectated onto
Nggak bisa
Weijin.
sih.
So much damage on his board, and once again it's only
Tidak
Kaisa
bisa
and the Quinn
melawan
left alive.
Wasiani
I
Virsen ya.
don't think
Kayaknya
they
yang
can
bakal
do it.
menang nih Wasiani
Massive
Virsen
hit
sih.
for Huey here. Gonna be the guaranteed
Di
third place finisher.
round 3
for
ini ya.
Oh, never mind. Hong Lian took an even bigger hit down to -10. Weijin Iverson for NA wins this game 3. OC in second and China in third place.
That went so quickly there with all of them getting knocked out, and Weijin was streaking throughout the entire early game, then dropped so low with all of the HP losses. and now
GG,
being able
aku
to
bang.
claw his way
Ada
back on
si
the back of that prize,
Anime
on
S
the
juga
back
ya.
of finding that not
Kamu main juga kan
finding
Anime
that
S?
gangplank.
Ranknya apa ranknya?
I loved it.
And we were saying, Misfortune has to be a choice, one of the comps that you actually have to know to play towards the championship. We saw the power now, and now what are we watching, Panda?
Oh,
Gonna be
ini
hopping
yang lainnya nih.
over to a different lobby, and
Different
here
lobby
is
ya, lobby
something
4
that
nih.
makes our EMEA
Oh,
hearts
I'm not dancing,
Hard.
mate. No, I'm not
faster.
dancing.
You're rubbing your hands in a gleeful grin.
Dark
I can believe
Hydra,
that. Every
anjir.
Fortnite season
Dark
now as well.
Hydra.
You wanna do it again?
Menang ya
Dark
Dark Hydra.
Hydra and Zyko 1 and 2. In this case, Zyko will be taking a hit, but still a great placement for someone
Masih
that
naik
had so
turun di
many
gold.
points after those first 2 games. And Dark
Aku
Hydra
masih di platinum
finished
sih,
7th
belum
in
main
game
lagi.
1. He needed to get a few more points online for games 2 and 3. Not
Kalau
sure how
nggak
game 2
salah.
went, but game 3 at the very least, a big win for the German player. EMEA champion, who is really, I think,
Pembawa
one of
acara
the
yang
big
cewek
hopes
mancung
for
ya
the game for
hidungnya.
RP.
Iya, tadi ya.
He's
Kayak
not
aku kan.
only one of the big hopes, he also is what defines our region. He is the history and groundwork of EMEA. There is so much I could say about this guy, but
EMEA.
we do eventually have to go to a break. I'm so sorry, you guys. We're going to be hearing from our analyst desk right after this, and then we'll go back into game number 4.
Cakep nggak Raditya? Masa ceweknya satu doang ya?
Oh no, the dummy again. It was so close. 2 fights in a row. So unfortunate for Kess. Very strict stage 2. Not a single player able to get that 5 win streak going into Krugs.
Not today for
Oh!
Kaiser. And
Finds a
now
Nico
the
3.
Nico 3 for Cass. We were worried about him. I think the lobby has to be worried about him now.
And 30 HP. Still able to
Check out the
Itu kan
damage.
lebih aktif kan guys kalau berdiri.
Kaiser gonna take down Kess. Tex also fallen though, so both of
NA wins this game 3. OC in
Cakep
second.
bang,
China
padat.
in third.
Apa hanya yang padat Raditya? With Prime. Wah, aku mau ngecek Nintendo Switch ku. Udah gak pernah. Udah mati apa masih hidup dia? Secret Lab Neo. Oh, masih hidup anjir. Tinggal 23 baterainya tapi. Ntar aku cas dah berarti. Oh. Nah, ini yang labangnya ada T-nya nih, Titan nih, Secret Lab Titan. Kalau punya aku yang versi 2020 ya. Pas zaman Covid. 3 menit. Rehat 3 menit. Yap, bener Aditya, dudukannya lebih lebar. Benar sekali kamu. Nih. Tapi aku dulu belinya yang polosan ya. Tuh, Secret Lab adalah perusahaan furnitur Singapura. Singapura ya. Singapura guys, deket guys. KB yang kursinya aja ya, jangan ya bener, jangan mejanya, meja mahal ya. Kalau meja mah beli di IKEA aja ya. Ada yang Batman, aku mau lihat desain-desain yang terbaru sih. Dia cakep-cakep ya. Ini Assassin's Creed nih. Ada Jinx, Frost Blue, ada Minecraft, ada Diva, warna pink buat cewek ya. Ada Pake, ada Viego, ini yang pas League of Legends itu ya. Ada House of Targaryen ya, Game of Thrones, ada Cyberpunk, ada Ahri, Monster Hunter, ada ternyata Monster Hunter anjir. Ada Monster Hunter ya. Tapi warnanya merah ya. Kayak dia K-pop star. Tim Liquid, T1, Overwatch, Alliance. Oh, Alliance ada ternyata. Tapi Alliance bentukannya kok gini ya? Singa ya? Oh, Alliance-nya tuh Warcraft. Ada The Joker. Ada Cloud9, Valorant, Miss Fortune. Miss Fortune bagus sih ini. Sebenernya bagus nih sih. Kok lama banget. Oh, ini Monster Hunter-nya nih. Gambarnya Latalos ya.
Welcome back to the Runeterra
Reforged Championship.
We're off to Bilgewater now, and I'm here with Frodan, baby, and Mort Dog to carry you through this next section as Wajan Iverson has found a first place here. And he's been playing Earth, but this is the second time actually we've seen that he has not gone for the 2-1 augment. I'm very interested what you all think about, you know, straying away from the path we've seen most players go.
It's really impressive. I actually don't know what's more impressive, the fact that Wajan is picking
Earth, going up the script, having
good results. He takes pumping up into Piltover on game number 2. He picks stationary support into the Asian Archives, goes into Stratus MF. That's really impressive. But also the production crew swap.
Juga kalau kalian besok main juga bisa diikutin ini.
Different portal. We're now in Bilgewater. As you see in the background, it's pretty phenomenal. Overall, I'm having a great time.
I'm also very impressed by the fact that Wajan actually knew the win condition of going for Rise, Shadow Owls into Nautilus 3, so he can copy a 3-cost 3-star with Juggernauts and 3 atomizations. I was definitely impressed with that, like a play for sure.
Yeah, it definitely felt like overall the lobby was playing what you would expect. Saw a lot of Mordekaiser, saw a lot of Azir. But like you said, Wajan Iverson kind of going off the beaten path here, using that Zerat portal as well to really set up the MF ults for a good spot. And so overall it was really good.
And we actually have a play that was kind of highlights how that Zerat portal was being used. And Dan, if you want to head over to the telestrator, kind of show us what Wajan was cooking up with this station support that he brought instead of the normal Ancient Archives.
All right, so I've totally rehearsed this, and this is going to be 100% smooth, no errors. So we have with our fancy telestrator here showing you a fight that Weijin Iverson was going up against Altanohue. And this is a really pivotal moment because Weijin at this moment, as you can see, has 50 gold, and he's choosing not to reroll at 7, which is arguably a mistake. But this fight is really important. Let's go ahead and rewind, and I can show you why. So, the most important thing is the positioning. When you are choosing to not reroll, you have to try to preserve as much HP as possible when you're trying to move up to another level. And the reason why this is really clever is because I want to highlight what makes this composition work. Specifically, it's the fact that Misfortune AoEs in a grid that's basically trying to focus on the center area right over here. And this is why the Zizira is specifically positioned in the solo front line and makes it really clever because everything is going to bunch around here because the Zizira taunts at the very beginning of the fight. And so by solo frontlining this, he draws all the aggression to the front, and Misfortune is able to do a giant X over the center and hit the front lines. And because so many people are playing things like Demacia or Bruisers, they're clumping the front line in a row, which makes it really effective for Nautilus and MF to get their big AoE abilities to synchronize and deal massive
MF-nya bisa nembakin
so because
lagi
of this,
gitu ya.
Weijin was able to preserve a lot of HP and go to level 8 very successfully, and then play with win condition only for Nautilus 3 and Misfortune 3. And a little bonus is that he chose to go for that stationary support by his own words because, well, quite frankly, Bilgewater Emblem does not synergize very well with this composition. There's not a lot of things you can do. In fact, you usually want a +1 strategist. So going off the script, playing to his win conditions, positioning very cleverly, preserving HP, going for his win condition, that's the recipe for first place, and that's why Weijin Iverson is considered one of the finest in North America. Back over to you.
Thank you for that, Dan. I mean, what lovely use of the Telestrator, and we get to see how Weijin has shown
I'm supposed to walk over here. This is awkward.
Yeah, just Dan. Come have a seat, join us. We'll talk about the rest of the lobby now because we got, the winner out of the way. We'll carry on. We'll see. We'll talk about the losers because, there's only one winner in TFT. Well, it depends on who.
There's 7 losers.
There's 7 losers, yeah. But let's talk about another
winner and 7
loser,
ya.
Pretty unique. It used to be very popular, but this patch we haven't seen much of. And that was Cats running the Nico reroll. There was a lot of
Jadi Zirot itu item kalau dipakai yang penggunanya mati itu dia bakal bentuk kayak monster kecil gitu. Dan itu ada nyawanya lagi ya. Makanya dia bagus banget di depan, pas di belakangnya ada Miss Fortune. Karena kan Miss Fortune efeknya adalah area ya. Jadi biar musuhnya tuh ngumpul pada mukulin Zirot, si Miss Fortune-nya masih bisa nge-skill di area itu ya.
And we saw also the positioning of the Hex sometimes kind of grief that Nico into spots where it would get stuck, and so it wasn't able to output the damage, get through the front line, and I think that's what cost this comp, unfortunately, this time.
So when you build into a Nico composition, you have to prioritize damage itemization such as Ionics, Archangels, and Time Resolves. Otherwise, you'll be stuck on the enemy front line. Also, you do wish to have a Silco instead of Soraka for damage because Soraka does also not do as much damage as it may seem without an Archangel. So those are the choices that Mortdog is probably emphasizing in the composition.
Yeah, I do think that if it's an Ice-ish still, something to think about is also a crit build. A lot of people like to build because you get kind of that rogue element of safety when you fall below that HP threshold and heal, so you can go for like a Jewel Gauntlet, Night Harvester, and Hand of Justice. That's an alternative way to build damage, kind of what Bebe said, but generally I do agree with him. I think that itemization was ultimately Kez's undoing in that game.
Yeah, I want to move on to another composition that we haven't seen a lot of just yet, and also it's with a legend that is kind of talk of the town right now. Tech Summer's playing the Lee
Ini lagunya yang di backsoundnya itu ya, lagunya Blitzwater kayaknya.
Try and hit the 3 stars, make Shelly a lot stronger.
Oke, kita lihat standingnya.
I want to hear kind of your thoughts about
32 ya, berarti dicari 16 orang ya. Jadi ini yang kemungkinan besar yang bakal tereliminasi. Oke, kita lihat tidak ada Sea ternyata guys. Di 1 sampai 16 nggak ada Sea sama sekali ya. Kan Sunjong masih di atas ya. Di game ketiganya dia cuma dapat 5 doang.
That's how you're able to unlock the power, but he was nowhere near that because he was busy trying to roll for things like the Vel'Koz 3. He wasn't even able to get the Vel'Koz 3. And the second part of it is that there's not many people re-rolling. A lot of times when you're playing things like Void multicast or re-roll is because other people are re-rolling other costs that helps amplify that, and he wasn't really getting that benefit either. So because he's playing a slower re-roll tempo composition, he was just behind. It's not the comp is bad, it's just he took too long to get online.
Yeah, and with the success of Lee Sin not really being there, Mort, I was curious, I mean, do you think Tech should consider swapping? He does have plenty of practice on the other legends.
Yeah, I think right now especially, the fact that he's had 3 not great showings, we talked about it at the start of the show, right, that you need to be in the top 8 to move on to day 3. There's only 9 games left. I think you have to make a big, bold play right now, and Lee Sin isn't working. So maybe one more game top, you know, if you can get a first with it. But after that, I think you've got to pivot to something that can have a higher bar here.
Bukan Bani Muffin, BB
ternyata. Word that our casters are ready for us to send it to the next game. So let's send it over to the caster desk as we continue with the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
Thank you guys so much. We're super keen to also have travel to Bilgewater. We're missing all of the fancy smoke, you know, but mentally we're over there with you. And game number 4. It feels like this day is blazing past us, Pi-Hat.
I've been loving it. I'm really enjoying the experience. I'm just, everything here is like, it's impressive to me. I'm in awe. I hope hope you all are enjoying it as much as I am.
Talk about impressive. I would love to see maybe a few cannonballs also flying past.
Yeah, we'll get on that.
Dodging
we have the giant ship.
Exactly. I think it would be a very thematic production. Let's try and work on that for tomorrow, potentially. But players who have to work on something for tomorrow are going to be a few players in this lobby who are very far behind in points, especially some Brazilian players who come into this with a great anthem to hype them up, but maybe are going to get into that hype a little bit later in this game.
Cinanya ada 2 ya, beda lagi tapi ya. Bukan yang tadi ya Cinanya.
From Brazil in a long time considered in so many power rankings to be the #1 player in Brazil.
Si King Rose
is not doing so hot right now.
He's not, but somebody else is, and that's Tamura, who's in this lobby here representing OS. Of course, you were pointing it out before we actually started talking, Pana, so I'll reiterate. There is all 3 Brazilian players in this lobby, which is a crazy coincidence.
Oh, ada 3 Brazilian ya.
Game plans.
And that's the thing that worries me, because they've been training with each other. So they know the text that each and every one use. So maybe they actually contest by accident? I mean, we have to see.
Ada 3 yang dari Brazil ya.
Trying to go to university in game as well, but he does not make it happen. Tamura, our current point leader or second place actually in this lobby after one of the Chinese players will be going
berarti bener jam
into Valor's Hollow.
Paling ini kelarnya jam 11.
And we've seen that
jam 12 setengah 1 lah. Kemungkinan kelar live streamnya.
As we showed in the telestrator, the importance of something like the CC rod, maybe a Virtue of the Martyr later, or maybe even a Chalice. Those are things that are gonna you have to be on the lookout for, and especially in 2-3, especially if you are one of those that are win streaking, because you don't only get a support on free and free, you also get another component on 2-3.
Very strong start for Tamura here.
Very strong start.
Samira too to start us off. Also has 2 copies of the sets. Never bad thing. Checking in with the legends though. The forecast for today, guys, is manatees.
It was an even split in the last game. We thought, yeah, surely we'll see the same even split every game this tournament, but no. 7 Earth players in this game 4, and 1 very brave Ezreal player trying to play for a high-tempo game plan, maybe almost always into that MF Nautilus board. We saw him playing it so much in the in-house scrimshot this week. We saw him playing it as well in the game 2 on main broadcast. Maybe we'll try and bring that same strategy.
Tamura 7-7.
And I said, someone, he's doing all right. He's on the middle of the pack right
Masih
now. So
lawan
he
ini
knows
ya.
He at least has been able to score here and there eventually. But for now, it just depends on what the cards gave him. He maybe, if he finds a good buried treasures, a good way to start. A Poppy 2 can be a decent way to actually start snowballing for a little bit, but his entire backline is 1-star, so there's not much damage for Ezreal to actually do something.
Coming in with our augments though, it is going to be golds to start us off. For many of these players, that's an instant Ancient Archives pick. We've been seeing it all throughout the day, and now we're also seeing all of the choices of the players that are popping it instantly. We saw Tamura picking up that
augmentnya gold
right at the start, finds the set too as well.
Malam bang, baru nyampe rumah. Baru nyampe rumah. Habis dari mana Fajar? Kok dari kerja kemarin itu udah kamu ambil? Udah mulai kerja, udah mulai masuk.
Somehow find a way to get the Demacia emblem later into the game as well. 6 players on Ancient Archives. And this is a very important augment, not just because of the options you have to play these vertical lines, but also the 3 gold. It's so strong in stage 2, and it's a big reason why players kind of auto-pick this in most of their games.
And I'm really excited. I was excited because he
di resik nikahan temen. Oh alah.
He ended up grabbing a challenger's pad, so We saw the last time how China likes the challengers path made into an Aatrox, and maybe the story will repeat itself again.
And that's so interesting because why would you go for the ancient archives if you can get
Kamu jadinya ngambil atau enggak kemarin?
Reasonable, guaranteed choice of a challenger's path, which is not bad right now. So Xiaoje is going to go for a little bit more stability. But we are getting some info from
Oh ya, kalau kayak honorer gitu bisa dapat itu sih. Kalau misal tahun depannya misal ada P3K atau enggak PNS khusus bisa itu sih.
And has still not popped the tone we were discussing before the tournament even started in our prep throughout this week. Is this going to be a viable strategy? Will players try and optimize their tailoring as much as possible, lose streak these first few stages with that 3 gold you get from the Ancient Archives, and then pop it maybe at 2 to 5 when they have the perfect tailor online?
But it's also high risk because what happens?
Hari Senin insya Allah ngantar berkasnya bang. Oh, game apa ini bang? Lah kamu Zero TFT, game apa ini? Kan kamu main Zero TFT.
100% guaranteed when to
Udah siap tidak?
Based on how many trades you have on your left side, and it's not even
Bang Sim tanggal 22 bulan TFT Mobile Release. Iya. NC bener banget. Besok kita main ya, pas udah rilis ya. Kita bikin 8 lobby. Ntar maybe kalau ada rezeki kita ada giveaway maybe ya. Enggak minta Papa Riot ya. Papa Riot minta dong. Please satu. Ini baru download bang. Lah kamu baru download lagi sih lo. Kemarin-kemarin gak main emang. Oh kira kemarin-kemarin kamu main lo. Oke, Demacia lagi ya. Demacia lagi. Ini pakai challenger si Xiaoge. Kayaknya laris banget nih Demacia Slayer ya.
Okay,
Demacia Slayer.
I have had enough of the emblem conversation. They're all holding hands. We'll check with them later. It's all about who finds what. But I want to see Isaac Thomas.
Gak tau bang, masih newbie gue mainnya versi Android. Bang sih ada guide video buat umat TFT kan? Ada NC, ada. Tapi masih yang set 8 sih. Tapi gak apa-apa sih itu masih maksudnya masih relevan lah gitu untuk basicnya untuk relevan lah. Belum sistemnya nggak terlalu banyak yang berubah. Bisa X server cross server. Kalau cross server nggak bisa. Kalau cross platform bisa. Sesama server. Tapi kalau cross server nggak bisa. Ya masih relevan buat basicku tonton. Iya. Paling besok-besok bikin lagi pas mau deket-deket. Soalnya tuh aku bikin lama banget itu. Pakai Word. Bikin teksnya dulu, terus ngeditnya lama itu. Aku ngikutin contohnya dulu apa pas bikin itu ngikutin cara neraginnya si Bani Muffin. Paling aku siapin dari sekarang. Tapi kalau sekarang ntar setnya keluar set 10. Ya berarti nungguin. Kayaknya pas keluar set 10 sih menurutku tuh. Kayaknya ini udah turnamen championship-nya kan. Berarti kan bentar lagi kemungkinan besar bakal ganti set 10 ya. Si Tamura 77 sekarang kita ketemu lagi sama Isi Toma ya. Dari Brazil lah. Kan di lobbynya ada 3 orang Brazil ya. Di lobby 1 ini round 4. Kira akhir Desember, ternyata bulan ini. Iya. Kamu kiranya kalau yang bulan apa set 9,5 enggak berarti set 10 udah fix set 10. Aku pernah bilang ya, mulai dari 0 ya guys ya. Pas kan set 10 mulai dari 0 ya. Jadi buat Indonesia hitungannya season pertama. Padahal udah season 10 ya untuk mobilnya ya. Xiaoge main apa ini challenger aja? Challengernya tapi di masih belum itu komposisinya, tapi dia masih menang ya.
The backline maybe not so much. A Malzahar, Challenger Emblem, JG.
Not gonna happen. Avoided the elimination of the win streak. Both of these players could still go on and just protect their win streaks, which is what they're trying to do.
Win streak masih jalan sih
A
Xiaoge.
little bit more gold on the side of Xiaoge, but if Tamura takes a win here, he is going to be able to also make 20.
Unless
Update set ulang, belajar lagi ya. Belajar lagi. Belajar lagi. Suruh belajar terus kita, guys. Biar pintar.
Maybe I'm just overthinking it a little too much. 6 Samiras to start. It's like a really good mid-game comp.
And these are the kind of units that you're not really playing them for their synergies as much. With Noxus, of course, yes, when you're trying to go for that win streak Noxus and get those stacks online early.
Apa ini sih Xiaoge? Masih bingung sih, ini masih ada challenger-nya. Kayaknya dia bakal berubah ke bruiser, tapi emblemnya ini dapat challenger masalahnya. Apakah dia bakal pivot kemungkinan di pertengahan ya, si stack 3 kayaknya bakal pivot sih. Dan dia masih win streak ya, untungnya win streak 5.
Notably, Panda down there, Title down there, making 50 so important.
Bersama dengan Tamura.
Keeping it very important. We saw in the fight against Tamura when I think it was Panda who only had 2 kills on the board to try to guarantee having the lose streak.
Ada yang lose streak. Si Title tau lose streak, 5 lose streak. Duitnya udah 60 aja. Si Panda juga. Kalau Panda tapi duitnya 52 ya.
The big spikes for Demacia, of course, are just the trade spikes. 5 Demacia in stage 3. You want to hit this ideally at 3-2 so you don't lose too much HP. You can actually make it to those high roll situations where you're able to get the 7 Demacia. Ideally, if augments and carousels work in your favor, 9 Demacia, and become a player that can challenge for that first place, almost guaranteed if you're able to get that together. So we'll see how
terbang padanya anjir dari atas.
For all these contested Demacia players, probably the most important stage in the game.
Gonna be seeing Xiaoge on.
Xiaoge sih menang lagi harusnya. Dia udah level berapa Xiaoge? Level 6 dia. Kebanyakan meling pada masih level 5 kan, bener kan? Tapi kalah, guys. Win streak-nya hancur ternyata ya. Dan si Tamuranya yang masih win streak ya. Berarti win streak 6.
Title had a Slayer's Pad, and now he also has a Slayer Heart to top things up. So that's gonna be a really good vertical to actually chase for. Is there anything else that caught your eye?
We do have rumors from our production that Title got a spatula from Golem, so could be interesting from Krugs if that ends up being relevant.
Jagoin siapa cuy? Aku gak tahu.
Later on in the game, he finds another spatula.
Orang-orangnya yang NA. Biasanya sih yang orang NA ya, tapi aku nggak tahu orang NA-nya sih. Kamu kan jagoin siapa, Kora?
I do like the talk and the noticing about the spatula, because that's one of the things that makes Earth so strong. In 4-2, if it is a prismatic augment and you have a nerf, you will get a spatula.
Sorry, I'm grinning, but anyone know if healing orbs are good? Is that maybe a good augment right now?
Is that in your pickups?
According to the stats in this specific game, I'm not a stat
Little ya, Little. Oh, si Little paling bawah ternyata. Oh, dia pengen lost streak lagi ya, nambah duit, pundi-pundi duit.
Silver, especially similar to red buff, I think. If you guys did your pick'ems, hopefully you have at least one of these two in the top pick silver augments, because they'll be so relevant throughout the entire weekend.
It's just so much combat power for so little spent. And we have
items.
Oh, item.
Title. I mean, he can't grab banshees. You already have QSF, which is a bit unfortunate. You would prefer to have banshees and have a secondary item of Mordekaiser. Not a cleaver.
Si Black Cleaver ya, ngambil Black Cleaver ya, dikasih ke Neko buat nge-shred ya.
Turns into, if he wants to level to 7, he's on a 7 loss streak. In most cases, when you're losing 7 rounds in a row,
Demacia lagi. Demacia Slayer lagi, kita melihatnya.
You face those Exodia players like Ego, like Tamura, and you suddenly pit her out to an 8. So Title will be watching him after this carousel and see what he finds, or maybe even on the carousel, if he finds another spatula and he's able to get a Tactician's Crown to try and stabilize it.
It is really interesting how Tamura is just breezing through lobbies here with the double Samira. Good for title. He's making
menang
a lot
ya
of money.
dengan
So
12 Samiranya.
that's a big thing for him, but does he also get to pick up a spatula? There is a player on the Young, Wild, and Free. Ego could deny him if there is one.
There's a
Let's
board.
see, and the answer is no.
Oh, gak ada spatula ya.
A lot of key units here. Fiora, Mordekaiser.
Si
Could be very
Title
relevant
ambil
for
apa
him
nih kita
next to
lihat.
Trade Spike. Even Quinn too for how many
Dia
demonstrators
bingung.
are in this lobby.
Lagi-lagi
Could be
bingung.
relevant with
Iya.
Kendall into two himself
Ambil
the
Queen
end of the
pada
road here
akhirnya
as
ya.
well.
I do like Ego's choice of denying the Mordekaiser, even though he doesn't really need it for the Ionia comp. There are 4 people that actually want that unit, so denying it and preventing them from spiking for free is going to be amazing. Now we have to see if either Title has an 8 blue streak. Will he be able to hit?
He's on 45 HP. He's not forced to roll down right now, but he does go level 7, so I assume he is rolling. Was even Kai's tail on that
ada Queen juga.
Tamura's board here.
Tapi ini Tamura ding, bukan si
I talked about Samira being
ya.
so strong pound for pound. There's few units that can do what she can do. They only cost 3 gold each of those.
Nah, balik ke Title kan.
Samiras, but looking at Title's board now, Nasus 2 has been hit.
Nasus 2,
Quinn is still 1-star though, and he rolled down to 0 in a desperation mode. Will this be enough, Makes?
Ada Fiora juga.
Man. I don't have high hopes for this board. The Quinn really needed to come around. Having only the Fiora 1, the Japer 1, this front line is on the back of that Nasus. I would call it at least a front line, but it's not great right now. So any wins that he can take, probably going to work out on the back of that. And Ethiopia doing a lot of work, but in the long run, I am so worried. All of the
Tapi apakah kuat guys nantinya ke depannya? Kita tidak tahu ya. Soalnya depannya juga masih kurang sih ya.
The pieces are there to actually have a really good board. They still aren't sure.
Chance? Are we donkey rolling? Do we send it?
I think you have to wait until after Worlds at the very least, or else you're absolutely dooming your game. We'll see.
Dia jangan reroll. Oh, reroll lagi. Oh,
Galio 2 was found for Panda. Some extra front line there as well. Tamura. Can he
diganti Azir ya.
See it very rarely in TFT, especially in a world stage where the tempo is so high in these lobbies, the boards are so strong overall. Can he get the 10?
Si Tamura apa ini? Ionia. Oh iya, dia dapat emblem Ionia nih.
Seeing the fight and watching closely. Ego Sins has lost out on the win streak. On the other side is going to be Panda with the Demacia board. Well, actually one of the
Panda juga Demacia.
We'll be seeing whether or not
banyak kan orang Korea sama Jepang pakai masker semua anjir.
Constellation here getting a lot of damage here in
masih pandemi apa ya?
On the Bruisers and the Demacias, but the Fiora getting so many resets, and this is where the Samira falls off. 3-6. Your one cost is not going to do a whole lot.
And there was a few players that spiked at 3-5. Panda and Title were 2 of them. In this case, Tamura unfortunately hit one of the players that did spike. He didn't spike too much himself. He decided to stay above 30 gold and preserve that,
Wolf,
that HP and that gold. Not quite the case there. Finally does lose his win streak.
Si Tamura udah gak ada yang win streak lagi 5 ya. Duitnya masih banyak. Yang banyak duitnya CMB 9. Si Evolution ngerau tuh sampai 24. Tadinya duitnya 50-an ya.
Wolves coming around. That could be another upgrade moment. You can see Xiaoge is holding on to a bunch of items. They're hoping to find a new target for these.
Selling his whole board, trying to now just pivot on this roll down into that challenger comp. We'll see what he's able to hit. An 8 on 7 would be maybe not game winning, but very, very good for the Chinese player. Kaisa's massive. He needs to find Fiora too, but Fiora, we talked about it, is contested maybe 4, maybe 5 ways with all the Demacia players.
Yeah, dia butuh Fiora buat challenger 6. Tapi Fiora tuh contested ya, karena dibuat pakai Slayernya ya sih.
He also has a Mordekaiser, so there are at least 5 people playing towards the same unit. Xiao can we've seen in the past Mordekaiser being paired up with Fiora and Kaiser.
Oh, enggak ding, Fiora tuh enggak ada Slayernya.
Source of damage. But we are seeing on the other side Panda also has a Mordekaiser.
Sakit banget Kaisanya anjir.
This Cataclysm hit is almost obscene, but it's not going to be enough.
Tapi enggak kuat ya.
The Sky Strike will finish off the Kaisa. Xiaoge on the back of that roll down. Not
si Title masih selamat dengan nyawa Azir yang tipis.
He was in a similar position just earlier on and now has been finding at least some wins
Oke, augment yang terakhir, gold lagi, belum nggak ada prismatic ya berarti ya.
Vitality for Echo can be so big. He was on the Ione line, could be absolutely massive. Isotoma, though, is a player we have to watch what his augment pickup will be, and if he can find a way to stabilize, maybe with Martyr. Strategist hard as well if he is going into the MF line, could be absolutely massive.
Sudah
He's carrying Azir and Silco for now with the Juggernaut front line.
The strategist.
Yeah, it's still strategist board, so will be able to benefit from the strategist hard pickup. Will it be enough though, with only a singular Azir right now on his board, 3 gold, but essentially 0 gold. No interest being made here for Isotoma, and hitting on all his carries 1-star.
Having this 5 strategies line can be strong, but since you are playing Ezreal and you don't really have the gold to pair up the power of the units with your board, we were talking about an Aatrox, a legendary Aatrox at 7. We found it not in the player we were hoping
Wrong
for.
Chinese player got this.
But it's still on a Chinese player.
Take it. That's a good unit if you can get it, and that Aatrox is doing so much for the board of Shinro here. But is it enough? Is the big question.
Si King Row lawan Panda ya. Kayaknya menang King Row.
To find a legendary.
Battle the Quinn.
Is getting.
Oh my goodness.
Queen kayaknya dipakai terus ya. Aku lihat ya. Emang jadi bagus ya Queen ya.
A Velvet. So there are a couple of hidden legendary units that are showing up. But what can in the just look at the
Ada Ari kayaknya nggak diambil sih, ngambil sonanya nggak sih?
Powerful
Resolve as well for Qingro could be huge in terms of stability now for this stage 4. So much similar boards. Not surprised with Demacia, of course. Double Aatrox for Qingro. Could he find on 7 with 20 gold, or maybe in this next carousel an Aatrox 2? That would be so big for trying to continue this win streak on a 4-win streak right now, trying to stay stable throughout the end of this stage.
The rat gameplay.
Lawan
Zephyr directly
CMB9.
on the Queen from part of
That's how you do it. Respect for me. That's how you do it.
Kena.
2 Brazilian players have a Zephyr. They know the tech. They are known for being rats and actually trying to outposition the enemies just by doing
nilainya guys, nilah Demacia.
And hey,
gak kuat ternyata.
Fight because of that. Is happening. That was trying her best, but
that probably really a one cost.
Queen-nya tidak tersentuh anjir Queen-nya.
20 seconds, huge win. We do not see an Aatrox, but we do see a spatula.
Is he being denied? Is Title gonna grab a Tactician's crown for free?
First pick. I don't believe. Does he still have the spatula open? Is the biggest
question. Spatulanya diambil, Tactician crown.
Walk around. He went to the left side to deceive and confuse the enemies. Went to the right instead. Picked it up. That is going to be the Tactician's crown we've been mentioning ever since we saw that spatula come around. But you also called it out earlier
Tactician crown.
Being able to pick up that stolen vitality off of the augments is yet another very strong, directional and powerful augment that I've been missing all throughout today.
And I do like the adaptation, the titles. Of course, he has a Tactician's crown, a +1 and all that. But those items, you see Nashos, you see Quicksilver Stash, usually think that those are the items for Mordecai. So he was like, okay, I'm not hitting Mordecai for a long time, so I'm just gonna invest and go all in on the Azir. And the Mord is still on the bench, it's not there.
Talking about the Basa players having
to play the
belum
dimainin ya. Kayaknya belum kuat kayaknya kalau dimainin.
To find different outs to the situation, which is their
dan gak ada itemnya juga.
The cutter Demacia Slayer board and find success if you're playing with 1-star carries. That's the case where Title pivots into the 6th layer with his emblem.
Apakah bisa menang? Lawan Kaisa, tapi Azirnya belum berkurang ya nyawanya bersama dengan Queen.
Spawn does of course help him out, but both Qingro, he just takes a loss actually. It's only Title now win streaking and staying in that top 4 for
Title ini bisa menang nih.
Stage 4.
Bisa jadi ya, dia masih win streaking ya.
The guy who may had not the best roll down ever at 4-1.
Tadi dia menggunakan trik lost trick ya, trik lost trick dan berhasil membalikan keadaan ya. Sekarang dia win streak dengan nyawa 45 guys. Nah, kita lihat si Xiaoge nih, nyawanya tinggal 11, dia main 6 challenger, kayaknya nggak bisa menang sih ini. tidak terlalu hoki ya.
You have the Mordekaiser one, it doesn't have items. Last second trouble swap here is at least going to guarantee that the ratting does not commence. Your Mordekaiser is not going to be the one that is picked up. The Azir in the backline of Isotoma.
Oh, tapi sakit banget Kaisanya. Apakah Kaisanya bisa? Bisa sih.
The first cast will go to the second one. Xiaoge able to hang on
Xiaoge
here,
masih
but
bisa
for
bertahan ya.
Panda
Sekarang Panda malah yang turun ke 7 sekarang.
I think that Xiaoge was doing with the positioning, which is quite interesting. As you can see, the Kaiser on the front row, he's just doing it so the Kaiser can get the Banshee's buff. But since she's on the far right or far left corner, she's gonna get aggroed first. Yeah, but
kalian pada jagoin siapa? Kalian yang nonton pada jagoin siapa nih? Coba tulis di kolom chat ya. Kalau aku sih title deh.
And Hannah just as well allows her to heal back the damage she does take there, so really it's not taking any damage at all. As long as there's not a massive burst or any kind of...
Nah ya, round sebenarnya baru dimulai ya, 5-1.
So we'll see now a Heimerdinger found for Xiaoge. Is that going to be relevant enough to play here? I don't think it's the case. He does finally find a Fiora that he can slot into his bench. Similar case here for Cheng.
Dapat Mordekaiser.
Fioras right now has to try and find the upgrade, but he can't. Mordekaiser, similar story.
Oh, he had to sell the Aatrox to actually put the Demacius pad on more. Oh, that stings.
Tuh, Mordekaiser semua. Si Xiaoge gantian Mordekaiser dikasih challenger ya. Jogoin AS Roma bang, aduh. Apa itu, tim apa itu? Xiaoge apakah bisa bertahan? Atau Panda apakah masih bisa bertahan? Panda kayaknya bertahan ini. Masih bisa bertahan ya. Oh, Xiaoge ternyata knockout ya, -3.
For Xiaoge, it was really down to that stage 4-1 roll down. You could tell right away the game was not going to end well for that Chinese player because of how much he missed really in terms of the Kai'Sa and the Fiora upgrades. And you're playing Challenger, you know you're going to be contested on Fioras. It's a risky line because it isn't that S-tier comp it has been in past patches at the very start of set 9. Fiora 2 found in this case now for CMB9. The Brazilian players also losing a little bit of their own
Panda nyawanya tinggal 7, apakah bisa selamat atau dia malah keluar menjadi juara 7? Soalnya di atasnya masih gede nyawanya si Isotoma ya, paling nggak Isotoma masih dua kali.
Trying to fight Mordekaiser, only had Mordekaiser one. Trying to fight for his life against another Mordekaiser one.
Waduh, Panda keluar sih.
After this, I'm sorry Panda, but you're out. Panda, caster, Panda, what do you have to say about this?
Well, I have no association with this Korean player, so unfortunately I'm not biased for him. I do love his name though. We shared some messages on Discord. We shared some Panda gifts actually. So he was very cute in that sense. It really was. But unfortunately,
You're
7th place.
Sharing that now?
I had to keep some secrets, Makes.
Come on, that's a great bonding experience.
Not enough though. Not enough.
Si MB9. Oh, si title kan naik ke atas guys, jagoanku.
With CMB9 Isotoma currently sitting 6th. And 5th in the standings in a pretty sizable gap.
Si MB9 tadi di urutan 2 ya, sekarang ke paling bawah nih tiba-tiba 12 ya. Lawan title guys, paling atas dengan win streak. Si title ini 9 ya berarti ya, level 8 plus 1 ya, gara-gara udah punya tatisan crown.
Maybe it's going to be enough to actually save up, but he's fighting against a title who actually adapted quite well to the fact that he was
waduh, apakah kuat? Oh.
Maybe it's going to be enough for CMB to continue. Maybe
Tidak
he'll
kuat.
still be alive. Maybe one more round.
Can he do it is the big question. He does come through here.
Gak bisa Aatroxnya ya. Si title digagalin win streaknya ya. Halo guys, siapa aja nih baru masuk nih, bertambah lumayan deh. Si Tamara 77.
This is Zir comp. When he's played is much more bursty in nature than he was.
Si title ngambil apa?
No longer rage blade being
Infinity Edge ya. Sedangkan si Tamara ngambil Dead Blade ya.
Kind of that drain tank with Nasus doing so much more in past sets.
Iya, pada ngambil Mordekaiser anjir.
An Ezreal tempo player being level 7 and behind, but on the other side Ego's
masih IC Toma masih level 7. Wow.
Out of nowhere.
Dia masih level 7
5-5 is a pretty late Ash 3, but it might just be enough for Ego to actually solidify the place that he's in right
Bahkan
now.
dia bisa guys, nyawanya tinggal 6 sih, menurutku pulang sih ini si IC Toma.
9 country mates is not gonna be the case. Title once again.
Lawan Title once more lagi. Kita lihat langsung mati Jarvannya, lompat ke belakang anjir. Gak bisa sih, sakit guys, Title guys. Loh, tiba-tiba berbalik. Oh, gak bisa, masih ada Atrox. Kita lihat Atroxnya dikasih item. Kalah ya.
Unfortunately going out 6th and 5th.
And you could tell the lineup for that Quinold was so bad. The Sky Strike comes through, kills both of those
6 Slayer.
The Swain left alive. It will be Shinro
di top 4 ya. Ada si Tamura, Ego, King Row sama si MB9.
And that's something that Tamura said when I was talking to him, that he really wants to stay true to his lines. That's a mistake he made at set 7 Worlds that he realized he should not repeat.
Apakah salah tadi?
He is sticking to exactly what he knows, and it's working out.
That's what you need to do during the World Championship. You don't really need to be the most flexible player that play 12 different lines.
Gak kuat ternyata dia kalah lawan si King Row ya.
Like Demacia, executing on the Demacia line, of course, a thing of skill. And in this case, we're seeing why. Such a strong combat. At its peak, nothing can really beat it, especially, of course, at 9 Demacia.
Yang Brazil tadi ada 3 di lobby ini, sekarang tinggal 1 doang ya, si Ego Illusions ya. Udah tinggal itu doang. Dia main Ionia Vanquisher. X-nya bintang 3 guys. Makanya sakit sekali ya. Dia pengen dapetin Z bintang 3 sih, kurang 2 lagi. Tuh, 1 lagi. Bintang 3 set guys.
Title Slayer, but kind of Demacia as well, in that same kind of tree of comps. And
kayaknya sih menang Ego kah? Gimana jagoan kalian menang tidak guys? Aku tanyain nggak ada yang jawab sih. Sedih aku. Malah ada yang jawab AS Roma.
Play like Title did, where he rolled so much and was able to find stability with 6 Slayer.
Nah, King Row lawan Ego nih. Siapa yang menang? Anjir, sakit banget anjir. Langsung tebus aja depannya guys. Wah, fix sih Ego kah ini? Sakit banget sayahnya ya, menusuk langsung. Itu ada Fiora berdiri tuh, nge-lag apa gimana itu?
If you could see me right now, I'm just
oh no, si Title bakal kalah guys.
I do like the contrast, because the last game we saw an Ashe reroll that wasn't really able to hit, and now this is an Ashe that actually hit.
Title-nya akan kalah sepertinya.
Title, the guy who adapted, who tried to make a serious Slayer line to not have the to play around the fact that he won't get the Mordekaiser, fighting for his life to try to not go fourth.
It's really all about the Azir and the Quinn, the super quick pivot from the right back to the left. Can he dodge the Ashe?
Wah, lawannya si itu mati dong, lawannya Ego anjir. Sakit banget sayangnya, cok.
Enough damage coming through right now. The front has already melted for Title, and already the Ashe and the Xayah damage coming into Azir and Quinn.
The same thing happening on the other side. Tamura knocked down, Title knocked out, and Tamura is on his last life.
Dan Tamura masih hidup ternyata, tapi nyawanya 3-4 ya. Tinggal 1 kali lagi kekalahan. Yap, Ego sih menang ini guys, sudah.
Is that going to be your lobby winner?
Si Egonya tidak terkalahkan.
Also has that little bit of an extra spike in power. We'll see how he'll fare in these next few fights.
I mean, Ego is the big Ashe, Tamura is the small Ashe. I wonder who will makes.
Oh, sama-sama Ionia Van Quasar sih, tapi lebih bagus si Ego ya. S-nya aja udah bintang 3, bejir. Wah, anjir sakit banget. Udah harusnya udah menang si Ego sih. Oh, si Gengar masih bertahan.
Going to the
Gengar
final
masih bertahan
carousel
ternyata.
of the game. Shurima emblem is here.
Ternyata belum bisa
Ionia emblem
comeback.
is also here for
Si
Ego.
Kingrow-nya.
I don't think he has time to go 9. Maybe if we had a bit more HP for Tingro, but that's not going to be the case here.
Jangan
And
lupa di
game
like ya
should be
guys ya.
ending
Like-nya udah
ideally,
berapa?
or
Kita
in theory,
cek ya.
in this
Like-nya
next
baru
fight,
8
unless
nih, yang
Ego
nonton
takes
12.
small
Oh, udah
losses
14
and we
ternyata.
go into PV.
Thank
I'm not
you,
sure how the math
guys.
works. Maybe he can make it to 9, but he's sitting. Yeah, he's
No,
sitting at no
he's
gold.
just
at all.
rolling down. I
It's
mean,
not happening.
if we go for if it's a stage
Ini
7,
udah perebutan juara 1 dan 2.
but
Kita
yeah,
lihat.
Heimerdinger is a good way to just find any
Jam 11 kan, benar?
edge now that you have an extra slot.
Yap, jam setengah
And
1
just a
harusnya.
couple, just more front line, just have more time for Rush to actually burst out the entire lobby. He has to watch out for the Jarvan though.
Both players coming into this fight on the back of wins. We have 6 for Ego and 2 for Shinron. You can see in the top left corner, he's already grinning, shaking off other people, trying to figure out if there's any chance
knows he's
he
not
can
winning
win
this one.
this. But I think the answer is clear and decided. And Brazil, while having 2 rather unfortunate placements, does come out on top. And Ego finally shows what he's capable of.
And we saw this same game plan trying to be executed in Game 3. The Ashes were sold in the end. They were not found. The tempo was not there when you rolled on 6. You were only sitting on 3 copies. In this case, the complete opposite for Ego. You use that Ash as a stepping stone into level 8, into those 4 costs, into that critically capped board with Xayah as a secondary carry. And in the end, a big win that Ego and Brazil needed.
And as you said, it's amazing that actually
Oh, bisa
Ego,
ternyata.
he really needed that. He hasn't had a great start of the day, but with a really good and really solid 4th game performance, going to be enough to actually go across the final 2 games.
We're going to be hopping over to another lobby, and if I see that correctly, they played shifting sands here, guys. That's not allowed.
And this is a portal that Volta has been a fan of, but in this case, he finishes 8th in this lobby. Current finishes
Udah langsung keluar di live.
not doing so hot. A few SCA players in this lobby. Pila finishes 7th, but Nem, who also needs a big comeback in this game 4, is currently in position to maybe win or at least finish 2nd. And Korea, once again, looking so strong in this tournament. Kang Sung-jong, our current winner right now in the standings.
Oh, Kang Sung-jong.
3rd place here, so adding those few extra points.
Oh, tekan Sung-jong tapi juara 3. Aku kira menang lagi anjir. Dari Korea mesti ya, orang-orang Korea jago ya.
Maybe it wasn't good enough to actually capitalize and maybe top 4 or even win.
He didn't really find the rerolls, right? That was a big thing for Tex. So this board mostly relies on having your voids be as strong as possible, so your herald is as strong as possible, because that's how the void trade works. And if you're not able to make those come alive, then it's just not going to be a strong board.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to drop you, Mix.
I don't think this
That's a
is
big Mordekaiser,
fair
not because of the
matchup.
Bruiser emblem, but the fact that this is a 3-star legendary. I'm not sure what Nem is thinking, but I think he definitely is not looking for a first.
Oh, masih lanjut di sini ada Cosmo lawan Nem. Nem ini yang dari saya ya.
The disarms could be relevant. He's going to try and fight his way
Saya
right
kan
into the backline. The Scion buying some time. The Mordekaiser's stunned. The disarm's actually doing something, but he's not losing any HP.
He's slowly walking.
Nyonya tinggal 1 aja. Bakal bisa menang Nem lawan Mordius aja. Lawan Mordekaiser ya bintang 3. Kayaknya dia yang lanjut deh yang dari saya.
I think the Night Harvester did not even proc because the Mordekaiser did not lose enough HP in that fight. It happens. Mordekaiser's a tanky guy, especially with a Bruiser emblem making his shield that much bigger.
I'm really happy we got to see that one at least, but we are also happy to send you guys into a quick break before we go into Game 5. We'll be hearing from our analyst desk, and we'll see you once again on the other side.
Oke, quick break ya guys ya, quick break. Berapa menit?
Find a legendary.
Battle
This
the
one
Quinn.
is getting.
Oh my goodness.
Morbius pakai Hela berarti baknya. Salah.
With a better setup, so Panda, after this, I'm sorry Panda, but you're out. Panda, Caster Panda, what do you have to say about this?
Is clear and decided, and Brazil, while having two rather unfortunate placements, does come out on top, and Ego.
Aku sambil main ini bentar ya, sambil nunggu. Udah ada yang main ini belum, guys? Udah ada yang main ini belum? Nyobain. Melee plus range combo will help us capture the tower and deploy Mino closer to goal. Oke. Mobius apa sama? Kenapa put? Oh ini, salah anjir. Salah aku. Malah ngeluarin itu ya. Ini ternyata yang terbang ya. Dan itu kayaknya ada story-nya ada ya. Ini story nggak sih? Oh, bentuknya jauh ya, bukan cuma itu ya. Di sini ada goldnya tuh. Jadi kita bisa mining ya. Langsung mati anjir. Salah lagi. Kenapa aku main itu lagi sih? Aku lupa. Mining lagi. Udah hancurin sama ini, menang harusnya. Dor. Belum menang, bejir. Piye kok langsung dirubah apanya langsung dirubah? Oke, kita lanjut lagi ternyata. Wih, ada duit-duitannya dari Buzzwater.
Welcome back to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. We're here at the analyst desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Frodan, Bebe, and Counterfeit.
Oh, ini si Casanovanya jadi kayak gini anjir. Ternyata dia Casanova. Gue kira siapa ya?
Was Mordekaiser and how it was contested all which ways by every different Earth player and different emblem under the sun. And I mean, it's exciting to see it. You talked about at the start of the day, Frodan, that Mord was going to be contested, and we see it highlighted in this game.
Yep, and I want to highlight specifically how to deal with it from the perspective of Tidal. I think Tidal actually played that game phenomenally given the constraints. Obviously, in the ideal world, you don't want to play a 4-way contested Mordekaiser. I think it's not ideal in any kind of situation. But what he ended up choosing to do was play around the other things that could complement the rest of his composition. So he knows
berarti abis ini masuk game kelima ya.
Demacia, so he can tie with strategist and help play around
kelar jam
like
di jam 12 kurang.
And that's what you have to do. If you recognize that you can't get the ideal case number one, what can you do? Azir is also a really powerful forecast. And I think he also stuck to his win condition, which is not really going for like the Mordekaiser, the big Slayer. Or
Kangen banget nih game. Emang kamu nggak main lagi, Put?
Slayer actually in a lot of people's minds is actually more powerful than 7 Demacia, but it's hard to get online. You just need a 2-star everything, and that's exactly what Tidal did. That's how he landed the top.
Oke, good luck mas, selamat bermain. Thank you, Put. Aku nggak main sini, nonton doang di sini. Aku malam ini tidak bermain sama sekali.
A lot of the world players right now want to force Mordekaiser with the Demacia spat because they think
iya, pada nge-push Mordekaiser semua sih, semua
even though the players
lobby
actually had a lot of compositions they could go for. They can go for Shurimas, they can go for Ionias or Noxus, but they skipped all those options, actually forced Demacias because they just didn't really want to fall behind and not hit a Demacia Mordekaiser while letting other players go into. So I guess that also does factor in with the economy that's going on here, with the ecosystem that's going on here in TFT Worlds.
It was a bizarre ecosystem, seeing so many Demacia players going like, I mean, it did ultimately cost a couple of them, going out in the bottom 4, but to still have a Demacia player coming second in a lobby that should be anathema to that kind of play, I think just speaks to how ridiculously good it can be under the right circumstances.
Yeah, everyone had more than 1 until stage 5, which is actually kind of hilarious. Usually,
Fisikku dijual ke Rosok ya.
And then all the 2
Kenapa,
other
Bu?
people contesting just die out.
Masih bisa main lagi. Tanggal 22 November udah rilis ya di mobile, jadi tenang aja.
Someone like Ego who needed that time to hit
Sama
Ashton because
mbahku,
when he had
waduh.
originally picking it up, him and Tamura Beto were really far behind, but because they had so much time
Tenang,
given to them by everyone
19 hari lagi bisa main di PC di mobile.
I mean, this also shows that the players
Tidak
that
harus
know
menggunakan
multiple
PC.
lineups in the main meta compositions will be at the advantage because they will be less contested, therefore more likely to hit their compositions. So we do need to focus on the players that do know how to build into many win conditions.
Yeah, I will say that one thing is that Ionia Vanquisher Ash in particular, the one that won
Dijual
the
apa
game,
gara-gara kamu
is
mainan
actually
terus?
still so strong in the data. If you actually look at the multicaster patch, it actually outperformed multicasters in the data in terms of the raw, output of the stats website, which was always something that people didn't really talk about. And yet, it's not even nerfed or anything. If anything, it stood to gain because of the buffs to certain things around it. I'm actually surprised that more people aren't trying to jam this comp.
Yeah, I think it was definitely underrepresented. A lot of people thought it countered multicasters, which is why it was doing well, but that's just not even really the case. It's just an incredibly strong composition. I want to take a look at the standings a little bit because Ego Illusions really needed that win, and I think there's a number of other players who were near the bottom, starting to find their footing in
Waduh,
this
si
final
Kes
game.
FIFA
Or not the final game, but this
paling
fourth game here
bawah.
with Ego Illusions picking up that win.
Nem.
Bowman grabbing that second place. Dan, is there anything else standing out to
Nem
you
16
in these
ternyata
scores?
totalnya.
The first thing is that at the very bottom, right above Kez, is Piva. I think Piva was a player that had a lot of high expectations. Currently ranked 1 in all of TFT. If you look at right now the rank 1 global servers,
Anjir,
1900 LP,
FIFA ternyata rank 1 di semua server anjir. Tapi keurutannya begitu ya.
In counterfeit, I mean, we're looking at Dark Hydra and Volta here in that kind of bottom half. We had high expectations for both of them coming in.
No, absolutely. I mean, in the third lobby, there was all of the media players were playing
Si
together.
Kang Sunjong sih masih teratas ya. Bersama dengan King Row dan Beta. Cina 2 di atas ya.
Yeah, and Bebe, Korea leading the pack. I mean, you got to be happy about that.
Yeah, this is the first time in a very long time where we actually had a very decent lead from the beginning because there are many times when there were 3 people at the opposite side of the score sheet. But I am very proud of how well they prepare for this like a tournament, and I'm expected them to do very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very exciting. You've been talking up Korea the entire time. You said that, hey, they're going to be on top. I think Dan and I are probably pretty happy with the NA performance so far. I think we've especially been seeing some great performances from Weijin. But, before we get on with the rest of the tournament here, we're going to go ahead and go to a short break.
Harusnya ada simpanse di daftar itu. Iya, amin Radit ya. Amin. Tapi kalau yang udah ikutan begini tuh udah full main TFT anjir. Nggak kerja kayaknya. Kebanyakan mesti pada full TFT ya sama ngonten. Oh, sekarang ada 3 size ya. Wow. 175. Digoda terus ya sama Secret Lab. Iya Radit ya, parah yang digoda tapi nggak dikasih-kasih. Fun fact, I am little bit shy leveling for late game. Dari China ya, top 6. CBS Wo. Langsing, wajir, kompetitif experience-nya. Penglian juga nih, experience-nya banyak banget. Dark Hydra. Berarti lawannya Marvel dong. Top 2 Championship at set 4, Top 2 at MM Final set 9. I always wanted Augment. I always play Aram before tournament.
Act 3 of day number 1 here at the Runeterra Reforged Championship is upon us. Frodan, Impetuous Panda,
oh, gantian ya sekarang Frodan. Sama Mordog.
That's right.
Si Panda tetap di tengah.
YouTuber, streamer, tournament organizer, and caster. Mordog, welcome to the desk.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Glad to cast some games. Hoping for some.
Congress bang di dapat border. Thank you, Denny.
I feel a little underdressed compared to you.
Nah, you got the Kevin James, like the shrug. Give us this one pose. Can we get a little zoom in on Mordog? Give us a little pose.
We all have jackets at least, so we're on the same page in that sense. I'm really excited to see maybe some new portals that we haven't seen yet. We saw Shifting Sands at the very tail end of that game. That we just caught the last few fights, so really excited.
Mordog nih dia devnya ya guys ya.
I think especially that game we cast in game 4
devnya si TFT ya.
Standard Earth game. Let's have some more excitement in this game 5.
Dia streamer juga.
We got punts here at EME. Actually, they did win set 3 championship.
Simpada di tengah ya. Si Impetus Panda.
How would you rate overall the performance so
Namanya
far?
mau gua ya.
They had so much hype coming into what could be their all-star roster in quite some time.
It's still middle of the pack right now, and I think that comes off of a very slow start for players like Dark Hydra, who got a 7th into a 6th, and then came back a tiny bit. But I think they're still warming up. Their engines are starting to finally fire up, and hopefully they end the day strong. I think the mental aspect is so important for this day 1. If you have a game plan and the game plan completely fails across 6 games, you start having these intrusive thoughts of, should I shift to something else? Should I shift to Earth if I'm playing Orange? Should I shift to Orange if I'm playing Earth? What is the answer?
That's already happened, actually. Huey, we saw switch from Ornn to Poro, which is quite unusual. No one is trying to pick Poro, let alone switch to Poro. A very unusual strategy indeed. So, more, I want to ask
dia streamer awalnya aku dengar leakers.
Like I said, we talked about it a little bit, but I think Wajan Iverson, the way he's
Siapa si
been picking
Mordog?
Earth, but has
Yeah,
been
dia streamer juga di
to
Twitch.
adjust out of that and pick some other augments, that's been really impressive. And I think having those multiple
Ada SEA-nya, oh ada SEA tuh, Piva sama Nem ya. Piva tuh baru menang sih ini kalau pengen. Piva ini adalah orang terniat ya, rank 1 di semua server ya.
No one asked me what I think is impressive. I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
Tapi nasibnya sangat berbeda dia di championship
still
ini
averaging,
ya.
What, a 3.75 across 6 players? Incredible so far, especially because they're underestimated due to those mobile players, which we do have featured in this lobby, thanks to Chingro, one of our point leaders. Let's go ahead and hop into it and see what we got going on here in game number 5.
Will be Serpentine River as a choice, so something that's pretty standard overall. Does add for some amount of player agency when it comes to all different carousel rounds, which are no longer carousel rounds. So, more, what is really the strategy to keep in mind with a portal like this one?
It's really trying to vote for what you need at that moment, right? If you're playing really high tempo, if you can get that extra rerolls to power up your army even more, that can be really advantageous. But if you're looking for something like a tome, that can power it up. And as we see, this is a lobby full of 8 Earth players. So if we see a tome on that stage 2 pick or stage 4 pick, that's going to elevate people up on those compositions. So that'll be pretty interesting. And then there's always the mystery box, right? If you see that mystery box and you don't like the other 2 options, that can also spin things for a loop. So
it could be anything. It could be
even a tome.
Even a tome. That's right. We all love tomes.
Si Wasi Anniversary ya. Kita kayaknya dari tadi ketemu ini terus deh. Iya gak sih? Si Wasi Anniversary guys. Udah 2 kali atau 3 kali kita ngeliput dia ya.
Don't know why that's possible, but that's what ends up being the case.
Kita di lobby 2 ini ya.
One more thing to know with the lobby
round 4,
well,
round 5.
3 SEA players in this World Championship, all 3 currently in this lobby. We were mentioning on the desk as well, Piva, someone who had a very high hopes coming into this tournament, especially off of YBY's great performance in set 8. Rank 1 global.
Oh, ada 3 ternyata ASEA-nya ya di sini.
Can he turn it back in this game 5?
I'm kind of hoping for silver, but gold is the most likely. It's
silver ya.
And the reason why I'm hoping for it is because this is going to force a lot of Earth players to deviate. This is the hardest start for Earth players because
breaching out ya.
Who's going for it versus who's rolling?
4 to 4 for now are all branching out.
Branching out semua ya tadi.
I see a Zon emblem, I see a Slayer emblem on the top left, I see a Bruiser emblem from 10 on the top right. He's got to be happy about that.
Yeah, for sure. We do see one player deviate. We see inconsistency chosen,
si Piva belum milih.
Which can be a very powerful augment. You get that econ going.
Oke, dia dapat apa?
One more deviation here. One more player not choosing it here.
Still dapat apa tuh bridging
Opponent buffet, Bruiser Heart, and AFK. But otherwise, yeah, like you said, a lot of emblems right now, and so this is forcing people to play something they may not have been.
Si Voiman orang Asia banget ya, lihat tuh. Mainnya di kamar begituan ya, belakangnya pintu begituan putih.
Portal away, and as a result, can pick it up. For those of you who don't know, if that orb stays on your board and you portal away, you can't pick that up. That being said, not slamming it, not entirely sure what direction he wants it to go.
Looking at the lines overall for the lobby.
Asia banget, guys.
A Ione emblem, a Challenger emblem, a Bruiser emblem, and a Zon emblem. I think the Zon emblem, especially for Wajan Iverson, is very, very interesting. There's very high highs. You get 2 of them. 6 Zon with all the overloads. It's going to be so, so cool to see. But we've seen some very crazy Graves builds in Stage 3 with that Zon emblem onto Graves.
Yeah, I think Graves and Zon is something that I know Mort actually is not a big fan of, but there's been
dapat Ionia. Kemungkinan bakal main Ionia Van Quisser kalau Ionia sih.
And then if you're in the late game situation, you can get a 6 Zon on perhaps Katarina. That is really high cap, but what don't you like about that setup?
So specifically, the big thing is if you don't have the right Zon, add-ons, that you're going to be put in a really bad position, and you're sort of dependent on hitting that Graves 3 very early.
Lihat Piva dapat Slayer, berarti paling kemungkinan besar ke itu lagi ya. Order Kaiser ya, Demacia ya. Anjir ada 2 orang ternyata yang dapat Slayer guys.
Even something like a Warwick reroll where you can get the explosion.
Oh yeah.
That one can do a lot of damage to power through.
2 things I want to say that one, Wajan actually did play that exact 6 Zon 2 games ago in game number 2 off of a tilt-over start. The second is that I actually saw scrims where Wajan actually played exactly what he talked about, which is just a standard Zon, no pilled-over, nothing, just go for it. He 100'd the lobby. It was a perfect game. Didn't lose a single round from start to finish in that scrim. It was crazy.
So the big thing for me right now is if you look at a lot of these emblems, right, you have a Slayer emblem. And so a lot of people might just go, okay, I definitely have to play
dia berarti main
Slayer.
lost trick ya. Dia pengen main lost trick,
ngumpulin
duit dulu ya.
Units, you don't hit your items. And again, this is what we talked about. I really liked your point about how this is the hardest version to play of Earth. You really have to have familiarity. Like, what are your outs here, right? Are you using Void? How are you adapting to this? You've already built the Bloodthirster. Is that really where you want to be? And so a lot of that flexibility is going to make or break a lot of players here, I think.
And the econ here as well, having to hold all these Demacia units on the bench. Ideally, you can make 10 by selling the Vi and the Malzahar here, but being split between 2 choices, having so many players, I think it's going to be so relevant to scout, especially in this stage, and try and have some idea.
Oh, kita ketemu title lagi, guys.
And at the very least, not happen like that game 4, where everyone was playing the same exact carry in stage 4.
Title dapatnya Bruiser ternyata ya, dari breaching out.
These players have their main out.
menang title
I
harusnya.
do like your point, Sierra. Like, again, we're holding these units, right, and kind of griefing our econ a little bit, knowing that that's what we want to go towards, but that's going to put us in an awkward position where if we don't hit, and especially if it ends up being silver, right, you're going to be down a lot of resources. And so here we get a look at our first choice here. Rerolls, component minimal, and tome. You can see everyone kind of running to tome here.
Pengen tome ya. Semua orang pada pengen tome ya.
Because if someone was not an Earth player, they would be feeling so bad in this voting round.
Yeah, but you can even see, like, not everyone going towards it, right? They don't want to necessarily, you know, power up everybody else in the lobby. So Weijin going for those rerolls, trying to tempo. We see a lot of people just going for the gold here, so.
Oh my goodness, here we go. The second
round.
Dapat
apa nih?
What will win? The majority
or
the one guy?
Tom.
Tom
ya, Tom of Trade ya.
For some reason I was feeling that rerolls, which is much more open-ended, but here we go. The Tome, which unlocks some really powerful verticals. People can double up. We're talking about that double Zon, for example, gets access to 6 Zon.
Double Ionia as well, we saw in the last game being so powerful for Ego, for example, was able to win that game for. We're seeing as well for Challenger potentially, for Dark Hydra. Is a Challenger a viable win condition in this current meta, Frodan?
It is, but it's usually dependent on whether or not you hit the legendaries that accompany with it. Everyone knows that
udah Hydra level 5 naik. Ini belum dibuka ya Tom of Trade-nya, kayaknya nanti akhir-akhir deh.
I will say that the early mid game is where Challengers have to figure out until you hit that Kai'Sa 2 Fiora 2.
I think these are the two boards that are interesting to look at right now, right? Because these are the two players that did not take branching out. And so right now they're stuck with their tome and they're trying to figure out. Now they do have the advantage of being the last one to react, right? They can look at the lobby and go, okay, I don't want Slayers, I don't want Zon, maybe it's Shurima, maybe it's something else.
Yep.
Which is kind of an advantage, but knowing that everyone else could be up +2 is a massive increase from +1. I know math is hard there, but that's just going to swing a lot of people.
Why'd you look at me when you said that, man? I felt targeted. I'm from North America, I get it. But I at least have a degree, kind of.
And Xiaoge lost that streak as well, so maybe relevant at the tome. Didn't give any board strength. Maybe other players did pop their tomes, are able to get a little bit stronger for the tail end of this stage 2. And right now we see no 100 HP players, no one to have that perfect econ going to Krug. So that really does slow down the time at which players go 7, the time at which players roll down.
Yeah, we can kind of see on the side here, it's like we're looking at who's got which emblems here, and it looks like Tidal right now getting the double bruiser, which is interesting because double bruiser
Tidal dapat double bruiser.
You know, not as ideal.
Lawannya Piva ya.
But it will help you hit that 6 sooner, but then you end up in this awkward position where it's like you want to keep the Sedge and the Void, so not necessarily as good. Whereas someone like Nem right now has that Ionia and that Freljord that can lead into that Ashe version where all of a sudden you've got like 3 Freljord plus 6 Ionia plus 4 Vanquisher, so that's a really big hit. We also see a double Slayer here. So a few people are able to hit some things here. I want to see what Weijin gets out of his because we know he had the Zon from branching out. So we'll have to see what else he can pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting.
Oh, si Wasiani version main itu ternyata ya.
That's really awkward. Maybe he has
main zone,
but that's going to be a really unfortunate pairing for him.
He's a great player. I have a lot of respect, a lot of faith on this German player, but how do you crawl out of that hole? It's going to be a very interesting pairing. You mentioned double Challenger, not going to be the high roll he was looking for. As you mentioned, double Slayer emblem. Tidal did so well in that last game, had such a huge spike in the mid game, especially to preserve so much HP in stage 3 and 4.
Interesting item choices here for Weijin. He has Rage Blade and Sterix Gauge. When you see this, what does your head go towards?
I think right now what this is to me is it is Jinx. You know, you're playing Jinx with the Ginsus.
Yep.
I think the Sterix goes on someone like Warwick, Echo, Graves are all different possibilities here. Pops does not get the Zone.
Tidak ada zone sama sekali, anjir.
I think Weijin
Gunner
understands
sih
he's relatively
pilihannya
high
terakhir ya.
So, you know, some solid top 4s to keep the tempo might be the way to go.
Does have robotic arm, so doesn't get the massive high roll with double Zom, but does have, I think, at least serviceable options compared to the Invoker Challenger pairing for Dark Hydra.
Yeah.
Has a Gunner emblem, has, I think, a lot of tempo right now. He has to roll down for a little bit more combat strength, but not going to find it just yet.
It's awkward because he only has 3 Graves, so committing to the full Rogues is going to be a little bit tricky, but because he has +1 Gunner, he has actually have a really high tab of getting 6 Gunners.
Yes. I think Gunner especially, the fact that it doubles at every breakpoint, you're going to be able to hit 4 Gunner early, which allows that Jinx to be very powerful in stage 3. And then, like you said, you can cap out at 6.
Mantap banget ya Gunnernya ya. Tapi gak kuat ternyata. Tidak kuat melawan Queen. Lawan Piva
roll the Jinx, get the Jace, play 4, and then go to 6 at 8.
We'll see what ends up happening here in the 3-2 Augment. It can make a big change.
Okay, Augmentnya gold.
Gold tier. And a lot of people are really
dedication for Weijin.
Immediate option.
Dedication could be really big.
Ada yang dapat demasi ya.
Spike, he could find it much earlier than we would expect.
He slams it. Yep, for sure. I think that's a great choice here. We see some ancient archives, definitely some interesting options. Demacia Crest is an option. Yeah, looking around.
Si Foeman nih bingung dia dari tadi kayaknya marah-marah ya. Yang tengah bawah ya.
And this is an interesting one for Weijin because I think you could go 6 Gunner, get 2 Gunner emblems, and spike much harder rather than the Zon, which is going to require a lot of itemization that he doesn't have.
He has 4 and 4, so what's going to happen here? More interaction question.
Yeah, so I believe it's the one you've put in most recently here.
Okay.
So this is the kind of thing where I think you'd want to avoid it happening, and you actually would just take out the one you don't want here.
So version beneran ya, 4 Gunner, 4
Feels very confident. Does he maybe know the rules better than Portang?
I'm looking at Weijin's cam. It looks like he doesn't exactly know.
Every fight we've seen from Weijin late game, he has his hands on his head. This is
okay. Standard stuff. Good choice from the opponent, having a raid item on Captain. I'm a big fan of Stoneplate Gargoyle early game. That there's a reason why we took it off Poppy, because it was too good. Caston's usually the other good Bastion, but Qingro is on a lose streak. He did take Frequent Flyer, which is really interesting. This is actually an augment that has fallen out of favor, but under the right circumstances can be quite good.
Again, the first time we
emblem,
so 6 Zon vertical.
6 Zon could be really strong here for Weijin Iverson.
Dapat dedication ya, bagus ya dedication ya.
That's going to allow him to get all those extra mods. Again, for me, I think I might have gone Gunner here simply because he's already got the right mod for the Jinx. But it is going to give him a ton of extra options here. The fact that
harusnya bisa 6 zone sih.
Mod on the Echo, the Graves, the Jinx.
Si Title udah 6 bruiser ya.
Overall,
I see the reaction then. I know why. Titanic Strength, double bruiser emblem. We talk about immediate power spikes. Title is the guy we're talking about here.
Yeah, the auto attack damage is not that big at first, and then you just kind of realize that the sum of its parts adds, a couple thousand attack damage.
Dapat bruisernya juga ya.
Not to mention that we have an early Mordekaiser. That unit's usually impossible to find, and he has it really early. He's starting to snowball now.
Yeah, this is the big thing we're talking about, right? 2 Bruiser emblems will be a little awkward later, but for now, it's 6 Bruiser at 3-2.
Yeah.
And it is so much health that nobody really has the damage to cut through. I think the one comp that can actually do well against it is like the Ginsu.
Si Piva dapat 2 Slayer ya, ternyata dimasukin ke itu. Fiora ya.
Some key units found here for Qingro. Finds the Quinn, has a sword on her as well. Jarvan is on, or was on the care, so I think he's not going to last very long in any of the games throughout the day.
Piva menarik nih. Demacia Slayer ya kayaknya. Berhasil dan kayaknya.
If players feel they're in a dire enough situation right now after these last few fights.
Yeah, I think this is one of the times where it's like, everyone has so many emblems, their plan is very set right now, right? And so now you're kind of at the mercy of the game, right? It's like, am I going to get the units I'm looking for? And I think this is one of the reasons why like these kind of Earth and high portal situations can be, a bit of a struggle here, because you don't really have a ton of control at this point. It's like, do I get the Mordekaiser? Do I find the units I'm looking for? And it feels a little out of their hands right now.
Yeah, no Mordekaiser here for Piva, unfortunately, rolling down. Stops at 10, which is a really common thing to do if you need to roll again. Just had the option of being able to econ up. Even look at the itemization as well. Gunblade and Runen's a lower damage version of this Quinn, and it's also stuck on Quinn 1. Unfortunately, it does not look like Piva's turning around.
Quinn 1 on both sides. It goes to show when you're contesting these
sakit banget ya ternyata ya.
you roll down 7 to 10 gold on each side. Both players cannot hit their key upgrades.
Yeah, I think that's going to make a big difference here. Is able to win with the Gunblade, but I think the Fiora in particular, right? Slayer Fiora has those items, can be a pretty big difference here. Interesting to note, he went to level 7 with Frequent Flyer. You mentioned, it's fallen out of favor here, so...
Dia nge-roll nggak dapat Quinn, nggak dapat Fiora ya.
Roll for Quinn while contested. That feels
dan Quinn-nya
risky, but
ke kontes ya. Lihat tuh, pada pakai Quinn semua aja.
Use it for 3 costs unless it's a really uncontested one like you mentioned. So I am questioning what's happening in Qingro. And keep in mind, Qingro is one of the top scorers currently in the entire field, so taking an 8th here is disastrous.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be problematic here. Looking at some of these boards here, the other thing is that the tempo of the lobby, we've seen this, kind of off and on today, but in this lobby in particular, everyone went level 7, 3-5, rolled it down, trying to, I think, kind of the race for those key components, right? Try to find those Mordekaisers and Nazirs and things like that.
And we're talking about units, look at the trait spike. 7 Demacia, 4 Slayers, 6 Slayers on the board we just saw from Piva. Overall, whoever is not hitting either their units or their trade spikes. He's going to be in big trouble
Si
coming
Faman
into
kalah
this stage
sih.
4. One very interesting thing
Tinggal
we're seeing
apa
here is
gitu kan.
Gargantuan resolve for Nem. I'm curious what his board looks like at this point, nearing the end of stage 3.
A lot of times people are now anchoring around Fiora, believe it or not, because Fiora is really strong with that Titans, but look at him right now on the board. Oh, I misspoke. I thought this was one of the Slayer boards. This is actually the Ionia board playing around Nila with BT Titans, which is actually quite a average. I think it's literally average if you look at the stats. It's like a delta neutral, which means that
Si Nem pakai main Vanquisher
I want
Ioninya
to ask
berarti.
more, what do you think about this build?
So I think this build, so Nila was originally designed to kind of be a melee champion, and a lot of people obviously use the RFCs, the extra range, things like that. I think one of the things that's underestimated, though, is that she has an AP scaler on her shield. And so with the Titans maxing, what happens is you get those really big shields, and you continually keep that going. The Bloodthirster keeps you healing. And so I think that actually can be really good and buy a lot of time for the Xayah to then do a lot of that damage. And so she ends up being really hard to take down, almost very similar to Mordekaiser. So it can work. It does get kind of countered by itself in a way. Xayahs can burst it down pretty quick.
Si version 6 zone ya aktif guys sudah. Dengan Sejuani 2 dengan Zaun.
Skeleton's rework to now give damage amp makes it feel less effective. I'm not entirely sure.
No, I think you go the explosion here.
Unstable chem tank. That is also very good as well. And Wajan's stuck with so many items and mods. He was rolling down his board. Very complicated board state going up against another Nila. This is Nila 2 on the other side. That's not the Gargantuan Resolve
tapi
version.
tetap masih menang ya.
But he's strong enough to win anyways. That's bad news for Xiao Ge.
For Wajin, very good news considering that was a very complicated transition. So much APM required to make it happen. Finds a way where he's on the 3 boss, especially needed to find some stability, does find it. And we'll see now where exactly this 6-on vertical caps. We haven't seen on main broadcast.
Ada main grab back kedua.
Because players are scared of going into this higher situation of not knowing what the mods are before leaning into that vertical zone. And it's really very hard to find that guarantee of finding 2 zone emblems in one game.
You're going to see a lot of people take things like Final Grab Bag, and this is because a lot of them are either one, trying to fight for tempo, or two, trying to rebound their economy because they know that they all in to try to play for the contested units. Title just hit a Mordekaiser 2 in the top right. Keep an eye out for that. Portable Forge for Wajan Iverson, and a support cashier coming in for Piva. What's it going to take?
I think looking at this, you either take the Zephyr or the Shroud. You don't really need the extra armor and MR because you're playing Slayer. You know, I don't think you need the Zerat portal here. Take the Zerat portal. I'm a little surprised by that choice. I'm not sure that would have been the choice.
That's kind of sus to me as well. This is an early game item. Why are we taking it this late?
Right. And you don't really have a backline that you're really supporting here. It's still a Quinn 1 here, so I do not like the Zerat choice here, but hopefully it works out for him.
We'll see how Wajin fares. He won his last fight. Can he win against this 6-layer board from Piva with an upgraded Fiora? It's going to be very hard to do so. There's Jinx still alive, still trying to do it.
Jinxnya masih tetap.
Finally taken down. The front line has been broken. The
Queennya juga masih level 1 ya, bintang 1 ya.
I'm very curious about Dark Hydra. He's taken another loss. He's down to 15 HP.
Udah Hydra udah tinggal dikit lagi mau mati, tinggal 15 guys.
Challenger emblem and Invoker emblem.
Yeah, we saw that actually in another game. If you watched off the main broadcast on some of the alternative lobbies, we saw Kuramex take a Wandering Trainer. He got like Rogue, Challenger, and Freljord. It was so awkward. And if you get these awkward combinations without hitting the 2 stars to complement them, well, that helps. Fiora 2 helps, too late is the biggest question.
Yeah, I mean, this is... If you're going to take the Challenger emblem, at least try to like invest in it, see if you can get that going here. But to end up in 7 Demacia from this state feels really bad. Quinn in particular, she has this, you know, emblem, but she's not really a major benefactor of that attack speed. She really wants those massive spell casts that can, you know, delete people pretty quickly here. So it feels like a waste. The Fiora doesn't have full items here. I think we're looking at an 8th place, unfortunately, for him.
And his Jarvan has also pretty terrible items. Therix and Morello. Now Makan is not what you're looking for. Trying to see if this Quinn can get some big damage coming in. It is still just a Nilo 1 for Nem. Not good enough. And so Dark Hydra lives, and at this point he's playing for placements. Trying to see if he can catch up on the carousel. What's he looking off the carousel? A legendary? Is he looking to just take the Jarvan too?
I think the Jarvan's the biggest thing. He needs to find some more frontline. He needs to find some more time to stall for this Quinn to do something, anything at all.
Oh, I forgot. As well. Serpentine River.
You tricked me as well, Dan.
On you, well, that was a test, and you failed.
All right. I'll take that one.
So you can kind of see the people at the bottom of the lobby heading towards health, trying to buy a little extra time here. There's a
pada milih health ya, nambah health ya.
Which I think some of the high health people who are comfortable are really looking for that to swing things pretty crazy. And then Tidal at the top, taking the really simple component anvil. Now remember, everyone gets a component anvil regardless. So if you hit component anvil, that's going to be 2. That might give you the item you're looking for. And we see the spin here. It's anyone's odd.
Component anvil.
Everyone's going to get 2 component anvils, and that should help people finish those items like we saw on the Fiora, other things like that.
Only to know, it's always going to be very important to vote for this if you have 0 components or if you have 2 components already. If not, you're kind of flaming your own game, because at the end of the day, someone else will have more items to build immediately on that spot. One more thing to note with Nem, he found a second Ionia emblem. He found the Ionia crest on that last augment pickup. Could be going into that 9 Ionia vertical in the very late game. Does he have the HP to work with? Does he have the gold to work with? Most probably not. Will the Gargantuan Resolve play onto the Nyla?
The lobby's tempo is too high, unfortunately. And those
dipasang ke Jarvan ya, biar mananya juga cepet naik ya.
That's how you get it.
Tawanya tapi
Wasian, by the way, is not going to be very useful for Chingro if he gets stuck on this Eternal Winter Sejuani. It is still very good. It is still very cringe, but it does end up falling. And Wage and Iverson might end up getting overwhelmed. He was trying to see if he can get a streak here on stage 4. And that's not going to be happening. Chingro lives.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Fioranya menakutkan. Dark Hydra tinggal 2 nyawanya.
I prefer the Jinx reroll version, because now all your carries are 2 stars right now. No one's that particularly threatening. Okay, there we go. So that feels a lot better now. Jinx 3 is going to be a massive spike. Now he can go to 8, get in 4 gunner.
Oh, udah Jinx 3
He's already done that. So this is actually now a very good spot. All we need is a sword to get that Infinity Edge on that Jinx. You've got the Gunblade, you've got the Robotic Arm. You can move those mods around. If Jinx is taking too much damage, you can get something else on there. So Weijin now looking like in a pretty good spot, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. It comes down to how much HP can you preserve. Speaking of, Dark Hydra is still stuck on Jarvan 1, 2 HP, and a Dream needs to stay alive. That is a Neo 2 with the sniper's focus, but does end up getting the
Dark Hydra
Here comes the Mordekaiser to crash in, but it looks like the front line is just holding on a little bit too long. And our front line is cracking. Fiora trying to cast one more Blade Waltz. Can Xiaoge able to withstand the storm? And it looks like Dark Hydra is going to barely live once more and climb ever so close to potentially getting that top 6.
In a game like this, where you really didn't high roll at any stage in the game, I think you'd be content with really just getting a 6th. So Dark Hydra hoping to win maybe the next fight, maybe the next 2 fights, and hope that's enough, and maybe have Nem and Chingro bleed out to a 7th and 8th.
Yeah, interesting to note, too, is that when he hits that Mordekaiser 2, if he does, he wants to upgrade and put the Radiant item on that Mord, but for now, he has to carry around Fiora and Quinn, which is not the most consistent duo.
Yeah, for sure. And having to be on that Mordekaiser, like you said, that's going to be, you really want that Radiant Nashers. That's going to make a big difference here. Funny thing I wanted to point out, by the way, I count 18 emblems in this game. So,
18
normal games, we
emblem.
might see like 5 or 6 or 7. Does get a duplicator here.
Duplicator.
So that's going to help if you can find the Mordekaiser or the Jarvan here. Again, like you said, the odds of ever going 8 here are pretty slim. Mordekaiser. So now it's just a question of which. Okay, so now you pop the Mord, you lock the shop. So at least this is a good situation. At least we were able to hit here. Are we going to see
to try and maybe sell off the one on the board, if that would even be worth it, considering he is on his very last life at 2 HP.
I do like this, that he put a 3rd item on the Jarvan here to make sure the Radiant ends up on the Mordekaiser, the Fiora, and the Quinn. So really good situation. He just needs to win this fight to get that.
Ya, si Dagadra harus menang sih ini sih buat dapetin Jarvan bintang 2-nya sih. Lawan King Ru.
Who also only has Fiora 1 and Mordekaiser 2. Cataclysm lands on the top right, which is huge. Mordekaiser can potentially flank on the other side as well. And this is an opportunity for Dark Hydra to make big ground, and Chingro can't go in. He's in the lead of the standings.
King Ru harusnya balik pulang ya.
Disaster, and that is a cutscene.
Talked about the importance of winning this next fight, and he wins against a direct rival as well. So relevant. Nem and Chingro both going 8th and 7th. Dark Hydra lives for at least one more fight, finds the big upgrade on both the Mordekaiser and the Jarvan. Could this be enough to maybe
Piva masih 40 nyawanya.
His board is one of the strongest we can see, and this is an excellent way to piece things together in what is a high contested lobby in an unideal scenario with the emblems. But the question is that HP, right? Some people are also really strong. All it takes is one loss. And Dark Hydra.
Ya, Dark Hydra ini kalau one loss sudah kalah ya. Tapi padahal boardnya kuat nih. Kita lihat nih ya.
But now the fact that we actually have the Invoker emblem is helping a little bit. We're going to get those Quinn casts a little more often, those Fiora casts a little bit more often. The fact that we have the Challenger actually is helping a little bit. Fiora casting quite a few more times than a normal Fiora would. The Jarvan
sih bisa jadi pulang kalau kan nyawanya tinggal 1 nih Foman nih.
like you said, this could be a top 4.
Dia lagi sebel banget tuh mukanya tuh, kelihatan banget tuh.
Matchup and he's dead, but overall, yeah, like you said, we were talking about he wanted to be happy with a 6th. This could be at least a 5th, and that's amazing.
Wage Iverson, by the way, losing to what looks like Piva's board. Piva still playing that double Slayer emblem. He must be really strong in online as well, but everyone else is powering up. As we come upon the stage 5 carousel for Dark Hydra, another thing to keep in mind is how much does he want to keep his board really nice and tight, right? We talked about how
halo guys, siapa yang masih ada nih di sini? 5 orang.
Value, but they're also playing into
apakah pada ninggal semua? Meninggalkan
jejaknya.
Both knocked down to 1 life as well. Shunga still sitting at 20. So he still has at least 2 lives to go here. We'll see what Dark Hydra can do in what could be the last fight for the English player in this lobby. And that Jarvan looks so scared on the left there. Might jump into this entire clump. The battle between Tidal and Dark Hydra. If Jarvan casts onto this quench, she could be in so much trouble. The Mordekaiser are also moving on the left side of the screen there. But the Fiora buying time, staying alive. One more blade wall through. But as she's taken down, the Mordekaiser is the last line of defense with only 2 HP.
Oh, Dark Hydra kalah ya.
Out of contention. Does anyone get knocked out below him?
Minus 12 dia.
The answer is no.
No, Foeman did end up dying to Wage Iverson's 6 on, but just preserved enough HP. And now we have our top 4.
Masih bang, tapi udah kriep-kriep. Sama sih, tapi bentar lagi lah. Dikit lagi. Piva ngambil apa nih? Bingung dia nih.
And a Protector's Vow. That item has definitely taken a step down from where it used to be, but it's still a pretty useful utility item, I think.
Yeah, especially for the Sejuani he's got, although it looks like he's going to put it somewhere else for now, possibly even the Jace just to get it casting quicker to give that Jinx extra attack speed. But like you said, it's still a good item that starting Monica can make a difference.
I personally like incorporating the Aatrox into the Zon. If you're able to get the Shimmer inject onto him, he's incredibly impressive because attack speed right now on Aatrox is quite nutty. He's end up instead going for Gangplank because he wants to go for the 6 Gunner 4 Zon setup instead.
Ooh, 6
Interesting.
Gunner
I like this play a lot.
Wow.
He knows the mods he wants. He's got the robotic arm on Jinx. And remember what I was saying, that Gunner doubles from 12% to 25% here. So this Jinx is going to be able to start hitting like a truck. And it's got the Gunblade now. So that Gunblade's going to keep that Sejuani alive. This is a very powerful version of the comp. And so now the Jinx is ramped up here, stays alive, and look at that damage just completely obliterates. And so I really like this choice here. This is a very smart setup, and I think dropping from 6 Zon was absolutely the correct play.
That is a tough call to make, given that you have 2 Zon emblems. You're always talking about, like, how can I play 6 Zon? It's impossible to hit. Actually lands it, but chooses to scale down in a tactical moment. And that fight almost went disastrously, too, because the Cataclysm...
Soge udah pulang ya. Tinggal Wasiani version, Piva sama Title.
Give that CC immunity, so Wage Iverson able to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it all worked out.
Yeah,
talking about Piva as well, someone that needed to find results in this game 5, especially I think both game 5 and 6, because he was really far behind in the standings. Thankfully for him, in the top 3, and we'll see if he can climb up into those standings, hopefully to beat out Tidal, who was playing that 6 Bruiser line, very strong in the mid game, should at some point in this late game start bleeding out, but we'll see if that's the case, because he's sitting on 4 Mordekaisers, could be thinking about going for Mordekaiser 3.
Yeah, if he can hit the Mordekaiser 3, that'll be really big. We're talking about the Jarvan here, and yeah, thankfully again, the Gangplank casts very quickly here, so we're CC immune, but it feels like right now, people are still kind of grouping up, getting baited by whether it be like the
sakit banget Jinxnya,
or whether it be the Jace. Like, if you move the Silco to the left, you can maybe, you know, taunt away from that Jinx, your main carry here, but yeah.
Kayaknya Piva menang kalau lawan Wasian version ya.
This feels like a great setup. If we can just 2-star a few more units, this should be a really good spot.
Yeah, overall, this is an interesting spot specifically for Tidal on figuring out whether or not you do want to...
Wasian version ini kayaknya orang Asia kayaknya. Makanya namanya dia Asian...
it could have been the situation where he just wanted to pressure the rest of the lobby, so he was at 0 gold and couldn't restart his economy quick enough. But now, I don't really know who's going to be winning this lobby. Right now, if you're favoring momentum, Wation's on a 3 streak, so he's most likely to climb. But Piva has 73 gold as we're looking at his POV. He's trying to go to level 9. What can he do with it?
Stage 6, 20 gold to roll with, not really that much. What's the key unit to add here more? What is Piva looking for?
I mean, I think in this position, it's honestly either Heimerdinger or Aatrox. But otherwise, to be honest, I don't really agree with this play of leveling here. It felt like, you know, he leveled to throw in 2 Freljord and an Ashe. You could have held that gold. He's got enough health to survive one more fight. Could have played around something like a Fiora 3. This is a really kind of an interesting play here. Hopefully the Freljord can make the difference here. That Shred will be pretty valuable a little later. And he has the Rek'Sai 3, so a lot of carries here.
I mean, looking at his setup, he has 1.5 items on Sejuani with a belt and a ZZ-Rod portal. That is not good front line. Sejuani does end up falling. Rek'Sai 3 is down. What is that? Fiora, that blade vault's made a way to the back and eliminated that Jinx 3 right as she was casting the fish bones. That means Weijin's down to 1 life. So it looks like Piva said, hey, I might be just playing for second here. I'm trying to squeeze out value, get that win over Weijin, pressure his life total, and secure a top 2, which, I mean, that's a
bisa top 2 sih.
Player knowing how to squeeze out 1 placement.
Heimerdinger has been found. As you mentioned, Mort, if he would have waited a few more rounds, maybe he would have had enough gold to actually buy turret upgrades and have his Heimerdinger be a more impactful upgrade to this board this late into the game. We're already halfway through stage 6.
Yeah, this one's interesting because now, like you said, you need to hold a little bit of gold, then put it in, then roll and try to hit those upgrades you're looking for here. But against Tidal in this 6 bruiser board, we've talked about how much health it has. And just look at these items on the Mordekaiser. Has basically the ideal items you're looking for. The Azir, the fact that the Azir is going to ascend with all that health, it's just so much power right now.
Apakah si Wasian version bisa selamat, guys? Nyawa-nya 3-1 nih, kalau kalah udah
versus Piva is what's happening. 4 HP.
Yeah, Piva lawan Title menang.
Does look like he's trying to get through the front line. Weijin does look like he's down for the counts. That 6 bruiser is just too much. Title working onto the backline as well.
6 bruiser terlalu kuat,
Title
anjir.
with 2 comfortable wins, beating Weijin Iverson with his Ghost and dealing damage to Piva. Weijin Iverson with another solid top 3. Can anyone stop Title from this bruiser rampage?
GP and Aatrox have been found.
Jago kita, guys, Title. Juara 1 akhirnya ya, setelah tadi gagal ya di round ke-4 ya.
We saw it, so much damage coming through from the Quinn. It seemed like it was doing absolutely nothing to these last few units for Title.
Trying to get this gameplay again to see if the Dreadway can get this one final CC immunity against Jarvan's Cataclysm.
Final
the striking blow that Title needs to secure this game and catapult himself to the top of the rankings here. What's going to end up happening? Cataclysm does end up missing the Quinn, but it's really about whether or not the aren't able to ramp up. And that second cast was good enough. There's so much HP. Rek'Sai 3 is down. If Fiora drops, so will the rest of this composition. And that is going to do it for this fight. Does Title have enough units surviving to be able to get the kill? Does not. We're gonna go one
tapi
more
belum
fight.
Kalah ternyata. Masih ada 2 nyawa, anjir.
Sion could be a huge hit here with the RFC for Title. We'll see if there are any other great options here on this last carousel. Giant Slayer.
Giant Slayer for
very
the
big
bruisers.
Giant Slayer's a great choice here. And now we can see if he held enough gold to maybe put in that Heimerdinger, get something like the burn here. Didn't end up holding on to it, so we'll have to, see what's going on. But
yeah, only had 2 items on Rek'Sai. I was thinking something like Protector's Vow, whether you want to do it on a Jarvan for a faster cast or give the tier item to the Gangplank. But this is a tough situation here. The onus is completely on Piva. Title is the one that's winning and having a lot of comfort in these fights.
Some units being sold, some last-minute additions to the board here. The Aatrox and the GP come in for Piva. Will that be enough to change the course of this fight? I don't think that's going to be the case at all. We'll see the positioning here for the Mordekaiser and the Azir, but more importantly, the Jarvan. Where is this Jarvan going to go? Can it actually deal some damage onto the board?
Oh,
and will be the case. Goes onto the GP and
masih selamat, Piva.
Untouched for now. Can he cast a second time? He does.
Nggak bisa deh.
Cataclysm comes through. The Azir and the Mord completely healthy in that backline. Fiora has done some damage onto the Azir though, but Mordekaisernya
anjir.
1v4 or 2v4 this fight. I think yes. Quinn left by herself. Mordekaiser cleaning up these last few units, and it will be a huge win for Title. Someone that can catapult himself to the very top of the standings. Maybe in Game 6 can find himself among those top 4.
Yep, excellent job by Title, able to convert that win. I couldn't help but notice that I think Piva also was not really optimizing certain positioning. I finally noticed that Rek'Sai 3 was literally not doing anything. She would get a cash, she would dive through, and then all of a sudden she got CC Jarvan, so nothing actually happened, so she got chained and then died. And you can't do that. You need to try to dive through and assassinate that Azir in the back. Oh, and by the way, we get some bonus coverage. Here we're taking a look at another lobby. We just had 2 players eliminated. Team Liquid's Kermex gets a top 4. Zyko with a 5th, which means Ago is able to make another top finish here.
Ooh.
And Tamura, someone who was at the very top of the standings, 8th place. His momentum is slowed down, but more importantly, Brazil very happy with the result. CMB9 streaking at 60 HP more, dog.
Yeah, we get a look at this board, and this is something we were talking about, right?
Oh, si MB sekalan juara 1 ya.
Popular, but it's still an incredibly powerful comp. Has the set 3, the Ash 3, and you can just see the damage output that the Ash is going out here. And it's just not enough to get through the misfortune. Trying to invest here, does manage to
ternyata Ego bisa tembus.
So good, ends the streak. Has the MF3, has the Nautilus 3. Can it be enough to carry this to a top 2?
Oh, Demacia emblem onto the Gangplank. You don't really see that very often for Connor, but he has 7 Demacia, 6 layer, and another. There's 2 Demacia emblems. Where was this in the other game where there's 4 Demacia players?
Yeah, the other question is, can they get to 9, right?
Because he is 9.
Oh, they're 9 already. So that, yeah. So if we can get that, we hit 9 Demacia. That could be the spike you're looking for. 9 Demacia, clearly kind of that S tier comp if you can get it. If you can get it to level 9, and it turns out having 3 or 4 Demacia emblems is pretty good.
Now, who is he missing? He has he has the Galio on the bench, and this is an opportunity for Connor to make up some big ground. 9 Demacia. Is there anything stronger in the game, or is this it?
I mean, this is definitely the strongest cap for sure. It can lose, but right now we're also looking at 9 Demacia, 6 Slayer, Aatrox 2. That is very powerful.
Oh, what a high roll! Power spike Galio 2.
The thing to know, he only has Mordekaiser 1, so it's not amazing items on Mordekaiser. But like, do I think an MF3 can beat this? No, I do not.
Yeah, an Aatrox 2 with this setup with Infinity Edge and a rapid fire cannon. Connor should be able to take this one home. Yeah, don't mind if I do. Yank me closer to your backline. And, you know, CMB was able to even hop on over and said, oh, thumbs up. Nice job, 9 Demacia. Looks like you got me.
And so unfortunate for the Brazilian players. They thought they had it in the bag for one of the 2, despite Ego losing that or winning that last fight against CMB9. But all of a sudden, a wrench is thrown into the mix. Demacia 9 is found, which we know is one of the almost guaranteed win conditions currently in the current meta, especially as you mentioned more, 6 layer, Aatrox 2. It's close to the highest possible cap.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's really anything CMB can do here.
Lanjut ya, tapi gue sampai juara 3 tapi ya.
Level 8 has no gold to work with. Even an RE2 is not going to spike this board pretty hard. So yeah, we are just kind of fighting the inevitable here. Connor is me, you know, my dark horse pick. Got lucky with that Demacia emblem on the carousel, but you know, could have actually hit it anyway because he already had 2 emblems regardless. So it was definitely possible to hit. So.
Yep. And second's pretty good with this comp, honestly. The fact that we saw 2 games in a row.
Harusnya menang CMB sih udah.
That's still a really good
kalah ternyata CMB-nya. Bisa kebalik ini.
At least pay attention to this composition.
Jangan-jangan kebalik ini. Menang si
for good placements.
Konerisme
So overall, I think they should be happy with the second and third. And remember, this is a 12-game, 2-day format. So just keep putting those scores up, and who knows what happens. Maybe they can catch up.
Not just a win for Brazil, but for Americas as a whole. Top 4 entirely.
Ah, true. North and South America. Yeah.
Aeromax, Connor here as well. A little sandwich in the middle with Brazil. Yeah. And again, Ego, I think, is the one player that really needed it the most. He had a very, very bad start. I believe it was 2 8s in a row, actually, for the first
halo.
On this day 1.
Tiba-tiba jadi 8 orang.
Had a very good comeback now as well with the 3rd place. So if he can keep this up, especially for tomorrow throughout all those 6 remaining games, he's definitely not out of contention just yet.
Okay, to be fair, look at the rest of the lobby. Toma and Alto, we have Latin as well, so we gotta really get to mention it.
And
Konerisme sih.
We'll take, America's on top. Woohoo!
Wait, Zyko was so lost in this lobby. He's like, wait, why am I here?
That's right. CMB just waiting for his fate, basically, at this point. Nothing can really stop him. No positioning tricks, nothing, because 9 Demacia just has too much resistances, too much power. And this should be the last fight. No Mordekaiser 2. No problem. Connor is me putting himself back in contention for that top 8, showing that he's not just a dark horse, he could potentially be a contender.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. And again, like you said, 2nd place with that Ionia comp. That's my favorite version of that comp as well.
Kameranya ngesutnya dari
frontline stuns. You've got the Ash 3 providing all that extra utility, tons of damage, and then the Xayah to really kill those single targets. So it feels like a whole comp. I think the only thing that caps it out even higher is if you can get a Vanquisher emblem on the Karma. Then you've got that backline AoE damage, and it kind of feels like the whole package if you can put it together. So again, kind of surprised we haven't seen more of it today, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it is for people's second priority. They want to go for that crazy powerful, like, you know, big Demacia or like the good Bruiser setups that we've been seeing have a lot of success, and then they're willing to play Ionia Vanquishers, but maybe we should see more people prio that. You even mentioned Karma. We haven't seen much of it. People know about it. They were playing around it in the scrims and the in-houses. They surely do know about it. So we're going to find out what ends up happening. We're 5 games in, 1 left to go, the beginning of the end, right after we return to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Stay tuned.
Wah, aku udah ngantuk. Satu game lagi. Oh, air play-nya ternyata masih hidup ya.
Feels like a bit of a misplay.
Wih, nobar, iya Rinazar.
I'm
looking at Wage's cam. It looks like he doesn't exactly know.
Every fight we've seen from Wage in late game, he has his hands on his head. This is
Okay. For Dark Hydra to make big ground, and Chingro can't go 8th. He's in the lead of the standings, and taking 8th here is an utter disaster, and that is a cutscene.
Trailernya Eko udah keluar ternyata.
Top of the standings. Maybe in game 6 can find himself among those top 4.
Nonton bentar nggak sih? Sambil nunggu ya guys ya. Nonton Eko trailer. Bang duluan ya, tak tahan nih. Thank you Raditya udah nemenin. Bersenfik Maya.
I see everything that you are. I always have.
Anjir dipukulin gara-gara gak itu anjir. Ada Kingpin, iya. Harusnya kan emang ada Kingpin. Terus kan lanjut dari sini Daredevil.
Don't be afraid.
Oh, Januari ya.
You have so much pain in you. So much rage that you can't contain it.
No bad dead. Oh, ada Daredevil anjir. Ini Daredevil anjir. Ya, itu Daredevil gak sih? Yang lompat. Nah, Daredevil ya. Paling pasang episode-episode terakhir. Eko, iya Eko Fajar.
Are the same. So, who's the monster?
Oh, itu pas mau dibunuh tuh si Kingpinnya ya. Tapi Kingpinnya picek satu, guys. Kalau misal ya ini beneran ya, maksudnya segor ini menurutku buat siapa namanya? Buat Daredevil bisa bagus ya. Tapi kalau Daredevil besok enggak se-ekspektasinya kayak yang pas di Netflix dibikinnya. Wah, itu parah banget sih. Jadi jelek jadinya ya. Logi episode 5 tadi gimana pendapatmu? Aku belum nonton Fajar. Paling besok pas makan sih aku nontonnya.
Don't be afraid.
Gak sempet soalnya tadi ya. Balik, kau langsung makan. Sholat makan. Soalnya kalau TV series tuh dibikinnya harusnya jangan semua umur sih. Film apa ini bang? Trailer Eko, pahlawan bertopeng. Yang bisu ya. Dan gak bisa mendengar, ya gak sih? Oh, kalau mendengar itu ya alat pakai alat bantu ya. Dia tuh nggak bisa mendengar. Jadi kan kalau nggak bisa mendengar tuh sulit bicara kan.
So,
who's
the monster?
Apa boleh segor itu? Emang harus segorin Hazard? Kamu belum nonton Daredevil yang Netflix kah? Itu gor banget loh. Ya, kalau untuk Marvel yang yang dibuat sama ini ya, studio Marvel ya. Tapi menurutku TV series tetap terbaik tuh yang di Netflix sih. Tuh. Hah? What of Us tuh gak mungkin ada di Netflix, pahlawan bertopeng. Tidak mungkin sih di Netflix. Soalnya kan dia sama siapa tuh? HBO. Kerjasamanya sama HBO. Belum mulai? Oh, udah mulai. Kita balik lagi sini ya.
Still so new that it's always hard to predict what that really means on an international scope. First couple of games not really working out.
Menurutku TV series kalau misal yang tetap bagusnya Netflix. Daredevil terutama sama Punisher.
Yeah, Weijin has been very good at playing this Zon line. He was able to get both of those emblems online due to the branching out in the Serpentine River.
Gak ikutan Bang, belum Bang Inji, season depan ya.
Okay, you are allowed to talk about that.
I'm gonna have to because that's the only way I can even make the point about it. But he actually found some very good Zon mods in the robotic arm for Jinx.
Tapi season depan lawannya Piva. Piva tuh lulusan dari Singapura deh. Kita cek ya, leaderboard ya. Katanya adalah Piva adalah top leader di semua server ya guys ya. Kita cek.
Going to 6 gunner instead actually made his board tankier because of the gunblade as well.
The most important part that I see about this game is that it wasn't just about anything normal like the Demacia that we were talking about, or Nox or Shurima. There were players that were starting to cook up. The Sun Emblem, as you said, we were talking about it at the start of the shows. Like
apa udah gampang lagi ya gara-gara turnamen ya?
Weijin has been doing so well so far.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at our standings here. There is one more game for today.
Oh, nggak ada di sini.
Points do carry over, and I'm very unhappy to see our EMEA players scooch their way into
Bang Dudut nggak sampai challenger.
Of course, at the very top, we are going to be seeing China come out. Beta leading the lobby. Kan Seung-young right behind him, and Shingro also up there, title with that win that we just saw, also solidifying his place. Followed by NA. They're up there. They're fighting for their title, and I love it.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto Tokyo being my dark horse, I was very, very excited about this
ya,
player.
Vietnam punya server sendiri guys.
Showing that the practice he put in immediately after
di sini
to try and shore up some of the weakness is paying off quite a bit, especially in the heavy earth lobbies. That's what his practice was focused on. He said he felt like he was not good in the oversaturated
Vietnam, Thailand itu punya sendiri ya. Sumpah. Vietnam, Thailand, Filipina punya sendiri ya. Kita besok ngikutnya SG ya berarti ya. Atau jangan-jangan ada servernya sendiri. Ini kita masuknya SG deh. SG itu isinya Singapura, Indonesia sama Malaysia ya.
Of course it's good if you hit those late 20s, high 30s. Then you just need to keep that same pace. But if you're under it or over it, stuff could still change. There's always that day 1 to day 2 kind of roll around where players review what they did, what everyone else did. There's a lot of thinking and ratting going on.
Itu tato yang sebelah kiri kayaknya druid ya.
Some of those high highs fall off and some of those low lows maybe come around. But to see how that very last game of today plays out, we are going to be
last
going
game ya guys ya. Abis ini kita tidur.
For one more game of
saya gantinya
Reforged Championship.
SG mungkin tuh Bang.
Thank you very much, Makes and team. Welcome back to the commentary desk for game number 6.
Nah, kalau saya itu gabungan antara SG, Vietnam, Filipina, Thailand. Nanti kalau misal nyari apa ASEAN.
What's coming up here in game number 6? And what honestly
can
we go into from our
champion.
lessons that we take away so far, Panda?
I think one first thing to note is the mental aspect of this game. the results in a game 6, when you go to sleep and you think about what happened throughout the day, the recency bias on this game is going to be so relevant.
Jadi kalau regionnya tuh ada Cina, Korea, OC, Korean, EMEA, NA,
China has also really dispelled a
Brazil.
lot of the doubts. The rumors of their death have been greatly exaggerated. 5 CN players in the top 16. 2 of them featured base.
Anjir, di 16 terbesar ada 5 Cina ya.
No love for Hearthhome, Mortog?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised actually, but everyone doesn't want that extra.
Wah, jam 12 malah rame nih, pas last game nih. Mantap, absen dulu guys, kalian jagoin siapa nih? Ada Panda, ada si T-Light lagi, gue jungler, Ace1, Beta, Hui sama Bobai ya.
Things like that. So I don't know. I think in this portal, trying to be the win streaker is really important here.
I think one very important thing to mention in terms of your long-term game plan is the fact that for the Earth players, you're getting a spatula at 4-2. If you're able to find a spatula, if you're able to have a way to get that Fawn gear.
Oh, nggak kelihatan ya pada main apa aja ya? Oh, pada yang main Urf ada 1, 2. Hah? Anjir, yang main Urf 7 orang, anjir. 7 orang main Urf ya. 1 orang cuma main Poro. 7 orang main Urf ya, pada pengen main emblem ini. The Emblem Collector ya.
7 Earth players and a Poro. Huey has switched to Poro.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like the Poro pick here. You know, we've seen it do okay today, not too bad overall. And again, knowing that you've got that silver start, there are a lot of good silver augments on 2-1. Things like Blood Money, things like AFK. So we'll have to see what that choice leads to. But again, the tempo ends up pretty slow at the start and then spikes real hard on 4-2.
Also has an early Quinn, so
lokasinya install ya, tapi nggak apal sih.
We'll see potentially a player like Panda to pop off who needs that help. 14 points over 5 games. That is not really good. That's slightly worse than 5th place every single game.
Kita lihat augment di 21 bakal rarity apa? Oh, silver ternyata ya. Bleaching out semua sih harusnya ngambil.
I mean, I'm looking at
Slayer third.
Oh, T-Light actually immediately rolls and gets that stationary support, which is good. It's nerfed, but it's still really good. And we also have a different commit. We have what?
Banyak yang ambil bleaching out kan 1, 2, 3, 4 orang ya.
Fascinating. So only a handful of players actually going for that branch.
Ngambil
honestly quite refreshing.
Yeah, so this, I really like this play here for Bobe. We have the Blood Money.
Blood Money, yeah.
Bebe was talking about this pretty much all morning, about how Bobe likes to do that lost streak, get really, really strong here. Sorry, risky moves.
Dia jadi pengen main lost streak ya. Dia 26 poin, guys. Jadi hitungannya dia udah 16 besar ya.
If you get something like level up, can be a massive swing.
Yeah, that's right. And he has that extra floating sword, which he doesn't have to commit. Play into Ionia with that spatula with Earth's grab bag. And it's interesting because Bobe is actually a notorious lose streaker, as you mentioned. However, he will play win streak if he feels like his start is good enough. These are one of the boards where he feels like it's really good. And Jin 2, Irelia 2 with the Bruiser setup. That sounds pretty good. Does he actually end up getting the win because he's going up against an equally strong board? And Jin can sometimes control these fights, depending on how he ends up lining up. Oh, this lineup actually might be really good.
Not gonna quite be enough. It looks like Samira should probably win, but the flat AD from Jin might be enough, and it is!
Oh my god!
A huge win. This Jin upgrade could be seen similar to the Caitlyn from set 6, where even if you do lose, you do get those guaranteed kills when that Jin fire does come through. You're able to at least preserve a lot of HP.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Jin, like you said, preserves a lot of HP, which is great for risky moves here. You're going to get that ton of gold later in the game here. I also like the guard breaker slam here. Again, keeps options very open here. Switching over to this board, though, we've got Piltover going on here, which is awesome.
2-2 Piltover, but he's also at 100 HP, and looks like he's win streaking with it, so he's playing drip feed a Piltover, which is not the standard way to play it, but I kind of like it. What do you think, Board?
I'm a big fan of this if you have the start for it, right? You've got the Orianna, you've got the Cho'Gath, and getting an extra gold a turn can make a pretty big difference. And
they main Pit Lover di awal.
So you can pivot to whatever your heart, is looking for in the end game here. And so, just an extra 7 gold throughout the game, nothing to sneeze at here.
Yeah, that's right. We talked about drip economy from other sets.
Lobbynya lobby 16 besar semua anjir. Si Beta 32 poin, Ace 21 poin.
Win streak with Piltover? Yeah, you can totally sell it whenever you need to.
And we saw Ace there with the Juggernaut emblem. He's a player that was trying to almost look like hard force the MF strategist comp that does have that Juggernaut frontline. Could be trying to go for that same route, but...
Did you guys see what I saw? He actually leveled. He pre-leveled to 5 at 2-3. That's really interesting. Such a rare play. He couldn't make 10 gold, so he chose instead to sell his entire bench, double level before 2-3.
Yeah, that is an interesting play here. He knows he's win streaking here, and if he can find an early forecast to maybe establish his direction, maybe something like a Zaya, anything like that, or a Shen,
si Beta kayaknya kuat banget
else.
ya.
I mean, they've got a bunch
Dia
of different
berani pre-level ke 5 dulu ya. Biasanya kan level 5 tuh di 3-4 ya.
And again, we know the spike is coming at 4-2, right? We know that Prismatic is coming. So trying to do as much damage as you can now to put people out of their comfort zone, make them spend that gold, I think is the correct play here.
I mean, his name is Beta, but that felt pretty alpha to me as he's going to put
namanya
a
Beta,
lot
tapi...
of pressure onto the lobby. Beta, a player that won the 9.0, the
tapi dia adalah alpha ya guys ya.
That qualified. A lot of questions because people who do well at that point, do they have the motivation to grind the 9.5 mid set of...
Kita jagoin siapa nih ya? Beta deh. Kita jagoin Beta aja ya.
That did well in that mid set. They take a lot of time off.
Kita lihat apakah dia Beta atau dia alpha ya. Apakah dia benar alpha guys? Predator ya.
Who did go for branching out, found the Shurima emblem, so we could finally be seeing a vertical Shurima, which we haven't seen in so many games now on the main broadcast. Most of these vertical emblems are no longer Demacia and Slayer for this game. It will be instead the Gunner and the Shurima.
So, okay, yeah, I was going to say, I saw a Deathblade on there, but since it's just the Radiant Deathblade, yeah, this is a very good Shurima start here.
Oh, okay, Shurima ya.
Worried there. I was like, Shurima with
Panda
Deathblade,
dapat Shurima ternyata.
But overall, these actually look like pretty solid Azir items. I think the Ginsus in particular is something that's fallen out of favor. It's not nearly as popular as like Nashor's on Azir now, but I think for now, using it to tempo off Demacia before you get to that endpoint, I think it's a great call here. And this Kale, you know, if you level the 6 pretty
Shurima,
quick,
dan udah di Reforged kayaknya dapat Shurima.
Yeah, the reason why a lot of
Antara dia nge-Reforged dapat Shurima harusnya ya.
And you actually are lacking the raw ability
Beta.
power to actually make Azir Sand Soldiers deal damage, which is why people end up going for ramping in the form of AP. Usually you end up seeing like Nash's Tooth, a Shiv, and an Archangel Staff. In this case, maybe we're probably going to go for something like AP as a...
Kayaknya menang Panda.
Two players currently facing off. Not quite the last fight of stage 2, but nearly there. In the end, it looks like it will be going in favor of Panda. As you mentioned more, maybe the Ginsu slam with the Shiv already slammed as well could be the relevant factor on that win for Panda.
Yeah, I think.
Halo guys, ada 12 nih. Siapa aja dong? Absen dulu lah. Udah jam segini loh.
Time to really crank the damage combined with the
Si
Shiv.
belum tidur
The other thing to
kalian.
note here, Shiv is flat damage, even though it's only like 25 or 30 damage.
Ini kalau misal Surimanya bisa jadi Surima 9, mantap banget nggak sih? Ada Bang Heiji. Bang Heiji besok main ini nggak? Kalau udah rilis tanggal 22 November di mobile.
And, you know, you need those best in slot items, you need those first places. This doesn't feel like that.
Well, he is one of the few people that did take
si Hui 22 ternyata ya.
Play for the spatula on 4-2 off the prismatic that's guaranteed from Cardinal Arcology.
Main Bang kayaknya nyoba-nyoba.
It's not the strongest deep prismatic vertical in the game compared to 9 Demacia, for example, but
banyak yang mau aku coba. Emang apa aja Bang? Inji.
And in this lobby there are
game mobile atau game PC?
Oh no, I
for 9 Demacia, but oh god, gets the loss at the very end there. And this is all about
Warcraft Rumble. Aku baru nyoba tapi belum aku nyobain beneran gitu.
And he just hit the Renekton 2, which is a big deal to Ascend. And honestly,
bentukannya dia hampir kayak Clash Royale, tapi kayak ada story-nya gitu ya. Dan lane-nya tuh satu gini ya. Sebelah kiri tadi aku coba kayak ada nambah gold gitu, nambang.
But he's going for the Gunner vertical for now. Only 4 Gunners and nothing left.
What is this guy cooking?
I mean, we've seen if you can hit it really early that it can do okay, and I imagine he's going to sell it pretty quick here.
Tapi pay to win tidak tuh.
I would be absolutely shocked if this turns into an Alawi 3. But does get the full lose streak, has plenty of gold here, so it's just a question of what's going to do. Does level right away, so yeah, we're not going to see the Alawi by any means.
Nobody on a streak, by the way. Beta also.
Ini nggak bosan juga dan harus berpikir.
That J2 is big. Volta did play a line like this in his regionals campaign, which let him win as a
ada yang main gunner lagi, kayak si
So looking at the Zon we got here, we got the Shimmer Injector here.
Kan dia
This
main
one
gunner
gives a little bit of
zone
attack
ya.
speed and a little bit of healing. If you can get to 4 Zon, that becomes a full heal. I think this one is a little bit worse than Robotic Arm at this point in the game, but if you hit the 3-star Jinx, can actually be really good, providing like just ton of extra healing and attack speed.
Yep.
Right
now I think our limitations are front line, right? As long as we can keep that Jinx alive, we're going to deal a lot of damage. And right now we just have a lot to do with no other
sakit banget Jingnya ngeroket.
So itemizing things like that
Dor 338 anjir.
North America that was doing an Orianna item holder situation that carried him through the early mid.
Langsung ketembak ya.
We see what Jungler rode is 6 at 3-1, so I'm curious to see what he's cooking up this turn. He's not really defending a win streak, so very early level 6 from him.
Oke, si Bobai berarti tetap lanjut loss streaknya ya. Tapi abis menang dia. Loss streaknya tinggal jadi 2 ya. Oke, prismaticnya gol.
Yeah, that was instantly slammed. That was a good call out. Of all the 8 views, you slammed right to it. Bobe also has a dedication.
Si Beta ngambil apa tuh? Kelihatan dari sini.
So again, we're definitely seeing those verticals being really preferred right now. A couple other players still really trying to figure out what they're looking for here. We've got things like support cash.
Ada dapat yang bruiser crash ya.
Shoplifting, so that can help him get to 9 if he wants to get there. You know, we still got Bruiser.
Ini rilisnya di mobile ya, di mobile untuk server
SEA-nya
Bang Inji.
A lot of what they were looking for.
Kalau mobile yang server NA kan udah dari lama, dari dulu sih, dari awal. Kalau yang untuk saya baru 22 November. Soalnya kan kebanyakan orang-orang yang server Singapura kebanyakan main HP kan.
By the way, for Beta,
si Beta masih level 5 ternyata ya.
His position does not look very good for reroll. Doesn't have item for Cho'Gath. Does not have like in crazy.
Dia mau main bruiser ya si Beta ya jadinya ya. Udah 4 bruiser itu.
I mean, Orianna 3 can sometimes
oh bukan deng, ini yang Wejangler deng, salah. Kirinya tuh Wejangler ya. Wejangler main bruiser ya.
Something you usually see. What an interesting game for Beta. A fast 5 on 2-3, a no level to 6 on 3-2. What do you make of it, Mort?
I think it's just a recognition of your board state, right? It's like the fact that you haven't hit a lot of key pairs, you're in a rough spot, and so you're just really trying to maximize your goal.
Oh, dedication, dapat bruiser lagi.
Willing to play for that maximum economy, go to 8, and then play around a specific carry. And so this feels like that sort of traditional
Wejangler bisa-bisa ngejar 6 bruiser ya, kayak lobby, bukan lobby round sebelumnya tadi ya, round 5. Yang menang kan juga bruiser ya. Kalau tadi kan sampai 6 bruiser ya.
And then
as
they
bisa
started winning
bruiser sih.
championships, realized how to greed and be
Harus
like
dapat
way
Sion.
too aggressive in terms of economy, right? Like they were trying to like lose so much HP, and it feels a little bit of the new and the old fusion there with Beta.
And as well, still level 5, so very interesting lobby here when it comes to the tempo in this stage 3. Bobe also picked up dedication, so he was playing Ionia. I'm curious to see where he goes with the 6 Ionia.
Oh, Bobe juga ngambil dedication. Dan ngambilnya Ionia
actually
katanya.
did not get the situation that he wanted to, which is, remember how he leveled at 2-1 with that Gen 2 Irelia 2? He wanted to play Streak, and then he win-loss most of stage 2. His HP is low, his economy is probably not doing great either. I don't think he can go for a 3-5 roll down, especially if there's really strong people like Wet Junglers who are streaking right now in the lobby.
I have 20 on the carousel could be absolutely massive for the player.
Gak ada spatula ya.
I think the big thing is going to be if that risky moves comes in, he'll have that extra gold.
Ya, Bobai ngambil dedication ya. Jadi dedication itu ketika ada trade yang aktif 4 duluan itu bakal dapat emblemnya, bakal ngebikin emblemnya ya. Jadi semisalnya ada di board itu kita baru ngaktifin 3 trade ya, contohnya bruiser, terus kita masukin champion bruiser 1 buat ngaktifin ke yang keempat, terus nanti bakal ngebikin emblem si bruiser itu ya. Kalau ada yang salah bisa dibenerin ya. Oke, kemungkinan besar ini bisa jadi Ionia Vanquisher sih, si Bobe, tapi dia masih bingung dia. Kamu
Bobe trying to go for a 6 loss on stage 3. This is too conservative even for my taste in terms of like whether or not you actually want to roll deep or not.
Yeah, the big thing that surprised me is how
Level
little
7
gold
ya
he
dia ya.
had after the risky moves, right? Like that's a big influx of gold here.
Yang hijau apanya Bang Renald? Bang Renald belum tidur ya, nakal banget
This is
ya.
the point in the game where a Jin 2 just does not do much, kills maybe one
Kok kasih tahu
unit, takes 6
bininya loh.
damage here, and 39 at this point. If we lose one more time, we're going to be at like 25. And that's going to be really rough heading into stage 4.
So we want to see Bobe's 4-1 roll down.
Bang main Warcraft Warcraft Rumble.
Ace,
Kah?
the regionals winner for TOC.
Baru nyoba aja sih Bang.
TOC's their
Bang Renald main juga kah?
regional qualifier, which he won, which is.
Aduh. Kenapa ini?
What most people consider to be China regionals when they're talking about colloquially, and then JOC is the mobile version.
Coba nantilah nyoba
We'll
dulu.
see whether or not Ace can continue that as we take
Tapi
a look
menarik.
at Wet Jungler and see if he can finish out stage 3 with a streak. Both the EMEA players, Volta and Wet Jungler, on fire.
And did not actually roll for Sejuani, hoping to.
Kayaknya menurutku Bruiser ini menang lagi sih di lobby ini. Bisa jadi ya.
Stage 4 roll down. We'll see if he can do it. It's going to be so massive in terms of his momentum going to stage 4. And he's facing against Bobe, who did not get that strong after that roll down.
Bobe-nya tidak terlalu strong ya. Dia udah low streak tapi tetap kalah ya. Sakit banget sih guys.
Across a couple of turns.
Oh,
And he wants to lose by 1 or 2 units. The best exchange is
Apakah?
that Wet Jungler wins by 1 unit.
Apakah?
Bobe actually does not want to win this. And it might come down to the last cast.
Oh, enggak.
Perfect outcome for both
Bobe kalah ya.
players potentially.
Oh no!
Okay, that was
Oh no, you can see what Jungler's reaction. He cannot believe the Jin actually survived the cast.
Jin, why? That was like literally the opposite.
Junglernya guys.
I played Jin on my board.
Ngamuk anjir.
A millisecond before he cast her, but the opposite occurred.
Ngamuk ya. Padahal si Wejelengernya pengen menang, si Bobe-nya pengen kalah. Dan gagal semua ya. Malah Bobe-nya menang, Wejenglernya kalah ya. Nah, Wejenglernya tadi kan dapat win streak untuk menang. Si Bobe-nya pengen lost streak untuk kalah ya. Enggak jadi gagal semua. Lama gak main yang deploy gitu, lupa cara bikin combo. Dapat Fiora. Oh, dapat Kaisa ding bukan Fiora. Kaisa so bintang 2 guys. Mantap sih ini anjir, backline-nya udah kuat sih. Kita lihat Bobe. Oke.
And he has improved his board. He has a Shen 2, but what is more important?
Shen
He's
bintang
not rolling
2.
at 50 gold.
Yeah, that's the part that, you know, again, Bebe
Shen
did talk
bintang
about
2
this
tanpa
playstyle.
ngeroll
And I will
anjir.
say, by the way, we know it's a prismatic, so holding that much gold might be a big play here, right? If you can get something, again, like level up, or even, you know, the Infernal Contract, those can give you a lot of choices where you've got just a lot of gold to work with here.
Tapi kalah sih ini
But again,
harusnya,
this
belum
Jin
kuat
is
ya.
just not cutting it right now.
Do you think he's going to go for the Vanquisher +1? I think he is with the Spatula. Ends up losing by 3 units, which is not what he wants, but he's most certainly going to pick Final Grab Bag here as we hit the
prismatic ya. Ini mainnya kayak Underlord gitu gak Bang? Ya sama Bang Renald. Basicnya hampir sama.
Final Grab Bag trying to potentially make a Shurima emblem to slot onto his board, and as we mentioned very early into the game, try and go for that 9 Shurima angle.
Ini main tim Ini main timan Bang Iji. Tapi kalau di in-game-nya aja bisa main tim.
And you can see it here, the absolute speed does find Sejuani going to start.
Sejuani bintang 2. Apalagi bintang 2.
Towards a win condition, and Volt is a player that really is so good at identifying win condition.
Ini udah saatnya pada ngeroll ya. Lihat tuh, ngeroll ya. Harus teliti dan tangan cepat. Sejuani lagi. 5 Sejuani ya. Berarti kurang 4 lagi, bisa jadi bintang 3 Sejuaninya. Kenapa game catur sekarang banyak yang tiarap, Bang? Maksudnya yang tiarap?
You know, that can be really strong here. We've seen it do well before. You know, it's a question of what mod and things like that. But being capped at level 7 here is a little bit of a...
Maksudnya gimana Bang tiarap maksudnya?
But the fact that he got the Heimerdinger already, that also gives him the thing. I wish we'd maybe
Aku
seen
tidak maksud.
just to give that extra front line. You've got
Bobe nyawanya tinggal 2-3. Apakah bisa comeback? Dia bener main Univan Quizzer ya.
Bobe on 6. Shens at the moment.
Shen bintang 2-nya 2 anjir. Bisa bintang 3 Shennya anjir. Ini bisa bintang 3 sih sangat-sangat keras banget sih.
With the duplicator, it makes it
Nggak seramah dulu ya kayak underlord gitu. Oh. Iya sih, Bang. Lebih kompleks. Apalagi kalau main TFT sih lebih kompleks daripada underlord, tapi seru. Maksudnya setiap game, maksudnya kalau mau mau nge-force satu kom itu bisa, tapi nggak hasilnya nggak pernah sama gitu.
Which is kind of all you can ask from this. So overall, really good here. Get some tank items on the Sejuani, get one more item on the Jinx, and you should be good to go.
Oke, bintang 3. Si Voltariux ini bintang 3-nya banyak ya, 2, tapi Jinxnya tetap kalah ya. Bintang 3-nya 2 ya, udah ada Jinx sama si Jace ya. Ini makin seru nih. Makin seru, guys.
Unless you're able to spike that 1% across all the rolls, which to be fair, you have so much time, and maybe pick it off carousel, that could be a way for Volta to sneak into that top 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that's really
si Beta gimana? Oh, si Beta masih itemnya bagus sih, Fioranya ya.
Utility and just like I said, hopefully squeeze into about a top 3. You're just not looking at like the cream of the crop from this position, unfortunately.
Saw a sign on the carousel. What Jungler would have loved to pick that one up, but won a little bit too many rounds in stage 5. Double duplicator on the bench there we saw for Panda, and when Jungler will see.
Kita lihat When Jungler, Bruisernya udah 6 ya, udah level. Pakai Tatian Crown ternyata dia. Ternyata dia pakai Tatian Crown ya. Oh, dia ngambilnya itu ya, bener ya. Augment terakhir. Oh, Sentry!
He had one duplicator, so found 2 more natural copies on that round.
Oh my god.
Sentry, guys, kita lihat ya.
Adaptive, so that's going to be helpful to generate the mana. And look at the other side for what looks like to be T-Lane's board.
Nyawanya anjir. Tinggal benerin backline-nya doang sih ini.
Now, Shen 3 is not
Seltnya tuh.
one of the biggest 3-star 4 costs.
Lihat tuh, shieldnya nambahnya segitu ya.
Like if you look at this Kai'Sa, this is what I'm talking about, right? Anything
wait.
that can the front line can do a lot of work here. He's probably going to lose this fight at this next
Apakah kalah dengan Kai'Sa masa?
In overtime, this Kai'Sa could kill right here. That's it.
Kai'Sanya langsung mati anjir.
Bobe is not looking so confident anymore.
All right, we need some support. You can't just rely on Shen 3.
Yeah, that's the weakness of Shen 3, right? If you can skip that Shen, delete the backline with things like Quinn, things like Kai'Sa.
Ya, harus backline-nya kurang kuat sih.
GG, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, fair enough. And there's a lot of from the back.
Kurang damage ya. Damage-nya cuma di karma sih. Si sayanya kurang damage ya. Cuma itemnya cuma 1 tapi belum jadi.
Mordekaiser is actually a great example. Mordekaiser really struggles to get through this Shen. It's just going to be stuck on it for days.
Azir as well.
Too true. Speaking of that producer with that Kai'Sa, let's see if Wet Jungler can find a way to stall long enough with his Archangels on
lawan Wet Jungler ya, yang Bruiser ya.
For potentially Wet Jungler to steal a fight over Bobe.
Harusnya menang Bobe. Menang Bobe ya. Yang belakangnya masih alive ya. Harusnya menang ya.
Wet Jungler takes a bit of a hit. Panda continues to streak though, currently first in the standings. Can he actually make it to 9 Shurima is the big question. He has both emblems already.
That is true. Currently it looks like he's at level 7 though. So still pretty far away.
Oh, si Hui juga ternyata main Bruiser ya. Sama-sama 6 Bruiser udah bersamaan dengan Wet Jungler. Jadi Bruiser itu trait-nya atau emblem, bukan emblem sih kalau di sini. Kalau elemen ya, kalau misalnya chestnya lain ya. Itu buat nambahin nyawa ya, lebih ke nyawa. Shurima, si Panda ya. Baru dapat 6 doang tapi.
Sitting well this game.
Yeah, Huey and Ace right now are the 2 people to be concerned about. They're in that bot for 6
si
loss streak,
S
3 loss
main
streak,
Ionia Van Quisser.
Panda on the other hand, 5 win streak, so definitely looking really strong here. You know, you've got to be kind of frustrated if you're Ace right now. It's like, where are my Shens? Where are they?
Yeah, I mean.
Jadi pada main apa tuh namanya? Kalau aku lihat ya ini ya. Pada mainnya tuh main Legendnya tuh Legend Orb, terus dari Legend Orb kan bisa dapat emblem. Nah, tergantung emblemnya dapatnya apa ya. Yang biasanya yang dicari itu Ionia, Van Quisser, Demacia, Slayer.
It's hard to say. I actually don't know how good is when you have Shen 1 and you're going up against Shen 3.
Shen 3 ya. Shen 1 melawan Shen 3 ya, kita lihat ya. Antara Ace melawan Bobai. Tapi Bobai si Ace damage belakangnya sakit banget.
The other can stay alive and close the fight, and Shen directly onto the back line. I don't think anything to be done here for Ace, and Bobai, a sigh of relief coming out from the Korean player, knowing that he's found a way to claw his way back into the top 4, maybe even a first place.
Yeah, I mean, possible. You know, the Shen 3 we can talk about, but one of the other key components here that's going to make it really hard to deal with is that Gunblade on the Xayah. The Xayah pumps out so much damage, that's going to heal the Shen. So even if you think you have a bit of hope, unfortunately it's just not going to be enough. I don't
Oh, si Bobai dia ketolong dengan itu juga apa namanya? Kalau tadi Mordor bilang sama Gunblade ya. Gunblade adalah item yang kayak dipakai Azir tuh yang di tengah. Azir tuh yang paling kiri tuh, yang itemnya warna biru. Itu itemnya buat nambah AP sama bisa nge-heal temen ya.
So he's actually not well equipped for this lobby whatsoever. This is an 8th from what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Katanya si Wi bakal kalah ini.
Or you want the attack speed from Shurima so that you can then put AP items on. Yeah. But this build in particular,
Kaisanya sakit banget. Anjir, Kaisanya sakit banget.
You're just gonna be attacking a lot about 80 damage. Yeah. And that's just not gonna be enough.
I mean, assuming your front line is good enough, right? This is strong enough to compete.
Bang Renal masih main Valtrif kah?
He's that far behind in tempo. He's that far behind HP, and that is an 8th place for Huey, who's looking so good 2 games ago to now get back-to-back bottom finishes.
And T-Light.
Back-to-back bottom finisher ya. Berarti di round 6 sama round 5 juara 8.
As well. And the Night Harvester that I think is an item that's not built very often, cannot fit on most champions, but I think Belveth is one of those carriers that can actually make it work, especially with Gunblade.
He's also probably in the Aatrox winning room. A lot of people have figured out that Aatrox is the best holder of Challenger Emblem currently, so he's using a good substitute, and he's in a decent enough spot economically and HP-wise. If he's able to win 2 more, maybe even 3 more, he can get to 9 2-star Legendary, and that's how he can win. Potentially even beat things like the Shen 3, but here's a rematch.
Lawan Sentry kita lihat, apakah bisa melawan Sentry?
Belveth's true damage, is that going to be relevant enough? The Xayah and the Karma still very much alive, but Fiora
kayaknya nggak bisa lawan.
Left side. The Karma
Karmanya tembus. Tapi sayangnya belum mati ya.
The Karma is dead, but the Xayah does clean up your Shen, tanking for so long as he should. We're once again back into the same 1v1, but surely
lagi-lagi ya 1v1 Kaisa melawan Shen, harusnya sih menang Shen lagi.
Both times, so close.
So here's
2 kali ya.
Kaisa
1v1 sama Shen,
anti-meta challengers because he doesn't have combat augments. A lot of times people say that challengers are so good, you get so much attack speed. The way you amplify it is know your enemy, long distance PAL, tons of stats, so on and so forth. He has none of that. He took
beta kita, masih 28.
Obviously his first stationary support.
Si Bobai,
so actually he's completely zero combat augments. If he did, maybe that's the way he can swing it, but without these high econ resource augments, maybe he doesn't hit the board.
I mean, we're also talking about, like, you know, he's not winning some fights here, but so far he's lost to Shen 3, and that's about it. So to make the 6th challenger work and get to this point in the game, overall is pretty impressive. Like you said, he just needs to get to 6-1, try to get to 9. If he can find that Aatrox, that'll be big. Yeah. Could even settle for a Belveth too. Obviously, Aatrox being the big thing here.
Oh! I mentioned Volta being so
good. Sejuani bintang 3.
But he does buy the Sejuani 3. The Fury of the North is here onto his front line.
Gantian ya, Sejuani bintang 3.
It's very difficult. An unstoppable force meets unmovable objects. And here we go!
Langsung lawan Shen bintang 3, cuy.
Versus Sejuani, that's a 3 for Panda. Everyone is powering up this lobby. It's insane.
Shennya hilang langsung, anjir.
Looking around, saying, "Where is my 3-star?" Sejuani does finally survive. The Shen is taken down. The Jinx is onto the Xayah and the Karma. Huge win for Volta. Huge loss
Volta sih kayaknya menang, anjir. Soalnya bintang 3-nya banyak ya. Apalagi Sejuani bintang 3 sakit banget tuh. Tadi Shen langsung hilang, anjir.
Volta just his Sejuani 3. It's the fact that everyone's thinning the 4 cost pool for himself.
And now Felios is next on the line for Volta here.
No item. Felios 3?
I just want to call out that if you were participating in the pick'ems, one of the things was how many 3-star forecasts will we see?
And
I believe 12 or higher was the highest one.
Who did vote 12 or higher? That's what I wanted.
I mean, we got 3 this game, this lobby
maybe
alone.
Even 4.
So, you know, if you didn't pick 12 or plus, look out.
And this would explain it here, as Beta is currently playing challengers as well, and now he's going against
Beta nggak kuat sih, langsung lawannya Volta ya. Beta kayaknya mati sih ini, kalah sih.
Look at these units delete one by one. That is not good enough. The name of the game is
udah fix menang Volta sih ini kayaknya.
And that's a bot 4 for Beta.
And T-Lide's looking around and saying, what am I doing in this top 4? Everyone else has a 3-star forecast. Takes yet another hit here. Is T-Lide's going to go forth? I have to expect he will. I'm not sure what Panda's board looks like, though. He's able to actually make it to 9 Terima.
Its HP, though, maybe favors him. Bobe's at 13.
He did find the Belveth 2 here, so that's definitely a big upgrade.
2 damage, yeah.
But so here's the $1 million question. Put you guys
ada top 4 ya. Ada si Volta, Panda,
so
sama
I win $1 million?
I mean, I don't know about that.
sama Bobai ya.
You'll get to cast tomorrow.
Bobai berhasil berarti ya, dari dia low streak. Dari kalah ya, paling dari bawah ya, naik ke atas ya, comeback ya.
Actually really good. China helped open my eyes. They felt like 23 is the best 3-star forecast. If you look at the data, it suggests that Xayah 3 is the best. I think it's close enough to make me feel like it's going the other way.
Oh, Apelios.
You have an Anvil as well to start, maybe
mau Apelios bintang 3, si Volta.
And help swing that favor. Azir, 6 copies now found for Panda. As you mentioned, Frodan, because so many of these
Azir mau bintang 3, si Panda gantian.
Completely ruined by just a single game on day 1.
What's gonna happen here is this looks like the Draven meta, where everyone just goes.
Oh, dia udah Nasus malah, udah Nasus bintang 3 ya si Panda ya. Tinggal nyari 3 Azir ya. Nasusnya udah bintang 3 nih. Ketemu Sejuani, menarik nih pertarungannya.
Azir trying his best. The Rage Blade could actually be relevant with how long this fight might go for.
Nasusnya guys, nyawanya anjir. Tapi kayaknya bocor sih ditembakin.
Jinx left alone. Volta taking a massive hit in this fight.
Panda kemungkinan besar bisa menurunkan Volta guys.
You know, you are not qualified to fight amongst the gods of tier 4 3 cost.
2 more to go.
Apelios.
One more. Hits Apelios 3. Does he just win the game?
I don't think so. I think one of the things I wanted to talk about was Nasus. Nasus is a champion that is a 3-star. As you're getting more 3-stars, you're stealing the stats from that. So you're getting stronger. And you saw that Nasus versus Sejuani fight. When Nasus cast, he got a lot of health. That health bar.
Wah, Apeliosnya kurang dikit ya.
On the Nasus this lobby.
Okay, are you gonna
Tapi Nasus tuh kayaknya terkuat yang di sini katanya si Murdoch ya. Apalagi kan dia dapat ascended ya. Kan Bobai melawan Volta, kita lihat.
As we take a look at the head-to-head fight, Bobai trying to fight for his opportunity to live, but he's going against Nasus 3.
Lawan Nasus 3 si Bobai.
And that Shen is not going to hold for much longer at this rate. Can Bobai survive?
Shennya mati. Shennya masih hidup.
And that is going to be a Bobai victory. Does
menang.
Panda survive? Is he going to take out fellow South Korea? And he lives by the hair of his chin.
And Volta wins as well. Sejuani cannot be taken down. The Aatrox trapped in the corner. The Aphelios slowly chipping away. Aatrox actually almost breaks through, but Aphelios cleans up at the very end there. What a crazy end to this game 6. Tiga
teratasnya punya 4 itu ya, 4-3 kosnya. 4-3 bintang ya.
True.
And so it could actually end up being really bad if you're just not actually able to apply it.
Dan semuanya paling depan ya, Sejuani, Nasus sama Sen ya.
No, makes perfect sense to me.
I mean, this is the final game of day
Final
1.
game ini terakhir nih.
Do you not want anything else? Are you not entertained? This is potentially a double kill. If Voltarius is able to kill Bebe, or Bobai, excuse me, Bebe's
alive in the back room.
Oh, Shen on the back here. I like this positioning.
Oh, interesting. Let's see if that ends up working out here. But in the meantime, paying attention to whether or not Voltarius can claim.
Kita lihat ini bisa double kill.
Trying to see if he can get that
udah 3 ya.
to get past the front line. He does.
Sejuaninya lewat.
Meanwhile, on the left side, Panda able to get that win as well, which means
Bobai kalah.
Bobai is dead, and that's going to mean 2 players remain to fight for this 8-point
Tinggal
victory.
Volta sama Panda ya.
So
Tadi kita melihat menang Panda
we
ya.
saw the Shen was beating the Sejuani, but the Shen is out now. We saw the Nasus beat the Sejuani, but again, that also determined on those Thieves Gloves rolls, right? So look at the Thieves Gloves on the Nasus here. Although that's not okay. We got Deathblade actually.
Yeah.
More rolls. Can find the Aphelios 3. Did pick up a Bramble, so it doesn't actually find an item that could slot into this 3-star, but doesn't find it in the end. So it's going to be the same fight played out here. So Sejuani 3 versus the Nasus 3. As you mentioned, more the stats
he reforges.
so relevant.
Oh, Thieves Gloves.
Big, but
we take those. And Runins on Jace.
you sell the Scion here to roll once more and see if that has any... I don't think it's the case. There's nothing else you can really change on your board.
He has 20 HP. He could survive a narrow loss. Let's see what ends up happening here. What could be the last fight.
Oke, kita lihat.
Nasus actually has some items. Not really, as he's trying to move over. This is more that Kaiser can flank. Oh my god, the God of Death ascends. Is he going to take out the Jace 3? He does. Sejuani is about to go down.
Oh, menang
and that's the
Nasusnya.
victory for Panda. How many units is this? 5 units is
Oh.
more than
Tuan.
I thought that was it.
1 versus 1, guys. Nyonya 1-3-1. Apelios bintang 3. Udah fix menang Volta.
And Runons. Does he have lucky gloves?
Udah menang Volta aja dapet Apelios bintang 3 ya. Anjir, game terakhirnya seru banget.
I think positioning matters, but I will say Aphelios is not the best at single target damage.
Gila sih
so
ini.
this could still go the Nasus way. It wouldn't
Really?
It wouldn't surprise
Harusnya
me.
Let's find
masuk.
out. Let's see whether or not this Aphelios can work onto the left side of the field. He's going to go for a left-hand
It's
slam.
happening again.
And
the
it's Soul
same
Eater.
exact thing.
Mordekaiser's flanking. The Scion intercepts, able to charge in. Jace ends up going down, but now we're focusing down Nasus 3. And if Nasus 3 falls, our front line falls. Oh my goodness.
Menang Panda.
Aphelios 3 trying to get
God.
Aphelios, please. One more Chakram is going to be able to do it.
Apeliosnya
And just
masih menang
like
Apelios ya.
that, Volteric is able to take the craziest lobby we've seen in the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
The amount of different things that
Let's
happened
go,
one
guys.
by one.
Anjir,
Shen
seru
3 star in
banget.
stage 4, completely
Last
throwing this lobby
game-nya
for a
seru
spin.
banget ya.
We saw all the next 3 stars with all the different forecasts. The Sejuani into the Aphelios, the perfect TG roll as well. Could we ask for a better ending to this day?
I don't think so. Can you imagine getting Shen 3 on 4-5 and
Shen
going
3.
third?
Oh no.
Like, that is a lobby, you know, again, that Aphelios, that last roll, even having to sell a few things and move around to get that, but that made the difference, right? We saw without that, I think he goes second, and so if later he makes it to day 3 by 1 point, we can look back at that game in that moment and go, holy crap, that was it.
And it was also the Thieves Glove that roll that was perfect for him. Both the play to his outs. He also played for that Reforge. We're talking about, do you ever Reforge items to go onto that Aphelios? He chose the correct thing, and it all paid off with a first place in the final game. That was a lot. We're going to take a few. When we come back, we're going to close out day number 1 here at the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a moment.
Udah kelar ya. Banyak lihat standingnya dulu ya. Untuk kita lanjut besok ke day 2. Kasihan buat jungler yang itu tadi sih.
The North is here onto his front line.
Terry's able to take the craziest lobby we've seen in the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
The amount.
Join the final. Thank you guys. Sebelum nanti kita akhiri, absen dulu dong. Ada 7 orang sih, siapa nih yang masih hadir nih? Oh, ternyata D2 masih tetap top 32 ya. TFT nggak kompatibel di HP gue. Masa iya? Hadir, ternyata ada si Tiarno Prasetyo. Gila sih, seru banget ya. Ternyata D2-nya masih top 32 ya. Berarti diambil D3-nya diambil 8 besar ya. Jadi masih ada kesempatan lagi di D2 ya. Si Tex Hammer nge-tweet hello again old friend bajunya ya. Berarti kayaknya dia pernah main championship lagi pakai baju itu ya. %100% Brazil anjir. Bang, next Marvel Snap konten Mr. Gati doang. Siap. Besok paling ya. Udah ada decknya sih, belum sempat bikin aja. Kemarin kan pas mau bikin malah main apa ya? Oke, kita lihat standingnya dulu ya. Setelah kita udahan.
Welcome to our final analyst desk of today, and let me start this off by saying if you don't know who Volta is, you should know by now. This man is the reincarnation of a boar, so it is fitting to the most that he will top a game here with a Sejuani 3 coming through on Bristle, Felios in the mix as well. This game was craziness, Casanova.
Yeah, I love that he went for the Infernal Contract and then just tried to 3-star everything. It started out just playing for the top 4, 3-star the Jace, 3-star the Jinx, but then when Bobe hit the Shen 3, it kind of opened the door to start to go for those other units, and because of that, you know, Volta identifies the win condition, goes for the Sedge, goes for the Aphelios.
Ngambil grab back ya.
That's something that's very Volta as well. His key kind of philosophy to playing TFT is always play like you're gonna hit everything.
Only one winner,
seven
loser ya guys ya, game beginian ya.
That's where he feels most comfortable as well, and he wasn't the only player in this lobby that was able to do that, baby.
I mean, I love Bobe's like an angle that he looked for risky moves with a really strong start, and he snowballed that comment to Shen 3. But I didn't like his finisher when he didn't deny other forecasts, because when he found his forecast 3, it was really early mid into stage 4, meaning that a lot of players had a lot of money to work into other forecasts, and that was his only loss condition at that point. So I'm slightly sad, but still a really good save from bad roll down from Bobe's side.
Absolutely. I did like from when, you're saying we weren't came for the end game. I think for Bobe, I was really fascinated by the approach, bringing the Karma early on with the Vanquisher emblem. I think it made a lot of sense. That's what he had at hand at that point, and he made the most of it.
Yeah, I also wanted to talk about Micro a little bit with our other player who hit a 4-cost 3-star with Panda on the Nasus, and then having the optimization when he got to heads up to get the Quicksilver onto the Nasus to deny the chilled effect so the Nasus wouldn't take the true damage. If it hadn't been for Volta hitting that Aphelios 3, and then actually the role of the Thieves' Gloves items was important, I think Panda would have taken that lobby.
Same. I thought the NASA 3 looked so
Iya, aku juga kira Nasus dengan Nasus 3 udah menang ya. Ternyata Voltanya dapat Aphelios.
It was truly fitting for Game 6 of a World Championship. I think no one had this on their bingo card, so sorry for your pick'ems, I guess, but I am happy at least we got to see this game, no?
I mean, it was a really good interaction. We have a Nasus 3 with Quicksilvers to counter the Sejuani CC so it doesn't take the true damage to get one-shotted. But then Volta did manage to get a Philius 3 touch just enough damage, but I felt like selling Jinx for the item guarantee was a bit more safer, but I guess he knew that he would get Giant Slayers to guarantee the victory.
I mean, we're operating in a really rarefied atmosphere here. The players are not going to be in this precise situation, more than a couple of times in their TFT career. It's very high stakes, so decisions have to be made in very short order.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to T-Lads on that one in the top 4.
Yeah.
His board probably would have won like almost any other lobby. We see him almost beating some of these 3-star forecasts with just the Challenger Bel'Veth too.
Yeah, I also saw T-Lights up there, and it's like 3-star forecast, 3-star forecast, 3-star forecast, T-Lights, oh.
Yeah.
And you kind of feel bad, but something that we feel good about are our standings. I hope, I haven't seen them yet, but we're going to check them out right now and see if there is points for celebration for us. At the bottom of day 1 is
masih di 22 ternyata.
With 12 points is not out of contention yet, but it is going to be a rough day
It's always not out of contention yet.
Mathematically, it's still possible.
I think Omni told us that 12
si Cash 12 anjir.
That's what I meant. Mathematically, he can still do it.
Si saya,
it's not copium, it's
si
math.
Nem sama Foyman berdekatan nih.
Looking
beta ya ternyata.
over to this one though, NA clawing out 2 of the top 3 spots, but China clawing out 4 of the top 6 spots.
Wait, 5 China's on the same page.
Wow.
5 China and same page.
Maybe the raid of China was over, but this is an incredible showing from them.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, wow, I see Bobe. As I said, he's
Bobe.
lost streaking so that he can keep winning. He's gonna snowball it. Next game's getting 5 cost 3 tomorrow, of course, guys. Lot to expect.
All right. We're hearing
Oke
some
guys,
bold
kayaknya sampai di sini
predictions. I'm not
aja
sure
ya
what
live
they
stream
will
kali
all
ini.
come
Kita
through,
saya bisa
but
lanjut
one
lagi.
thing is for
Untuk
sure,
day
the fact
keduanya
that
jadi
China is
butuh
on
istirahat
top in
ya.
a fashion
Jadi
like
kalau
this
paling
should
aku
put
mark
all
first streamnya bakal
rumors just
jadi
like,
sore ya.
right? There
Thank
was a
you,
lot
thank
of
you.
promotion
Sampai ketemu
around
lagi
this.
besok.
I just
Bye
wanna
bye.
get it
Selamat
out now with,
tidur.
like all players that play on the mobile version. This just goes to show how strong they